on desperate moments. The great Tom Petty. The great Tom Petty. Good morning. It's a Friday morning. It's Bennington. I'm Ron Bennington. There's Gail Bennington.
Oh, hi.
Absolutely no relation. Tom Petty is the house band today. Tom Petty and his Mighty Mighty Heartbreakers.
I know. It's the Heartbreakers that really make it.
You know, I thought maybe... No, I thought to myself exactly... No, that song is too popular to open the show on a Friday. And yet is the best song in the history of American music.
It's too good to deny. It's too good to deny.
So it had to start.
Yeah, you have to open it with power.
Yeah, you do. There is no Stanley Bennington today. He needed a day for drugs and alcohol. Mm-hmm. And to take drugs and, I guess, drink alcohol. That's what they do. I'm getting some pamphlets from the health place. But filling in for him today is Joey Joe's. Joey, what's up?
I'm right here.
You look like $1 million.
Thank you.
You're in what's known as in the business, the pepper chair. Mm-hmm. So you got to stay on top of it. You got to be a shaker today. Mover and a shaker.
All right.
A pepper shaker.
Pepper shaker.
Right.
Smells like a pepper shaker in here.
Smells like Teen Spirit.
Yeah,
tell you the truth. I never thought a pepper shaker smelled, but that's my thing, you know? I'm
easy.
But you're awful squeaky, too. I don't know what is with your chair. Are you hearing it? It's just constant squeaks.
It's the pepper chair.
Yeah, I guess.
He's much heavier than me, so it squeaks with me in here.
All right, I see. I remember one time I had a nephew at a movie, and I had to use, he was so little, I had to use one hand to keep his movie chair down because he was folding up in it.
He had to be like 10 pounds.
Yeah, tops. So I'm just sitting there trying to enjoy the movie with one arm on his chair.
My arm's getting tired.
Yeah, if I went to get some popcorn, he just went flying up in the air.
Seat.
Yeah. You know what this weekend is? We got everything. First of all, did any of you guys watch basketball last night?
I did.
I could not watch the game.
It was the greatest game in the world up until overtime, and then Cleveland just cleaved it up.
I watched because I know that you guys enjoy basketball, so I was like, I'm going to watch this so I have something to talk to my friends about.
Your man isn't a basketball dude?
No, he is, but I'd be in the other room painting my nails or something.
Something girly?
Oh.
Baking a pie, braiding my hair.
You go ahead and enjoy the game, honey. I'm going to just sit here and do homemaking things. Oh, yeah. All right.
I'll just clean the fridge.
It's almost like Petty is Dylan's son a little bit in that song, you know?
Yeah.
Dylan's rockin' son, you know?
Son of Dylan.
That'd be a great name for our new band.
Yeah, that is a great name for this new trio that we have going.
Son of Dylan?
Power Trio. Right now, my perfect name for us is Junior Beatles. And since there's only 3 of us, I'm going to be the smart and shy guy.
Who am I?
You're the cute one.
Yay!
And,
guess I'll be Ringo then.
Yeah, you'll be the drummer.
I like to have fun.
You got the funny one, the smart one, the cute one, and Ringo.
And Ringo.
What was Ringo supposed to be? Funny?
Goofy?
The goof?
Yeah. But he wasn't funnier than George. George was amazingly funny.
He's really funny.
Yeah.
And how is he not the cute one?
I don't know.
He's the pretty one.
I guess, but see, nobody realized that because he always had more like adult good looks.
Right.
Yeah.
Where Paul had little girl love you.
Exactly.
You know.
Like big eyes, like a little anime cartoon.
Little girls would love to make out with E.T. That would be their perfect person.
He's so tiny with big eyes.
Yeah.
I think Ringo was just there to be the Beatles' biggest groupie. And that's why.
I don't,
big fan.
The funny thing is, I know that the big joke is to make fun of Ringo like he's the least talented. Yet I never heard a drummer not say that Ringo wasn't great. Like every drummer always goes, fucking Ringo was amazing. And then the other night at that Rock and Roll Hall of Fame that they played on TV, all the great drummers came in and they were sitting at his little set because they have that there in Cleveland. And all their hearts were just beating out of their chests. They're like, this is it. This is it, man.
Wow, that really amazes me because I always think about that really hilarious quote. I think it was John who, like, a reporter had asked him is Ringo Starr the greatest drummer in the world? And he's like, he's not even the greatest drummer in the Beatles.
Well, that is true. Paul's a better drummer. Paul is a better drummer, but it doesn't mean that Ringo wasn't great.
Right.
See, that was the thing. Like, they said that after Ringo went home, Paul went in and put things in his way. People get mad at Paul like that, but in his head, he was the composer. You know?
He's not doing this right.
Yeah.
Let me just do this.
All right, Phil wants to fill us in on something, and you can always let her know. Phil, here's our phone number today, 866-969-1969, moon landing.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go up here to Phil in Georgia. Go ahead, Phil.
Good morning. Ringo was a favorite. He got the most fan mail out of the four. I want to say it was 3, maybe 4 years ago. He said, okay, that's enough. I just don't have time to answer any more of my fan mail.
See, that's bizarre. And as a matter of fact, I will go so far to say, I don't even think I believe it.
Yeah, that's surprising to me.
He does have the best name out of the four.
Oh, yeah.
I think that if most people who don't know the Beatles, if it was just like, oh, I don't know anything about them, would probably be able to say Ringo.
You know what? That's a really good point, because like in old movies and TV shows, the dad would always say, hey, Ringo, you better have her home by 11.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
He wouldn't say, hey, John Lennon, you better get her ass home by 11. Or if anyone was starting a band or whatever, their dad would mock them by calling them Ringo. Now, the thing is, I was like, why not call him Charlie Watts? Like, there was never... Charlie Watts is a fucking phenomenal drummer, right?
Mm-hmm.
And no one ever sits around and discusses Charlie Watts.
Well, I guess, yeah, it's got to be that he had the goofy name. And then everyone, like, that must have just seemed so weird. Like, well, look at their crazy hair, and somebody's name is Ringo. Like, that's probably what they focused on.
Because it sounds like bingo, and you know what I mean? Like, the whole fact, it just sounds nutty.
Gringo, Palinko.
All right, let's not be racist.
You're right.
Against whites.
All right, we're
Sorry,
all
guys.
gringos here. It's okay for us to say it.
Right, it's our word.
Yeah, it's our word. It's who we are. Plus, by the way, if you ever notice, I say gringa.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? When I'm referring to my friends, like, you're a gringa.
Right, and that makes it a little softer, and that's how we say it.
Actually, I'm only half Gringo.
Is that right?
Yeah, I'm half Puerto Rican also.
Ah.
Really?
So I can say half the
Did you know
word.
that he's Puerto Rican?
I had no
He was
idea.
born in Puerto Rico. He looks like, then he grew up in Minnesota, but speak a little Spanish, a little Espanol.
Hola, Gail.
Now, come on, be real.
Desayuno hoy. See?
Say, that's
I
that.
don't know if I believe it now.
What town you from in Puerto Rico?
My family lives in Moca, a city kind of on the western coast.
The Western Coast.
Yeah.
It's named after a little chocolate coffee, a mocha.
Nice.
Mocha.
Yeah.
Delicious.
Yeah. So I don't know where were we going before the
Ringo.
crazy? Oh yeah, Ringo. Back to Ringo. He is. No one ever said that he's the best drummer in the whole world, but he is easily the most famous drummer in the world.
Oh, yeah, by far. I think if you said to most people, name 3 drummers, they're like, well, I got Ringo and that's it.
Ringo, and Neil Peart.
Yes, Neil Peart.
We should do like a family feud and just ask people, name a drummer.
You're not going to get a lot of names.
Let me say Ringo. And number 2, ding, Jim Keltner.
Wow.
Animal from the Muppets.
Hey, Levon Helm. And,
Oh.
because they don't know the drummer.
Right.
The drummer, the biggest problem with the drumming position is that you're in the back of the band. It's the goalie. It's the goalie of music.
Well, I don't really understand. I'm always so shocked to see like Levon Helm, like a drummer / singer. I don't know how somebody could do that.
Somebody, I brought that up before, and someone said it's actually easier because you're keeping the beat. And I said, that's a lie.
That cannot be true.
Right,
because it's physically exhausting. You always see drummers and they're like drenched in sweat.
Yeah.
They're too involved. Like,
Yeah.
I think what they're doing is too involved.
That's why if I was in a band, I would just have those little brushes on it. Sound like I don't want to do a lot of shit. Just brush it along.
This is all I can manage.
Yeah. Let's see. You have Levon was a singing drummer. Don Henley, singing drummer. Don Henley. But if you see the Eagles on a lot of his songs, he'll just get away from the drums.
Oh, he'll get up.
Yeah.
But Levon always stayed at the drums, right? I mean,
well, not only that, but when you used to go see the Levon Helm Band, he would put the drums up front and to the side. So you would get a side view of his face. Now, when he played with the band, it was a straight ahead goalie position. But when you went to go see Levon and the All-Stars or whatever, it would be up front and to the side.
Kind of in the piano man position.
He was piano man.
Yeah.
That's exactly right. Now, here is another person who used to drum and sing, and a lot of people might have forgotten this, the great Karen Carpenter.
Really?
She was a drummer.
I had no idea. And would do them simultaneously?
Yeah. And then finally, like, the record company said, look, I know that you're comfortable in that position, but we need you to stand out front.
Right. It's a hard sell back there.
We've only just begun. The kids are a little turned off by this.
We're going to have a hard time selling pop records like this.
Well, you know, the other thing about a drummer is it almost looks like they will not be easy to get along with. Like if you were a cop, I think the first person that you would arrest would be the drummer, because the drummer doesn't look like they like authority.
Yeah, they're a little wild. Which is crazy because they have to be the most controlled in a lot of ways. They have to be the most,
it's the most math.
Right.
One time I was walking in Soho and we saw this like British band taking like their photos being snapped for some magazine. So my friends and I, we walk up and we're just like, we started mocking them by going, hey Mick, you bring your leather jacket. All right, Tony, bring your leather jacket. Kyle, you bring your leather jacket, only you put a scarf in your belt loop. That way they know you're the drummer.
That must have been a lot of fun.
It was fun at the time.
All right. A lot of times, though, you got to remember, Joe, even though you get a thought, you don't have to express it. You know what I mean? Stay mysterious. Everybody loves that about you, you know?
Guitars with mystique. That's your role.
Yes, that's the thing, man. Chris, in Wisconsin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not about to sing and drum. Pretty easy. Done it plenty of times. And the sweat thing is, you know, it's like going for a run or whatever. If you're in shape, that's not a problem.
Yeah, but I couldn't sing and run at the same time.
That's what we're talking about, the singing.
That would be very difficult to carry a tune.
Well, think of it a nice trot. That
yeah, I don't think he gets the point of this.
I think the amount of like breath control, like to be out of breath and drumming and then control your voice to hit notes. I don't understand how that could happen.
Also, like when you even see them singing backup and you're like, I don't know if I could just come in for the ooh there. I feel like my voice would be vibrating.
Like if somebody said, sing this song, but do like 100 jumping jacks, I would find that to be impossible.
Yeah, I would agree with you 100%. I don't get it at all, and I think this is something that the government should step into. Way to go, Obama! You haven't solved our drumming singing situation yet. Oh, and by the way, you're Kenyan.
Yes, exactly.
Socialite.
Please prove.
Oh wait, I'm just being told this. It's a socialist, not a socialite.
He's both.
Yeah,
which really turns the Republicans off.
And me as an independent voter. John and Nick.
Morning, Bennington.
Hey, man.
Ron, Phil Collins, wasn't he another drummer singer that moved out front?
He was a drummer, singer, sometimes piano player, but all by himself. He wouldn't play with the band.
Right.
Everyone else in the band leave while I play this song by myself. Yeah, so it's unusual, and yet it happens, the singing drummer.
Now, Phil Collins was supposed to be a pretty exceptional drummer, correct? I mean,
well, everybody that we talked about is considered an exceptional drummer. Matter of fact, I don't know if you can have a decent rock and roll band without there being an exceptional drummer. You have to have a really good drummer.
It's good, but none of the music makes sense at all.
They're great, and I like them. It's just they're never in time.
So it's not enjoyable to listen to, but they're a really good band.
Now, Joe, you are a drummer?
Yes.
So do you feel like you're an expert in the term of drumming? Like you'd be able to understand drumming and what they're useful for beyond the average person?
I would say.
All right, well, give me the best band with the worst drummer. Because I probably wouldn't be able to hear it with my, non-musician ear.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a great question, isn't it?
Yeah.
Got it again. Or if anyone else knows, 866-969-1969. I'm doing a thing called Stump Joey Joe. And
I don't think it can happen. I don't think that you could have a bad drummer.
But there has to be the worst drummer out there in a popular band.
Right. I think you're probably the closest you could get is somebody who has a very simple and very basic skill. Like they're not showboating.
Right.
Yeah.
But I don't think that you could have somebody who actually is shitty at keeping time and then actually still sound good.
If I had to say, I would say Meg White of the White Stripes. Not to say
Hold
she's
your
a bad
tongue.
drummer.
That's easy.
Hold
That's
your
easy.
tongue.
That's easy. Well, give us the most famous band, not with just two people, one guy being the girlfriend. You know what I mean? She was in, let's face it, an abusive situation.
Sure. And she was actually told not to get better. He actually said to her, don't practice. Don't take any lessons. Like, I want you very simple in your very raw state of basic understanding.
A lot of dudes don't want their chick to wear makeup and they want her to be fat because they don't want other guys checking her out. And that's what happened with the White Stripes.
Don't you get better than me?
Yeah. If somebody came up and said, like, Meg, I love your drumming, fucking Jack would be like, Meg, wait in the fucking bus. I want to talk to you. All right? Because how's that fucking make me look like a whoremaster? You know, my joke to everyone.
He wants a girl who will laugh for no one else.
Yeah.
That's his dream girl.
Boomer in Atlanta. Boomer, how are you?
I'm doing good. Good morning, Bennington.
Hey.
Best band, worst drummer, The Who.
Now,
Keith Moon was.
Now, you're saying
all
no
over
to
the
that, but
place.
I've heard it from other people, too.
Keith Moon, they say he never practiced. But
Entwistle was an amazing talent. Townsend was an amazing talent, but Moon was just silly.
I've always heard that the reason why Entwistle didn't move is that he basically had to keep everybody locked in.
Keith Moon, he played double bass, but when he would switch over to do a part with the double bass, he would switch and lead with his left foot, which is just ridiculous. It's like, I'm playing guitar right now, but now I'm going to play bass with my left hand and do a really good job as well.
Right, but could he keep time? Because I even heard a member of the Rolling Stones on this show. He came in with Kenny Jones, who ended up replacing, and then Ronnie Wood said he had to learn how not to stay in time if he wanted to be in the Who.
Unlearn everything.
And then I laughed, and then Ronnie Wood goes like this, I'm serious.
I'm not kidding you.
I know I'm a tiny little man, but I'm serious.
Please take me dead serious.
I mistakenly took him home in my top pocket.
Oh, no.
Such a tiny little man.
Oops.
I'm like, oh, are they looking for him? He had slept in there. Here's, now this is very funny. Because who's running phones for us right now? Dan?
Yes.
Dan thinks there's a band called The Black Cheese.
That can't be right. That cannot be right.
David, how you doing, man?
I'm pretty good.
Yeah.
I don't know his name, but the drummer in the Black Cheese, apparently he's terrible.
There's only two of them, and how could half the band be bad?
But he just is. He's terrible.
I'm gonna ask you that with a drumming ear, Joe. Is he terrible?
Yes.
No, seriously.
No,
You're familiar with the Black Keys, right? Or Black Cheese, as we call them.
It's like kind of the White Stripes. So all these beats are very simple, very, bass drum.
Right.
So it's not terribly hard. He's good at keeping time.
Yeah, I think that that's more what we're talking about. It's similar to the White Stripes, where there's a very basic sound In the black cheese.
The black cheese.
I don't think you better eat that. It's black cheese. Richard, go ahead.
I was going to kind of go in that same vein. Aerosmith is very simple, not bad, but kind of boring drumming.
Would you agree with that as well?
Yeah, I would agree with that too.
Then how come you never had any of these thoughts before our callers?
They're just coming to me now.
You're supposed to be our drumming expert, and you didn't have a single thought until the callers. That's it, Joe. Don't.
If I had to say a band right now, maybe Queen at this point. Roger Taylor.
Really?
Yeah. Even though he's also another drumming singer. He sang and played the drums too.
Really, I'll tell the bad news to all the Queen fans out there that wasn't Freddie Mercury all those years.
Oh, yeah. Well, he had a really bad song called, well, I shouldn't say bad, but it's called I'm in Love with My Car.
Yeah.
Which is terrible lyrics.
Did he write the lyrics?
Yeah, he wrote it's like, I love the fender and the bad of it.
Michael.
Hello.
Yeah, how are you?
Yeah, you're forgetting about the 3-time winner. He sings, he plays the drums, and he stars in his own amateur porn. Looking at Tommy Lee.
Now, you saying Tommy Lee's a bad drummer?
No. Just I missed out on the first one when you were talking about the good ones.
No, we never did that. We never talked about the good ones.
Really?
Yeah, you're just in a completely wrong conversation right now. Tommy Lee would drum upside down, so he has to be good. He defied gravity itself. Brad, Baltimore.
Nobody mentioned Dave Grohl.
I did not know that he was supposed to be a terrible drummer.
He's an incredible drummer.
Yeah.
As a good drummer.
Oh, God. Who's on the...
Dan is.
Man, it was better when he was stuck in the train. Do you realize that the phone screener is supposed to screen?
Yes.
Not just like, hey, whatever's there, we'll throw it up there.
Black cheese, go.
Yeah, just tell him black cheese. Yeah, Ringo was with the Beatles. Uh-huh. Yeah, sweet dog. Everybody loved him. The Who? I can't hear you. The Who? The Who?
You're going to have to be more specific.
Yes. Yes. Look what it is. Here's a man who he collects the pants of drummers and puts them on his wall. And he goes, he likes drummers' pants the best because of the odor. It's our own. It's our own hard rock Johnny. Johnny, on your way to the beach?
Drummer, not yet, but drummer pants do smell.
Oh, I bet.
Badly.
Smell like nuts.
Bad drummer, good band. Lars Ulrich from Metallica is a notoriously bad live.
See, I never know
that
this.
shocks me.
Yeah.
I would assume that he would be a good drummer.
Great. No, you listen to the albums are great, but he is a live. Like you'll be listening, all of a sudden it'll be like way off. It'll be like, where did that beat come from? That's not supposed to be. What's happening there?
But isn't it that the band has to follow the drummer? Like, I don't even know how the drummer can get off of what they're doing.
It seems like they're off.
Yeah. Maybe that's what it is. He's the only good musician.
I don't know how anybody drums and sings, like you said earlier. And then they swing the mic back and forth sometimes. Like, I don't need this mic in front of me. And they swing it away. And so they're drumming, swinging a microphone, and then pulling it back again to sing while they're drumming.
What about Dennis Wilson of the Beach Boys? Never was because he did drum on the albums.
Yeah.
So I would assume that if you're not doing it on the albums, it's Mickey Dolenz time.
Right. That's Lisa. Anytime you have a stand-in, you're like,
yeah,
you look good as the drummer. That looks great.
What if you found out, like, even in radio, well, we use somebody else in the studio for that.
Right. We are sitting here.
Yeah.
But someone else is in the studio.
Somebody else is in here with that just told the funny Soho story where we made fun of some English guys.
Mm-hmm.
It's awesome.
I like that handkerchief part.
Yeah.
That really tied it
about the drummer, that part. Yeah. I like that part.
So, Johnny, you're saying all-time worst for you is
Lars.
Wow, shocking.
That's shocking to me because we've discussed I'm not very learned in metal, but it seems like that is an important position in metal.
In metal?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think as far as metal drumming goes, his beats are more simple and not as intricate between.
Not really. I mean, he's got that double bass that just fires like crazy, but it just misses quite a bit.
But just misses quite a bit. Now, I always think, like, in a bar band, it's always funny when the lead singer won't help the drummer do the loadout. You know?
Yeah.
Hey, man, I got the mic.
I'll carry this mic out.
Come on, dudes. The drums are for all of us.
That's a YP.
Yeah. Like, if you're a drummer, you also have to buy a van. You know what I mean? You just can't sit around acting like, hey, is there going to be drums there?
You're like, and then the singer just be like, actually, I'm just going to save some money, take the train home. You know that I have to get the drums in the car. All right, bye.
Bye.
I feel the same way when I look at someone like who's a concert, like a cellist or someone who plays like the upright bass. They have to walk around with this gigantic instrument. Why wouldn't you just pick up the flute or like a guitar?
Well, you feel it, right? You feel the drum. The drum is the initial instrument in the planet Earth, and they say the drum itself comes from the heartbeat that we're in the womb and we get it. Now, for some reason, I wasn't paying attention to the rhythm at all. It's because David said, I can't clap and sing along, let alone drum and sing. I have always, at every show, when people start clapping, I'm always just keeping my eye out, like, yeah, I'm right there with them. I'm in time like that dude.
It's always amazed me, though, when growing up playing the drums, I would like sing and play the drums, but only if it was like 4/4 beat and a really simple beat.
Yeah.
In the shitty bands I was in.
But all this time we're discussing this, and you haven't told us that you were a singing drummer.
Yeah.
You would think that would have came up early on.
I played. I sang on what is it? Electric Six.
Yeah.
Fire at the Disco.
Yes. Was it you actually on that track?
Yeah, it was me on that track. So
Yeah.
I would sing that. But it's always amazed me when guitarists or bassists could play the drums. Like Paul McCartney could play really intricate bass lines while like singing harmonies. And that always impressed me because I could never do that.
Well, Sting was the sing. Like, who are our singing bassists? You had Sting, Paul McCartney.
Who else? I don't know.
That's
true.
I feel like there's a female
Jack
bassist singer, but I can't think of who I'm trying to be like. Ladies take up the bass a lot.
Ladies love the bass.
From the Pixies.
There you go.
She sang.
Kim Deal sang.
What's the Big Deal is the name of her new album. Me, Kim.
Good.
Me, Kim. At the end of the day, that's what I'm talking about. I really, I'm shocked to hear basically now every drummer is bad, if I'm going to believe our callers.
Each one.
All right, thanks, Johnny.
Later, boys.
Joe in Connecticut.
What's up, guys? I have a simple question. How can we say the worst drummers from any other band other than Def Leppard? Rick Allen had one arm.
But wouldn't that make him the best drummer?
Yeah.
Do you know that...
how do you drum with one arm?
Well, he uses 2 feet.
That's right.
Now, here's the thing. His arm is up in the Hard Rock in Times Square.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, and Johnny came up with this brilliant thing where you can go up, see the arm, you can put a pen in it, and then with a notebook try to get an autograph for it yourself. It's really great. Johnny.
Genius.
Oh, he's brilliant. He gets the best pants over there. The best pants ever.
He's like an innovator of music.
He is.
Pants.
Not only an innovator, but he's an outovator.
Wow. How did he pull that one off?
In an outovator. In an elevator. Loving an elevator. Johnny's here to buy your pants. 866-969-1969. We are Bennington. It's the Bennington Show this morning. We're filling in for OP.
Mm-hmm. Taking a little day. I think Opie and Stanley are probably hanging out. I think that's what's going on.
I don't want to even tell people where Opie is, but he left last night on a private jet with Mr. Bill Gates to try to eradicate disease in Africa.
Wow.
Yeah.
I don't think Stanley's doing that.
Oh, no. He's golfing with his brothers.
Oh, okay.
I didn't remember exactly what it was. I know it was one or the other. He's either eradicating disease or he and his brothers were trying to fit a keg in a golf cart and then drive it around while they're going like this. Yeah!
Sure, it's easy to mix those up.
So you ever been golfing before, but at least one point at any fucking time that you're out, you have to go like this to some of the, oh, you guys are drinking. Cool. You know, since we've all been able to legally drink for over 25 years, I didn't think I'd make a big deal out of it. But, all right. Drinking.
I guess I didn't realize they're doing a lot of drinking on the
a lot of drinking and a lot of that herb.
Really?
Yeah. Pot smokers love to smoke the herb.
Well, yeah, sure. But what about golfers?
Oh, yeah. I didn't yeah, you're right. It isn't just pot smokers anymore. It's also for golfers. You know, it's early in the morning. Dan wrote up black cheese, and nobody laughed at him.
We did.
Oh, we
enjoyed
did?
it.
Okay, I didn't know. I was just trying to get it back there. Steve wants to know, what about Peter Criss from Kiss? What about him?
What about him?
Yeah.
Is he Starr or Kitty Cat?
He's Cat.
He's Cat?
The cat.
Wouldn't that be great in every interview? He's just like, he's just licking his balls.
It's like, man, I've had to really commit to this character for a long time.
If you were in Kiss, what makeup would you ask for?
I would say mousy. Like a little
you would
mouse.
go off on your own. You wouldn't even ask for.
Yeah. Oh, I thought it'd be like a girl version.
No,
like,
I think that you got to be straight Star Child.
oh, yeah. That's the best one.
Yeah.
Wait, what are the others? Star Child?
Monster Guy.
Robot Man?
Demon.
Not
alien
Robot Man.
thing.
What is it?
Ace Frehley was like the alien guy.
Right.
Oh, scary band.
Spooky.
Yeah.
Especially that sexy Starr one.
Takes you guys a long time to get ready for every show, huh?
Yeah, you got to get there pretty early.
They're the only band like afterwards, like, I'll see you in an hour and a half. Gotta take off this makeup. It's bad for my skin, too. You just see those guys during the daytime, just all broken out.
I need a spa day.
Go through a lot of makeup wipes in this band.
We are going to make an announcement about an Unmasked that's coming up. Well, what's the date on it there? Because I don't have any of this in front of me.
The date will be Friday, June 19th.
Friday, June 19th at the not at the Hard Rock, at
Caroline's.
At Caroline's.
At 2 p.m.
will be Jim Gaffigan. Yay!
Ow!
And his lovely wife, Jeannie, they will be together to describe what it's like to do the new Jim Gaffigan show.
This is going to be awesome. It's really exciting, and having them both together, it's going to be great.
This is the perfect day to like take your chick because like they're going to be together. I know they're going to be talking about their 5 kids that live in 2 bedrooms down on the Lower East Side. There's a lot of funny family stories. I don't know why he doesn't move to the suburbs, but they will not do it. One of them has got to say, I can't live in the suburbs. I can't.
Yeah, that's got to be the thing. Is if somebody says they can't leave the city, then I guess you're stuck there for a while. But it's a hard thing to pull off with a lot of kids. It is not.
Yeah, I mean, like with 1 or 2 kids, you can get by.
Yeah.
5, you got to have a backyard, you would think.
I know. It's like, at that point, it's like puppies. You're just like, all right, you guys need room to run around.
All right, could you write all the facts down for me, Joe? Thanks, because I want to plug this a couple times today. But you get to find out first right now today. Go over to the iBang where you got all the news, or you can follow the Bennington Show on Twitter or Gail Ann on Twitter. How many A's in?
3 A's, just 2 N's, triple A, double N.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Mm-hmm. Gail, double A, triple N. Yeah.
No, triple A.
Triple A, double N.
Yeah.
God, I gotta get at Gail Bennington. That's
Yes.
probably the way to go now.
Somebody else has it?
No, actually, someone did have it when I started Twitter, and now they don't. So I scooped it up, but I just feel like, I don't know, maybe I should transfer all my followers. I don't really know how to do that.
I don't know how to do any of it either.
I think you did it, though.
Yeah, but people do stuff for me. I don't really.
I gotta talk to your people.
Yeah. Well, you know what? I like to keep my people as a wall between that and my other people.
Right.
Because it is, someone just brought up Periscope to me the other day, and I'm like, no, I'm not going to Periscope.
Mm-hmm.
Someone's like, oh, did you see Albert Brooks Periscope yesterday? I go, how could I?
He's Periscopes?
Yeah, Albert Brooks is fucking constantly tweeting, constantly Periscoping, doing everything but, I'm like, I already have a radio show. That's the thing that I do,
So
not Periscoping.
We're already spending so much time connecting.
I spend almost 3 hours a day talking to people if you don't include commercials.
Right.
And I don't. That would be great. Like here, if you found out, like Don's like, we're going to have to dock you because you're quiet during the commercials.
Every word.
yeah.
You're paid by word.
Then I'd start getting crazy like a crazy bastard. And I'd never stop. Don's like, you just can't fill in words for no reason. They got to make a little sense. All right, so let me see if this is all it. Jim Gaffigan and Jeannie Gaffigan together Friday, June 19th at 2 p.m. Caroline's Comedy Club. Come in and spend the day in the city, and it's going to be a lot of fun. Make sure you jump on this before he tweets out to his tweeters, because he's got $1.5 billion. He's got more followers than China.
Really?
Yeah. So I wanted to be able to say that on this show first.
Yes, you guys get first dibs. So
First dibs. I like that. What is dibs short for? It seems like it's short for something.
It does, but I don't know.
Debutantes?
Debutantes?
Dibbles.
You get first dibbles, y'all.
Deliberates?
Hi, can we get some dibbles? Yeah.
Now, I was promised first dibbles.
Can I get some peanut sauce with my dibbles? And all my characters live down south. They're slightly different, but they're all southern.
Well, there's a lot of accents down there.
There are.
Very varied.
Well, our artist of the day is Tom Petty today, which, by the way, the following song that we're playing, the next song that we're playing by him, I believe to have the greatest opening line in the history of rock and roll.
Well, I'm excited for it.
Yeah, you should be.
No spoilers, though.
You want me to spoil it right now?
No spoilers.
No, don't do it.
Let me just give you half of it.
No.
I love. You know what? No. You make me want to have one more child.
Oh, yeah.
Because he's my sensitive boy.
Don't do it.
Yeah. This is our son, Chicken Chest.
I like a chicken on my chest.
Well, you're the thing about you is like you do seem like a child in many ways.
Thank
I
you.
bet that helps you get a lot of women.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It does.
It really works
School
for
teachers.
women. Yeah.
Those
They're
drunk
crazy
school
about
I
it.
can't read.
You guys are going to actually start lying about their age. Yeah, I'm just 15.
Right. You have to.
I've never been with a woman.
Because teachers nowadays, these female teachers,
Mm-hmm.
they're just like this. Toby, will you stay after class? You know what I mean? You're just like, what? What are you doing?
That's why they got in the biz.
How are they attracted to teenage boys? I can't even stand to be around them on the train. They just take up too much room.
She's like, I'm getting older and they're staying the same age.
Yeah. I like boys that jizz after 2 strokes.
That's my type. That's just me.
I almost sang that song twice.
The next song?
All right, someone wrote this. Bad drummer, worst singer at Eastside Dave. Can I tell you something? Oozy Poo, you're crazy. Eastside Dave McDonald is a phenomenal drummer.
He's a great
and
singer.
An excellent singer.
Yeah. He's a great singer.
And he's got a band, too, and they always play on the beach.
I want to go to a beach show. Eastside Dave.
Well, all you got to do is show up in the afternoons. He's off now, He does an early morning show like this one.
Nice.
Yeah.
Get it right out of the way.
Yeah, you get your day started. You know, like, hey, it's 10 o'clock. I got the rest of my day to nap too long.
And then wake up really confused about what day it is.
The other night, I went to sleep at 8 o'clock and woke up at midnight, like fucking speeding. And I'm like, this is going to be helpful for the rest of my life.
Did you ever get back to sleep, or you just stayed the course?
Well, let's just say I call my sleep doctor.
Oh, well, who's he?
He's a little pill salesman upstairs. I crunch him up and snort him. You'll be fine.
You'll be all right.
Yeah, and then drink some of this cough syrup with it.
Mm-hmm.
And then put this masking tape over your face before you drift off.
What? Why?
Well, Sarah in Kentucky. Go ahead.
Hey, yeah, I saw Tom Petty a few years back at Bonnaroo, and he opened this.
He opened with what, honey? Now we'll never know.
What happened to Sarah?
She's got one of those Kentucky phones.
Oh, no. I hope she's okay. Oh,
yes.
Sarah.
Hello?
Yes, your battery lasted like a second.
Yeah, he opened his set with American Girl, and then he closed his encore with American Girl. And you would think it would be kind of like hack, but it was just such a great song. It was fucking amazing.
Well, American Girl is sincerely on the short list of greatest American songs ever.
I've never heard of that, though. Opening your set with something.
He did it.
And then
I don't think he did that.
He did.
I mean, somebody with one hit would do that, but Tom Petty literally has like 37 radio hits. He doesn't need it.
Do you think he personalizes American Girl depending on which country he is?
That would be smart. She was Luxembourg girl.
Yeah, that's me. She was an Armenian girl.
Well, it was very cold in Paris. I always liked that thing. And I remember being younger that I would clap and be crazy when they said no one rocks like Philadelphia.
Oh, yeah. You
like,
get the
we did it! We rock hard!
You get the cheap pops for that one.
Yeah.
That's where I live.
Yay! You know, I've been through a lot of interstates, but nothing like I-95.
I took that here.
You know, there's some great rivers out there, but for me, the Delaware River is number one.
Yeah! I'm slamming it.
You know, I've seen a lot of great news teams, but nobody beats Bob, Dick, and Gail.
Channel 7, yeah!
Those guys!
Because they're sports!
Fuck Channel 11.
It's always the funny, and people pop every single time.
By the way, I really wish they would have rethought the order of their lineup there with Bob, Dick, and Gail.
Why?
Just sounds.
We'll be right back with Bob, Dick, and Gail. Oh, I see. Then everybody's going to think.
And then they're like, I'm definitely going to keep watching them.
Ladies and gentlemen, earlier when I said Bob, Dick, and Gail, I hope you understand that his name is Dick. No one is going to be Dick and Gail.
And that's his problem.
Yeah.
Gail's a tease.
All right.
What?
Oh, no, not you.
Yeah.
The one in Philly.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It was
I'm
actually
not
Tampa.
a tease.
That was actually
I
Tampa.
always give it up.
All right, now I'm really uncomfortable.
Now come back.
Bad dad made that girl.
Oh, Johnny's already calling and he wants Joe's pants when he found out.
Really?
Whoa.
Let's see you drum and sing that song that you
All
used
right.
to drum right there.
All
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it starts out then and that. Fire at the disco. Fire at the Taco Bell. Fire at the disco. Don't you want to know how to hit caught in fire? It's my desire. It's my desire. So
It's a pretty good impression.
Thank you.
And that's what you want to do as a band, an impression. No, seriously, I just felt like I showed up on some island and in the South Pacific, and that was the local people. Fire the disco.
Danger, high voltage.
Yeah, that's what it's called. Danger high voltage. We have it queued up, actually.
We were talking about singing drummers, not chanting drummers. Making fun of the Catholics. That's nice.
Benedictines. Monks.
It's a skill he's picked up.
Oh, by the way, there is a brand new band leader for The Late Show. This is up on the iBank today. His name is Jonathan Batiste, and he said, I'm here to make the world forget about the fucking Roots. No, I added that part, but I thought that
that's
would
not
be
a
cool.
direct quote.
It would be really cool if he just threw shit down right now.
Fuck the Roots.
The Roots would be over there in 5 minutes, Philly style. They'd just fucking standing out front.
I would not fuck with the Roots.
No, nobody should. Are you familiar with him, Joe?
I know he's a jazz guy, and he's...
I saw him. Actually, the first time I saw him was on Colbert, the original OG Colbert.
Oh, Colbert, by the way, is going to start calling himself Colbert.
Really?
Yeah, because I'm done with the Colbert stuff. That's stupid.
Because that's actually what he went by as a kid, right?
Yeah,
I mean, I know that's what his sis.
That's his name, Colbert.
But it's not French at all. That was just like a made-up thing.
I don't know, but I've met a lot of Colberts in my life, and I never met one Colbert.
It's going to be confusing.
I don't think any of it is. All right, but there is. So he played with the band Stay Human,
mm-hmm.
And then he's played with everybody's Red Hot Chili Peppers.
He did something with Prince, I think, before.
Yeah, Dr. John. All right, I get it. It's a whole New Orleans thing.
Mm-hmm. It's a whole groovy thing, and his personality. He seems like a very up guy. He seems like somebody good to have,
good
like a good laugher, maybe.
Well, there's no way
a happy guy
possibly beat the Roots, though, right? The Roots are set.
Yeah, the Roots, and they have a good sense of humor.
Yes, the Roots are funny.
Yeah,
they like sports. They're like rock stars and regular guys.
But I think he'll probably, if he's smart, kind of set him aside in a different way. Like not trying to top the Roots. You know what I mean? Like kind of have him have a different role on his show.
The Roots also play with every hip hop act.
Everyone.
Too. Every single one.
Like they are beloved in rock and hip hop.
And also, if you've seen, Questlove is everywhere. He's literally everywhere. Every time that there's a party or an event, Questlove is in the background.
I remember we were at a party here that they threw here, and he was DJing and never bringing up the fact that he was Questlove.
Really? He was just...
So it was after Bruce Springsteen show, right? We all go to this restaurant, and he's just DJing, and is he at least going to make a big deal about being Questlove? And he's like, no, he's just playing these really short songs for white people. So basically, you could see that he looked up and saw, there's a lot of white people here. I'm going to, keep them comfortable.
Curate this music.
But I noticed he'd bring all of his, he was playing a lot of pop songs, but kept it at 122. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah, kept it really tight.
Get out of there before people start getting itchy.
It sounded like a K-Tel commercial. We were just going from the hook of one big hit to the other. I'm like, this is great. I don't have to listen to anything for more than a minute 22.
That's where you cut it off. That's the max. Although, have you ever, some DJs go way too fast, I think. You get 30-second, clips of songs. It really bothers me. You gotta let it breathe a little bit. I'm just now figuring out what it is and singing along, and you've already, switched the song.
No, I like when you're just out of it fast.
I hate when DJs talk over the music, my favorite part's coming up. Yeah, this is the one little time at the new bar. Oh, man, I just missed my favorite line.
Do your impression again, though.
This is DJ at the new bar. Love the girls half off. Drinks. Oh, man, I really like that lyric, DJ.
The guy's name is DJ?
Deej.
DJ the DJ.
Is anyone named DJ Tanner? Because I would definitely take that if I was a DJ.
Yeah,
I'd
be all over it. And she's stopping with 3 A's, 2 N's, scale N. I don't know how there's always been DJs since the beginning of music, but only now do people actually go see the DJ.
Yeah, I always think that's bizarre, like people who follow a DJ. I mean, I get it. It makes sense that it's somebody who has the same taste in music, but they're like, yeah, I'm going to see this DJ. And I'm like, I don't get it.
Well, there's this guy who's come here. His name's Steve, I think, Oeki.
Yeah.
And he's notorious for just hitting a button on stage. He's not really a DJ more than it's just pre-composed beats. He'll hit a button on stage and then just hit people with pies in the crowd and then just party for his show pretty much.
So it's pretty much like people are coming for his party.
Yeah. Because he's just doing the twist the whole night. Yeah. You don't even touch anything.
So fun.
You don't scratch? Really? It's just you hit a button and then you throw pies at us?
Do you think in the 1820s when there were some DJs just playing on pianos that they still do the minute 22?
What they do, they used to come out with a player piano and just sit next to them. Then you'd be pointing at the piano. Fuck yeah!
All hits.
That's what I do. I call myself DJ Laptop. I just hit the laptop.
Yep.
Laptop gonna play it for us.
That's all DJs are anymore. It's just like they just open up the laptop. Here's my whole set.
This is everything. I planned it last night.
That is your iTunes playlist.
So I hope you're going to like it.
I, too, am a DJ.
DJ iTunes. Oh, and then we flash these lights, too. That's kind of cool. We spent an extra little bit of money. We got lasers.
I play the lights.
I play the lasers. Do you want to start something?
Great.
All right, perfect. Next on Mass, I had to hop on this fast too. It is the one and only Jim Gaffigan and his wife Jeannie, and they're going to be talking about their brand new TV show that they did. So go over to the iBang and check this out.
I'm super excited for it.
I'm very, very excited.
I actually saw him filming it. I was doing a show at Gotham once, and he was there filming downstairs, eating. I feel like that's something he does. He just lives into it at this point.
He should write some material about eating, though, because he does it, you know?
Only if he keeps it clean, though.
Squeaky clean. I'm super excited. So you guys, they can get tickets by requesting them at Bennington Show, correct? You can go to Twitter or...
Twitter for Bennington Show, or you can go directly to the iBang. But you say request tickets, they are free.
Right.
That's how much I charge you. I charge you free.
Yep.
All right.
$0.
Zero.
You just have to say, I want a ticket.
Mm-hmm. And the opening act actually is Laser and Lights, the Gail and Joe show.
Because you are laser and I am lights.
Thinking about going strobe for this? What do you think?
Wow. That's
no,
old
let's
school.
not break something that isn't broken, okay?
Let's not break something that isn't broken. Friday, June 19th, 2 p.m., totally free. Caroline's Comedy Club. There will be drinks and I think some apps.
Treats?
Yeah, I think they normally have treats and apps there.
Mm-hmm.
Treaty apps.
What kind of treats do you have?
Can I treat you to a treat?
Yes, please. Treat me.
It'll be my treat. This isn't a treat. It's a healthy snack.
Can I use my app on my phone to order apps?
Wouldn't that be great? I'm going to get that app. They can't request that Bennington Show, no, but they go to the thing. They are able to get the tweet off of Bennington Show. That's
okay.
all. Click it. That's all. No bigs. No big deals. Friday, June 19th, 2 p.m., Caroline's Comedy Club. This is probably, when this TV show takes off, this will be our last time to see Jim Gaffigan as a human being. Now will be bigger than life.
I know, he's going to be huge.
Like I did Amy Schumer right before her show took off, right? And if I said now, hey, can I do an unmasked with Amy Schumer? I'm sure her publicist would say, oh my God, no. Oh my God, no.
Good Lord, no.
Oh, no. Never.
No.
She's much too important now.
That's why you guys got to show up. You got to come hang out.
You got to get there because this is, Yeah, this is kind of the kiss of a success.
And Unmasked.
She only has 10 minutes with the EW, then she has to leave.
Is that your line, A-Rock? You want to keep it quiet?
Yeah, you want to keep it quiet.
You guys hear that a lot in the morning, do you? Yeah. No, but if you leave the curtain open, you'll see them walking by. And tell Jimmy nothing will be signed. But the person will, no, there'll be no pictures at all, but they will show you a headshot of themselves, not with you.
Right. Which you can't keep.
No.
They're just going to show it to you.
She won't make eye contact, but she will look between your eyes.
I did this the other day to Joe. I'm like, hey, I gave him a call up in his office. I'm like, come down here. I want you to meet my dad. And it was like Pete Townsend sitting there. I go over and say hello to my father. He's like, yeah, okay, I will. And then he's like, but that is Pete Townsend, right?
I was like, your dad looks a lot like Pete Townsend.
Because you're a classic rock guy, right?
I do love classic rock.
You hate current rock?
No, I like current rock as well.
But you love classic rock.
I love middle rock, current rock, classic rock.
What's the greatest rock decade? Pick it now.
70s.
70s. That's what I was going to say.
Either that. I mean, 60s could rival it, but 70s.
What about 90s?
90s were good, but they weren't. I mean, the 60s, you had so much experimentation and so much development of this thing that was completely different from 10 years before.
Yeah.
I think
No
the
one ever
90s
picks
also,
50s.
I think 90s also lost its path. You know, it's like had a strong start, kind of okay, middle, and then really.
Well, yeah, when you say
off.
60s or 70s, what you're really saying is like 66 to 74.
Right.
If that could be the thing, then
Right.
everybody would pick it.
We need to make up our own rock decade.
Oh! Whoa! Shit! I just had the greatest idea. Rock decade.
Whoa! Except for that was kind of my idea.
Ours. We each did it.
Exactly half, 60-40.
I don't conform to your regular years.
Ladies and gentlemen, we only go by rock decades up here. I'm Neil Diamond.
Now Neil's taking my idea.
My decade would be called Love on the Rocks. There ain't no big surprise. Hey, everybody, it's a hot August night, isn't it? The middle of the Neil Diamond decade.
They're coming to Luxembourg.
I had Neil Diamond come in and do the show one day, and at the end he's going like this. Thank you very much, my friend. That was amazing. And then I'm like, you really are Neil Diamond.
Oh, yeah. You actually talk like Neil Diamond.
Yeah.
Weird.
And then I wrote a little song called Sweet Caroline. I don't know if any of you guys have been to a Boston Red Sox game.
Oh, yes.
I remember listening to that band back when I was a Neil Cole.
Well, this was the weird thing about Neil Diamond. After that bombing, the marathon bombing, right? Neil Diamond felt bad about it, so he just drove up to Boston, showed up at a Red Sox game, and said, I'd like to walk out at seventh inning. And they didn't have it all lined up and everything. He was trying to sing along with the song. It was like really crazy.
Weird.
Yeah. But who would think, like, he doesn't call ahead. You know, he's just like, I better take a ride up there.
Hey, I'm here for the gig.
Yeah. I'm here.
What? For
Seventh
what?
inning when you play my song. I'm here to support everybody. I mean, when you think it's just how sweet that is.
It's really sweet. But you know, people were scrambling like, this is a good thing. But
Yeah, there's somebody going like this. Chuck, there's a Neil Diamond down here, and he wants to walk out on the field. Let's keep this one going with Cracklin' Rosie.
And we don't really do more than just
Cracklin' Rosie, get on board.
We have a game to play.
We're gonna beat the Orioles somehow. Wait, easy.
It's 10:30 now.
He's on his sixth song now. We're gonna have to pay these people overtime.
Seems like I lost them during Cracklin' Rosie. Maybe I'll get them back with Sweet Caroline for the second time. Petty broke the seal on this by opening and closing with the same song.
Does Hard Rock Johnny want his Forever in Blue Jeans?
Listen, he just does things on his own without being asked. And he just shows up with a hammer and nails and his pants over at the Hard Rock. Here you go, Johnny. Just nailing some pants up on the wall for you.
This is my apartment.
Right.
Hey, we normally frame these.
I thought I'd come up here and make you feel a little better about that bombing the other day. I'm Neil Diamond.
You guys remember?
This song's a shiny diamond itself. There has never been a time in the last 50 years that Neil Diamond couldn't draw a giant crowd. You know, there's certain people that could do that. There's never been like any downtime for Neil Diamond. You know, Barbara Streisand is another person like that. She's always been big.
Always huge. And I think that if somebody said, it's not something I would seek out, but if somebody said, hey, I got these Neil Diamond tickets, I'd be like, there's no reason to say no to that.
I was talking with Anthony, and he went to see the Neil Diamond show. Thought like, hey, this will be funny. You know, we'll go see Neil Diamond. Said he just loved it. Pillow to post, the whole thing.
I am unironically loving this right now.
Pick up the babies and grab the old ladies. Everyone's just loving it. It is fine. The sun shines most of the time. There's just certain people. They're just whatever. It's just their world. You know?
Showman. He's a showman.
He's a showman.
Yeah.
He's a showman. No one knows where he's going to go with it or whatever, you know. Sometimes he just shows up at Madison Square Garden. I guess the concert's tonight. I got a little tingling back in my throat.
So I know.
That's where I go with it.
How does he know this? He's a showman for rock and roll.
We're going to take a break here. When we get back, I believe the greatest opening lyric to any song in the history of the world. Gaffigan tickets, head on over to the ibang.com. Free. Come see me, Jim Gaffigan, Jeannie Gaffigan, Friday, June 19th, 2 o'clock. Caroline's Comedy Club. We'll be right back. This is Bennington. Florida's own. The great Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers. I said before, I believe that to be the greatest opening line to ever any song. Honey, don't walk out. Too drunk to follow.
Too drunk to follow.
Perfect line.
So sad and sweet.
And something that everybody has said at some point. Like, let's fight tomorrow when I'm not so drunk.
Or if you're a girl, don't let me leave. I'm too drunk to go out there and make a scene.
All right, that could be like an answer song that people like to do. Tom Petty is seriously one of America's greatest songwriters, rock stars. Never gets thrown into the Southern rock thing, which is weird. Like, I don't know why.
I guess, does his sound not sound Southern enough for it?
It sounds enough to me.
Yeah.
Listen to that song. I mean, who else calls Yankees bluebellies?
Right.
You know? We're out ahead of it all.
But you're right. He doesn't get pulled into that country sound or that Southern rock sound.
He doesn't. Nashville doesn't recognize him. Austin doesn't recognize him. And yet everybody admits he's, you know, one of the greatest of all times, but he doesn't get stuck in any box, which I think is a mistake. I remember seeing him in the 80s, and the opening act was the Replacements.
Cool.
Awesome.
And so I'm like saying to my friends, you got to show up to see the Replacements. And they're like, who? And I'm like, the Replacements. We're going early. We're going to see the Replacements. And then we show up, and like literally in this, you know, big arena, not many people came. And the Replacements were so drunk and sloppy and shitty that it was just like, they're like, you fucking like these assholes? I'm like, yeah, I do. Can't defend it right now, but they really are great. But they were really just so, you know, just blew the shot like always, you know.
You don't know them like I know them.
Yeah, I mean, I really was. Rather than thinking like it was funny and cool and punk rock, I was a little annoyed, you know, because I had said to people, we're going early. Don't sit out in the parking lot. Let's come on in. It's the Replacements. Who is it? Someone we're not playing on the radio. And then Petty came out and was just amazing. I remember Sarah that called earlier who told us about when Petty opened and closed with American Girl.
I do remember Sarah from Kentucky.
She wrote and said, after that call, I started doubting my own memory. And you were right. He did not open and close. I guess she went to setlist.com and saw that he goes, maybe it was a mix of exhaustion from the day, complete jubilation from singing and dancing through a set, and hearing him say, we're going back to where he started before playing American Girl. So she kind of had it in his head that he did both. Opened and closed with it.
I think it's amazing that you called it, even though you don't know Sarah personally.
What?
You're like, Sarah, I don't think that this happened.
It doesn't seem like something someone with a lot of hits would do.
I guess I believed her, but I was shocked. I was like, this is pretty unorthodox. I've never heard of a band playing the same hit song twice.
Right. Yeah, unless they only have one hit and have nothing else to do.
I saw I saw the Scissor Sisters, and they're so great. And I can't remember the name of the song, but it's I Feel Like Dancing, I think is the song. So something happened with the sound, and they were like a good 30 seconds into the song, the sound fucked up, and they got it back, and they were like, oh shit, all right, well whatever, we're just gonna start the song over. And everyone's like, yeah, because that's like such a great song. So they start up again, I feel like dancing, dancing. And then the sound fucks up again. We basically got to hear the song 4 times because they would get about like halfway through the song. They're like, one more time. So everyone was really psyched because it's like one of their best songs.
But where did you see this? At the shittiest fucking place ever? They can't keep their sound together?
Yes, it was. It was Siren Festival. So it was like a festival type setting. So it wasn't like a nice setup. You know, it was kind of thrown together.
That's the thing about the festivals. You're always like in a good mood.
Right.
And then you're like, it's hot.
It's really
the sound
hot.
blows.
It was extremely hot that day.
So thirsty.
But the great thing about Siren Festival, and I think that they don't even do it anymore. I could be wrong. But the great thing about it was you could get on the Cyclone and not miss a band because the stage setup was right next to the Cyclone.
I like that.
Right.
So you're like still rocking on the roller coaster.
Yeah. It's just so funny. Could you yell out a request when you're going by? Hey!
I feel like dancing.
I don't feel like dancing. Play that one next.
I would just yell at the band, look, no hands, and I'd have my hands up like, fuck yeah! Cyclone!
Party.
Now, Scissor Sisters, amazingly gigantic in Britain. Not so here.
Not huge here, but they're fucking amazing and so fun and really cool.
Well, their first hit song was a hit song here in the States, and then people went, but they seem a little gay, and that doesn't always get over in the States, more than one song.
I saw them on, I don't even know how or why I was awake to witness this Regis and Kelly episode where Scissor Sisters were on, and I was just like, this is bizarre to see the Scissor Sisters on Regis and Kelly. And Regis says, now that's a funny name. How did you get the name Scissor Sisters? And he just goes, well, it's kind of, and then scissors his fingers and goes, it's kind of a secret handshake. And Regis is like, okay.
You know, Regis, when you push 2 vaginas together like that, the friction.
Sweet. Oh, sweet Regis.
Tell him, Kelly.
The friction of vagina on vagina.
Tell him, Kelly. Kelly, you know.
You've been to college.
College. You've been to college and been on a keg party where everyone dared you guys to do it and then we're throwing beers on you.
Sure.
Oh, yeah, you mean college.
Yeah.
Yeah, I took Scissoring 101. Who didn't?
This is a gigantic weekend. The NBA championship, the Stanley Cup, the Champions Leagues in, of course, in Europe. That ends. Barcelona's going for the treble, as they call it.
Yeah.
It's too much.
Too much.
Stanley Cup. And of course, there's the Triple Crown in racing, which we're all going to be disappointed by because that's what we do with the Triple Crown.
I know, but I'm really hoping for it.
I'm hoping for it too. I'm rooting for it.
And that American Pharaoh is a beast, a literal beast, actually.
But we do this every year. Every year that horse looks great, and then you get your heart broken. But I'm going to fuck it. Charlie Brown's going to kick the football this year. I really believe it.
Now, there hasn't been many Triple Crowns in history, right?
Well, there hasn't been one like 38 years or something.
Yeah.
But there always seems to be the almost. Like, we always get two.
Well,
two of three.
This last race is way longer than the other two.
Right.
And then they also bring in horses who specialize in the long distance. So it's fucking cheating.
Why did they do this? Why is this the rule? No other sport. They've got to
I don't even know
rethink
if
it.
horse racing is a sport, if I'm going to be totally honest. I guess it's a sport for horses, but not for fucking humans.
What about those little jockeys, though? They look like they can't even have a sandwich. Like, they're just like...
And yet they're hard as a rock.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, you could easily break a stick over a jockey, and they wouldn't turn around. You go up and just hit them in the back, across the legs, with like this long stick. It'll snap, and the jockey's still just sitting there drinking. We represent.
So teeny.
I think out of all of them, I'd rather win the Triple Crown than any other thing in sports today.
As the jockey or the horse? No,
I'd rather be the owner.
The owner.
Everyone relates to the owner.
Exactly.
You know, it's the only sport where you don't think of yourself as a participant. You're like, I'd love to own that fucking horse.
And then, of course, you know, American Pharaoh's owner looks like Ric Flair. So I'm
Woo! Ric Flair chat.
Yeah. Well, they said the only problem would be if that horse has to stop and face Mecca during the race.
That'll be a problem.
I don't know. When do they do that? On the threes? Anytime they hit the threes, they gotta face Mecca.
It's like weather.
I think
it's on
fives.
the ones.
Honey, don't walk out. I'm too drunk to follow.
That horse has done more in his 3 years on this earth than I have in my 25.
Well, at least in terms of running.
Right.
That's true.
Sure.
It's done a lot more running than you have.
Yeah, it is.
But you've got like a lot more shopping and chores done than he has.
It's true.
So.
I have taken more baths, probably.
I don't think a horse ever takes a bath. They just get their asses hosed out.
Right. I don't think you really want to put horse up to his neck.
I was looking to see who on Fox News is going to be rocking later on. We can look down out the window.
I know.
It's always a Friday Rock Fest.
The summer festival. It's very exciting.
Yeah, it is.
They have a nice barbecue set up out there every week.
Pro pass skier.
Remember Dana that used to intern? She just tweeted us, please do an unmask with Amy Schumer. I'm her biggest fan.
Unique.
All right, Dana. Why don't you Instagram a picture of the sandwich again?
What was that?
Oh, snap!
Oh, yeah. Yeah, she does for the eating this.
Now I'm eating this.
Yeah. It's a shrimp po' boy. Eat it, suckers.
Jealous.
Hashtag blessed.
Hashtag praying emoji, heaven emoji.
There's the big show up there. Shockingly, it's a guy in a country get up.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know who exactly.
Now, Stardust was up there, but I don't know if that's the name of the
I hope
song
so.
or the band. All American Summer Concert Series.
I'm doing a song called Loving the Troops, and then my next song is Supporting the Troops.
I like that little animation with Elizabeth Hasselbeck, My America, and she just says, like, back it up, America, right where I want you.
So I can mount you from behind. That's how much I love you. I want a scissor sister with America.
Scissor Sisters America Tour.
Wait, take it from the top. What was it?
The Scissoring Sisters America Tour 2015.
What is it about that seat that thickens the tongue?
It's the pressure. It's the pressure.
Now, this
It's a hot
is
seat.
this is a story up on the iBank today. The person who wrote the baby back rib jingle has never eaten the baby back ribs.
How did he sing about it so passionately, though?
I don't know. But when that came to him, I want my baby back, it must have been the most exciting day ever.
And he must have not known the way this was going to really take off.
No one could know that it could become America's favorite song.
Like, do Jingle people get excited? They're like, it's a hit.
Oh, yeah.
Like, everyone's singing it.
Well, you know who wrote a lot of jingles? Barry Manilow. And there is a live album where he just does his You know, he does a medley of his jingles.
Really?
And the fucking place is going crazy.
Now, does he have any famous jingles? Do you remember?
Oh, yeah, they're gigantic.
Really?
See if you can find it on the intranet. And it's Jingles, Barry Manilow live, something along those lines. But yeah, he did a lot of the big 70s jingles, which was, you know, how long is this before we play it?
It's 4.5 minutes.
Okay, 4.5 minutes. Normally more than you want to hear
Right.
jingles for.
A little bit more.
But let's give it.
We're used to 20 seconds.
Yeah, let's give it. And then I'm also going to say this. What is, you know, everybody think about this, the greatest commercial jingle of all time? But this is Barry Manilow, who he's not just covering these. He wrote these before he became Barry Manilow, America's favorite son. Is that amazing?
That's crazy. I had no idea.
Yeah. And that's him not just covering them. Those are songs that he wrote.
That's
worked on.
incredible. And like so many that are still used, like State Farm still uses
Right.
the same jingle.
Stuck on band.
Yeah.
What was the Band-Aid
Stuck
brand?
on Band-Aids. Band-Aid stuck on me. First of all, that's such a great fucking line. It's unbelievable. But isn't it funny just how the crowd pops for that? As if, I love commercials.
Fucking love
Sell me
Band-Aids.
shit. Sell it to me.
I mean, the last one, the McDonald's one, huge
that's-
pop.
yeah. Well, you know.
You deserve a break today.
It's true, though. I do.
They're only selling Coke products out there. I want Dr. Pepper.
Here's Bill in Philly.
Hey, Ronnie B, how you doing?
Good.
Hey, if Demolition Man predicts the future correctly, all they're going to listen to is jingles in the future. So,
Well, you know, I mean, you get now pop songs sell themselves
Yeah.
the commercials before. I mean, there's no real difference in how you do this.
There's a huge change in that where
Yeah.
it used to be so you would never want to be the band who sold your song to a commercial. It looked terrible. And now that's how people find out about bands.
Yeah.
Now. Like young bands break by getting a fucking, I don't know, iPhone commercial or
Yeah, there's
something.
no such thing as the term sellout.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? To you guys, you buy in. You don't sell out at all. What's the greatest commercial jingle of all time, Bill?
all right, I'd like to submit from my childhood. I don't want to grow up because maybe if I did, I wouldn't be a Toys R Us kid.
I don't want to grow up.
I'm a Toys R Us kid.
That's actually pretty good.
It's a really good one.
And staying in the kind of jingly
Right.
type of thing. Bum, 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 bum. So many jingles are right in that pocket there.
Like annoying to the point that
Yeah.
you're still singing. That's like the whole idea of it.
Yeah.
Is it's annoying, simple, catchy tune.
Here's Rich in the OC. Rich, what's up, buddy?
Yes, yeah. It's the Budweiser one with Clydesdales that comes on every year about October and goes till January.
I remember like the
number one every year. It's been like 25 years. I knew the guy that wrote it, man. He pays his mortgage and everything. with it.
Sing the song.
It's the Clydesdales. That was, Here Comes the King. It's the number one Budweiser.
This boom, 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 boom.
A guy product.
It's a real man's product for all you guys.
It's like really funny to me that there's like girl jingles and boy jingles.
Oh, sure.
Like especially for kids' toys. Like everything was just like crossfire for boys. Like, and you're a boy and you'll buy this toy. And then girls are like, surprise, surprise, puppy surprise.
Oh, that's
this
so
is pink and it's for you.
Sock 'em boppers.
Yeah. Break it, shit on it, fuck it up.
More fun than a pillow fight.
Creepy crawlers. You're a boy and it's scary.
That is so funny. I never even thought about that.
Right.
And they'll do the girl one, how it goes.
Surprise, surprise, it's a girl time for you. Hey, it's a puppy surprise with all your best friends and everyone's there.
That's the funniest shit ever. I never let myself consider the break the break off. Right there as children,
Right.
you're just totally on different sides of the track.
It comes in all the colors like pink and purple and lighter pink.
It's 3 colors.
My favorite colors are pink, lighter pink, and then darker pink. Oh, that's so goddamn funny. Here's Chris in Texas. Well, let me try you again. Chris in Texas. Go ahead, pal.
Hey, Ronnie. The Dr. Pepper theme. I'm a pepper, he's a pepper, she's a pepper.
Didn't that one actually go on like top 40 radio? And I drink Dr. Pepper because I'm high.
Yeah, I think that one had it, but it didn't stay. Like, it was a moment in time and it was really big. I feel like if you're going best jingles, it's got to be one that has lasted a long time. And for me, I think you got to go Folgers. They never gave up. The best part of waking up is Folgers in your cup.
All right, now, by the way, that's a soccer mom song.
Right.
The best part of waking up is your kids are going to school.
Yeah.
I'll sit with my Folgers. By the way, have you ever drank a Folgers in your life?
I
never have.
I have bought Folgers before. Yeah.
Because of that song? I think I want some Folgers. Remember didn't Folgers actually used to do like this long, almost like a commercial that went on like a daytime soap opera? Like something would be happening one after. E-Rock, do you remember that at all?
Yeah, it was always like the son coming home from the military or college. And, and he would come in and make a pot of coffee, and that would wake up the parents, and they'd come downstairs, and oh my God, he's home.
I remember that specific
I remember
commercial,
that.
and it's very incesty, if you remember back. It's really, really creepy if you watch it, but he wakes up, and then the little sister comes down, and they're a little too handsy with each other.
Oh, I want to see this
They're
now.
very just right.
That's trouble.
Folgers incest.
All right, we're gonna look for that. And by the way, I don't know because Joe's on it. You got it, Joe?
I do.
But before we play it, I want to remind people, E-Rock's big show is tonight. E-Rock, what time is everybody going to be checking you out?
7 p.m. on the East, 4 p.m. on the West.
And who are your guests?
I have Brian Johnson from Comic Book Man. He's coming back on. And Pat LaFrida.
One of my favorite people on the planet. Love Pat LaFrida. And everybody knows that name in this area. And, well, he's a genius. He's a genius with
King of
meat.
meats.
Yeah. All right, so you found this incesty commercial?
I believe so.
All right, let me take a look at it.
I must have the wrong house.
Sister? Oh, I missed you so much. They waited up all night for you, you know.
It's a long way from West Africa. Oh, coffee.
He's here.
Because she smells
Fried
Folgers.
something from far away.
Really? Oh.
More Folgers. Oh, God.
What are you doing?
You're my present this year.
Oh, my God. Oh, Jesus. I had no recollection of that commercial,
Cringy.
and that's the creepiest thing I've ever seen.
It's mostly in their gaze at each other. It just doesn't seem
Yeah,
right.
they just oh, God, I miss you so much, my older brother. I'm so proud to be one of these Dudgers or whatever our names are. What are they called?
The Duggars?
The Duggars, yeah.
Something like that.
It's coffee for the Duggar family. What happens here is our own business.
19 molestations charges and counting.
Saying to her older brother, I've been cold since you've been gone. You mind if I sleep in here?
So cold.
Yeah.
I like that she's like, she puts the bow on his shirt.
Yeah,
He's just like, what do you mean by that? Like, do you mean that seriously, like I'm your present, or how do you mean exactly?
This is Lisa in the Cult Band. What's up, Lisa?
The Oscar Mayer song.
The Oscar
I wish
Mayer song.
I was an Oscar
Oscar Mayer
Mayer
wiener. That's gigantic.
Yeah, huge. I actually knew a girl who, when I was little, she won the Oscar Mayer Wiener contest, and she was the Oscar Mayer Wiener girl, and she got to go around town touring cities in the Oscar Mayer Wienermobile.
That's huge. That's big.
It was very exciting for her, but I was like, no thanks. That looks like a giant penis, and I would want nothing to do with that. So
you know you're getting into a large dick and traveling around and telling people you ride a large dick, right? Yeah, but that will always be one of the all-time big ones. Elizabeth.
Hey, Ronnie B, I think it's got to be, I'd like to teach the world to sing in perfect harmony.
All right,
Written by Don Draper.
I know that that's back again because of Mad Men, but I'm going to admit something. I've never liked that commercial nor song.
Oh, Ronnie B, I used to torture my family by trying to get them to sing it in rounds in the car.
I just, no. Why?
You were that kid.
They hate it, yes.
We like Pepsi, Mom.
You really brought up Pepsi a couple times today.
You're obsessed.
Are you a big Pepsi fan?
I like Pepsi. I like Mountain Dew more.
Mountain Dew.
Do the do.
Oh.
I'd rather not.
Oh.
Suckle the do.
I like that new Kentucky Fried Chicken song.
Yeah.
Where he's just walking around.
I walked 100 yards.
Not even tired.
Don't need nothing, everything I need.
You got that song? The one that he's just walking. No, yeah, that one. Go ahead and play it a little bit. That key is the key of craziness.
I need nothing, I have everything I need. I walk along the dusty road, a bucket in my hand. The sun is round and yellow, it shines upon my feet. I've walked 100 yards and I'm not the least bit tired. I need nothing, I have everything I need. I walk along the dusty road, a bucket in my hand.
I kill women, I chop them up real fast.
I've walked another 100 yards and I'm not the least bit tired. I need nothing, I have everything I need. Howdy folks, it's me, Colonel Sanders. I walk along the dusty road, a bucket in my hand. I'm back, America.
This here bucket is filled with human body parts.
What?
I went and killed them, deep fried them in my basement.
What?
That's the song when they're cleaning the tools while the person's sitting in the cage.
Right, yeah. I kill children, I eat their little bodies. Now here's Andy, who remembers something from the 80s. Andy in Boston, what do you got?
Yeah, buddy. They they had the sequel to it too, but it started with my buddy, my buddy.
Oh yeah,
my buddy.
Everybody goes, my buddy goes, my buddy, and then they had Kid Sister.
Kid sister, kid sister.
My buddy, that commercial, they should have said at the end, it's okay to be gay, because it was the first step in acceptance.
Although I knew that there was a kid sister, and I requested a my buddy.
Oh, you went the other way, huh?
Gender neutral.
Yeah.
I don't conform to your gender roles.
Here's James in Chicago.
Yeah, when I was a kid with your stomach ache, the Alka-Seltzer commercial, the pop, fizz, fizz.
That's got to be one of the biggest of all time.
Yeah, love it.
Is that the same one as Get Yourself Some Alka-Seltzer and You Feel Better? Those are two different
Yeah,
ones?
I think they're two different ones.
Man, some great ones.
Yeah, wanted the Alka-Seltzer till I tasted it, and then I didn't want it anymore.
Well, I think you made a big mistake. I think Alka-Seltzer is good for everybody.
All right, thanks, Ronnie.
Peace.
You worked too hard, you ate too much. The
That's gotta be the
cheesecake made you
50s, huh?
greedy.
Yeah.
But your aching head and stomach hear this message from old Speedy. Alka-Seltzer, plop, plop, fizz, fizz. Oh, what a relief it is.
That sounds like
Plop,
Michelle
fizz,
singing
fizz.
it.
Oh, what a relief it is. Those Speedy bubbles relieve your upset stomach and headache fast. For acid indigestion alone, Alka-Seltzer Gold. Oh, what a relief it is. What a relief.
Okay, that's adorable.
Oh,
It is adorable, but I remember in elementary school, people would be singing it when they were in the shed or in the boys' room. Yeah, I know. I didn't say it was a good story.
Plop, plop.
Do your boys' 90s commercial.
Crossfire, you're a boy and you need a toy. Ask your mom for this really cool toy.
And then the girls.
Surprise, surprise, it's a girl surprise. Puppies and rainbows and kittens too.
So funny.
I think an example of what she's talking about was in the late 80s, they had Power Wheels for the boys. It was like a Bigfoot-looking truck. And then they came out with the pink convertible car for the girl. So it was in the same
that's fun for
commercial.
them.
It went from the boy right to the girl.
That's fun.
This
There's
I
something for you, too.
understand.
That's fun for you, too.
Mhm.
It's like it's like a little piece of jewelry
Right, sure.
for girls who think about getting married.
I like it because it's pretty.
What's funny to me is like I never even once picked up on it. I was just like, it's just a commercial. I don't think that we're being brainwashed. And then the second you hear it, you're like, okay, got it.
And you can brush her hair too.
You boys can go to war, kill ISIS. ISIS fighters, yeah!
New G.I. Joe ISIS fighters.
You'll be able to kill them before they kill your family. ISIS fighters. Lots of ISIS, you better blow them up.
ISIS, ISIS.
The big unmasked we're all looking forward to.
So excited.
Is this one you're going to come to for a change?
I always come to them.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yes.
Joe,
I'll
are
be
you
there.
going to come for a change?
I will be there.
Yeah, but you didn't the whole time you were Catholic Joe. You have to be paid to show up for things.
No, I went to a few of them.
Yeah, I actually said this. Let's pay Joe to like me. Good.
Can we pay for friendship, please?
No, you can just have that friendship, Gail.
You know, this is actually 2 days before I do the Lisa Lampanelli thing at the 92nd Street Y. I'm Mr. Popular.
I know.
In demand. Friday, June 19th, 2 p.m., Caroline's Comedy Club. Go to the iBang for tickets. Did you ever hear the theme for Caroline's Comedy Club?
No, I don't think I have ever heard it.
Caroline laughs in his comedy all day, and they want to see some great stand-ups.
Perfect.
Isn't. That song is so fucking great, though, isn't it, though?
It's the best.
Isn't she?
Isn't she?
I like the Bye Manon. That one. Bye Manon.
Just 2 words. That's all you need for that jingle.
Bye Manon.
Bye Manon.
Huh. Well, we are men, and I like that you're reminding people to buy us. I just don't know if there's enough there.
Also, it's a very broad thing there. It's like,
what is it?
Yeah.
Is this Menon? I only want Menon.
Is that the Twitter handle?
Now, is that a car or something you rub on your feet?
I think probably my favorite jingle is a somewhat local jingle, but that would have to be 1877 cars for kids. KARS cars for kids. 1877 cars for kids. Donate your car today.
1877 cars for kids. KARS.
What am I giving my car to a child? Why am I donating a car?
Donate your car today.
What am I, Bill Gates? I can just give a car away? Oh no, stop it. I hate these kids.
1877 cars for kids. KARS cars for
It's not even playing that guitar.
I think my favorite, if you're going to go local commercials, Space Shirts. Space Shirts.
Spaceshirts.com.
Space Shirts.
That's back when .com was like something kind of interesting. And we also have a .com. Spaceshirts.com.
Space Shirts. Space Shirts. What was it, just funny t-shirts that you could buy?
You could buy space-related T-shirts, yeah. So it was all different. Sometimes there were, sometimes there were
Florida commercial, of course.
and it was actually within the what was that guy called? If you want a deal, that's great. That's where like he had a commercial within his commercial. He had an infomercial with a commercial
What was
in the
the name
middle.
of his car lot? If you want a deal that's great,
call 247-0328. Family Auto Mart. I'll see you here. Family Auto Mart. It's where the wheeling and dealing starts. 1918 Aurora Road. That's marketing that works.
In the Midwest, we have a store called Menards. It's like Home Depot, but their jingle was, save big money at Menards. So growing up, we would make fun of it by saying, save big money at Menards. We're 6.
Yeah, you guys, you know what?
You guys are silly.
Yeah.
Spaceshirts.com.
Andrea sent these. Who wears short shorts? No.
I wear short shorts. There was a short shortage back in 93. I don't know if you guys remember that.
There was?
No.
I didn't know. All right, if you got to do this, I'll just give you the beginning and you go. And like a good neighbor,
State Farm is there.
That's fucking brainwashed. You know what I mean? And people can just do that decades after they first heard it. That's the kind of stuff that you're like shooting a senator. You don't even know why.
Now, the Give Me a Break was a big one. The Kit Kat.
Give me a break. Give me a break.
But I would say when I see
Kit Kat bar.
when I see a Kit Kat bar, I don't immediately sing it. However, if I see double mint gum, I immediately start thinking, double your refreshment.
Did you see that thing with the Kit Kat bar last week that took off and went viral, that everybody was upset at this? I think it was a football or basketball player, because he had been eating a Kit Kat bar and he was just biting into it like in the middle. People, and like he just had a picture of him like, yeah, I'm eating Kit Kat. So it had a bite out of it, right? Like, and people wanted to kill him for not eating not following the grid on a Kit Kat bar properly.
Who would even think to do
Marlins
that?
infielder. He's an infielder for the Marlins.
Who would ever think to eat a Kit Kat bar like a sandwich?
I don't know.
Whenever I see a Kit Kat bar, I hide, because then if there's someone else around, they're going to want me to break off a piece of it.
That Kit Kat bar.
You don't want to break a piece off.
I feel like I need to share a little bit. Like, I can't eat an entire Kit Kat bar. It's too Kit Katty.
I'll give you one. That's just insane. I don't know why that's irritating me.
It irritates the internet.
Get it off the screen.
It's like
his face, so confident in the way he eats that Kit Kat.
It's like seeing someone eat pizza with a fork and knife, or fries with a fork.
Yeah. No, thank you. Why? It's like something a caveman would do. Like only a caveman would be like, is this how I eat this?
No, that's why there's the slits there.
Yeah, it's insane. But you got to remember, he is probably not from this country, right? He's probably from the islands.
Yeah.
So maybe down there, they just don't understand the way the world works.
Our strange ways confuse him.
Man, do I got anything to plug today besides the Unmasked? I just feel like I'm forgetting something. Yeah, by the way, Joey Jojo has made me forget all about Stanley.
Really?
Hey.
Yeah.
Well, he's been texting me all morning.
Sexting you?
If that's the case, why wasn't he here at least for the morning show?
I don't know.
He's going to a wedding, but I don't think he was leaving before 10.
Yeah, he could have come in for the early bird special.
He's been going, hey, where's my watch? And I'm like, do you own a watch? Hey, I lost my pen. Do you know where my hairbrush is? I'm like, I don't even know where you live, Pepper.
He's needy.
It's the big Entourage weekend. I'm going to just say this without knowing for a fact. Would you take E-Rock as an Entourage guy, an Entourage viewer, yes or no?
I'm going to guess no. He is not an Entourage viewer.
Without looking, I'm going to say yes. What do you say, Joey?
I'm going to say yes, too.
E-Rock, are you an Entourage viewer?
No, and I've been very animate about it.
Oh!
I know you best.
So you actually down to the point where you hate Entourage?
I can't stand it. I can't stand it, and I really question the people that do actually like it.
I knew it.
Well, I'm going to catch everybody up. It's up on the iBang. This is a bit College Humor did in 2009 and it is every Entourage episode that you could ever hope to see. And they pretty much killed it. 2009 did this, and just press play.
Previously on Entourage.
Oh, no! Now Vince can't do the movie because the studio head hates him!
Turtle, relax. It's all gonna work out.
Well, that's great news, Ari. Hey, guys. Studio head says Vince can do it.
Hey! Way to go, baby bro!
Yeah, bitches, we own this town.
Hey!
All right.
What'd I tell you guys? Hey, what's your name anyway?
This week on Entourage.
Yo, Vince can't do the movie because his mom just got shot. Yeah, bro. Hey, sorry, bro. Wait a minute. That's my mom, too.
Great news, guys. Scientists found a way to bring Vince's mom back from the dead.
That's great. Now Vince can do the movie.
Hey! That's what I'm talking about, baby bro.
Yeah, bitches, we fucking run this city.
Didn't I tell you it was all gonna work out?
Next week on Entourage.
Oh, wait a sec, guys. Iran invaded Israel, causing the U.S. to lose its lone true foothold in the Middle East, rendering Hollywood insignificant. Guess Vince ain't doing the movie.
You know what? F*** you, Ari. The United States just nuked the Middle East to prevent a war, and I don't necessarily agree with nuclear weapons, but Vince can do the movie!
Congratulations,
Vince. You're the bomb, Vincent D'Onofrio.
No!
Yeah, bitches, run this motherfucking sucking city.
I mean, with friends like these in a city like this, on a night like tonight, when the wind is blowing the way it is, it's always gonna work out. Oh, God. I am Queens Boulevard! I am Queens Boulevard! Yeah, man!
This season on Entourage.
Vince got f***ed by an alien cat. No movie. Cat didn't leave an alien baby in Vin. The movie's on! Hey, yo, Vince ate a weird peanut. No movie.
What? Peanut wasn't weird. Vince is probably allergic to that catty f***. Movies to go. Vince slept on his hands. They're asleep. Not going to movie. Hands awake. Show his movie.
Hey, all right, bro. Vince is a tranny. No dice on the movie. Movie's on, boys.
Hey, wow, I can't believe you did it, Vince. You can do the movie. Hey! Bam!
Ass we own this fucking back town.
What'd I tell you guys? It always works out.
That's my baby bro.
Yeah!
So that's basically it. Vince can't do the movie.
Vince ate a weird peanut. He can't do the movie.
Hey, I just heard Vince ain't allergic to peanuts. Vince can do the movie.
Hey, all right, baby bro.
That's the best line. The funny thing is, the people used in there, one of them, Silicon Valley guy.
Yeah,
it's the exact same plot every week. Either
Right.
Pied Piper is out, Pied Piper's coming back big.
Yeah. Are we gonna get funded?
Shit. No Pied Piper. Hey, we got Pied Piper back. Vince can do the movie.
So while you're making fun of Entourage,
Yeah. Everybody's got it down.
my favorite is that one of the scenes they're sitting around having lunch, and all of them have salad and white wine.
I didn't notice that.
It's a whole lunch of salad and white wine for these best friends.
Vince can do the movie.
Hey, movie's back on.
Hey, movie off, movie on.
I like joke around with my friends about how Vince Vaughn, when he did Fast and the Furious 7, he would go, "Oh, hey Vince, we're gonna offer you this much. Wait, is it for family? All right, I'm in. Oh wait, is it for fam? Hey Vince Vaughn, we gotta go over. Wait, is it for family?
All right, what would Vince Vaughn be in there for?
Oh wait, Vince Vaughn. I'm thinking of the guy from Triple X, Vin Diesel. Vin Diesel.
You know what?
Man, that joke would have killed.
I'm like, why is Vince Vaughn in the middle of this?
Is it for family?
Is it for family? Then I'm Vince Vaughn.
Is it for Vince Vaughn? Then I'm Vin Diesel.
Then Vince could do the movie. Now I feel like I got to see that this weekend.
I know. Something tells me I'm getting roped into it.
Is your dude, are you going with your dude bro to go see this?
Mm-hmm. My old dude bro. You know, my old man, my old dude bro. Me and the dude bro are going to a movie.
Me and the dude bro are fighting again.
I can't do the movie. Now,
Troubles
I will
with
say
the
this.
dude bro.
If someone said, "Are you a fan of that?" I'd say no. But I have seen every episode of Entourage.
I know you have.
'Cause it
That's
was
a
on.
fan. That's a fan.
Well, yeah, but I only watched it the way women watch Sex in the City.
Okay.
Like, I wish I had that.
Except for I didn't, but I do know women who felt that way.
Yeah.
But it is dude Sex in the City.
No, it's 100%.
And I know, like, people, you can get wrapped up in watching something that you initially are like,
well, 'cause
I don't
it's
enjoy
on.
this. This isn't something I enjoy. And then, halfway through the...
I got to see whether Vince is doing the movie.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Oh wait, I just got a spy report.
Spy report.
Spy report. Vince is doing the movie.
All right.
Yes.
All right.
Wait.
Way to go, baby bro.
Sorry, I just got another spy report. Spy report. Vince can't do the movie anymore.
Are you talking about Vince Vaughn again?
Yeah, I'm talking about Vince Vaughn.
Your bit was so set up, and then you lose the wrong name.
It would have killed.
So close, though.
He actually did a Yankees joke, but instead of saying Babe Ruth, he said Babe Paley.
Weird.
She's a socialite from the 1950s that hung around with Truman Capote. Why would that make sense?
But they were both named Babe.
He was a blue ox.
Damn it.
That'll do, pig. All right, give me this, though. Who is the most dude bro in any type of thing, right? So what is the most dude bro band of all time?
Oh, boy.
Like, what would be the go-to band for dude bros?
I kind of feel like off the top of my head, Sugar Ray.
Oh,
Sugar Ray is a good one.
That's a good one. I was going to go Dave Matthews.
Dave Matthews is pretty definitive. For me,
Yeah.
and maybe this is the age that I was at, I would say Limp Bizkit.
Oh,
Is a
yeah.
dude
They're very
bro.
dude bro.
Totally.
Come on, break some shit.
Yeah. And he had the dude bro costume down. So they were like, hey,
Yeah.
that's how I dress. I'm
Right.
comfortable with a red hat.
Fitted hat, white tee.
Who was the most dude bro movie star of all time? Because you got to, for me, I always thought it was like a Steven Seagal. Like, it's got to be
Right.
somebody who's thinking I'm going to break shit and end it.
I think it's probably Vin Diesel / Vince Vaughn.
Ooh,
Yeah,
Vince
whoa.
Vaughn is definitely.
Yeah.
Both in their own
Yeah.
ways, actually.
Owen Wilson,
know.
too. But he did a lot of stuff with Wes
I
Anderson.
think he's
where I
more
wouldn't throw him
sensitive,
there.
but Vince Vaughn is like, hey, babe,
Yeah.
get over here.
Because even when you think of it, Swingers was like a dude bro movie.
It was a dude bro.
You know, that was
Right.
a movie about dude bros. For dude bros.
Right.
But independent.
But they were sensitive, but only with each other.
Right. Not sensitive to women.
Your money. You know, when you're going to go out and get those little honeys,
These beautiful babies.
you're like the big bear with the claws. You're going to be clawing that little bunny.
But you don't know what to do with the claws. You have these huge claws, but you don't know what to do with them.
All right, give me this. Dude bro comic. Who's the greatest dude bro comedian of all time? Because I think I got mine.
I thought you meant comic book.
Hey, Rock, you got one?
I would think Dane Cook.
Dane.
Definitive answer.
Yeah, totally.
It's
Yeah, the bros love Dane.
That's the biggest one. It's like, it's almost like it made them show up for comedy because they're not even always there. You know what I
Right.
mean? Like, I would say like they probably like humor, but they're not comedy fans, dude bros. But he made them comedy fans.
Yeah, and you always got to give somebody credit when they like invent something from nothing. Like they get an audience that wasn't there. Tyler Perry did that in movies.
Right.
Like
he did it in movies, but he also did it in plays.
I know he did it in plays first.
Which is crazy that he was like, okay, I'm going to take this like church going audience who needs live performance and totally aim it directly at them. And that's how he ended up being a huge star. Like he tapped into something that people weren't doing.
Then he also went and picked them up in buses too, though.
Really?
You know what I mean? Yeah, like he really got the word out. He went to churches, like physically went there and said, "We need some good family stuff, like the stuff I'm writing."
Right.
Like
I'll do it.
There's a giant problem in our community, and the solution is to buy tickets to my thing.
Right.
And people are like, "Oh, thank God you're here." I didn't realize that we could fix things just by buying tickets to your shows.
Come to think of it, you actually came up with the problem and the solution at the same time.
Yes.
It's a problem I didn't even know I had. I don't know. Is there any other dude bro comic?
I'm trying to think.
He might just have the number one spot there.
Aside from myself, I do a great bit about, hanging out with the bros.
Yeah.
And, how, chicks can be weird.
Yeah, that's good. All right, here's Dan, our resident comedian.
Our resident dude bro comic.
Yeah.
I'd say Daniel Tosh is a big one.
There you go.
Good call.
There you go. Billy Princell is probably a pretty big dude bro comic.
There are various people that dude bros like that the performer doesn't seem to be a dude bro.
Right, like they did not intend for that to be their audience.
Like at one point, I think Dennis Miller was the dude bro go-to comedian because he was smart, but the end would be, and white people are the best. You know what I mean? Like,
we're like that.
Yeah.
That's how you get those.
Think of that.
That's how you get those applause breaks.
Yeah. Let's go over here to Ben. Ben, go ahead.
Ronnie.
Yeah.
Nickelback for sure is a dude bro band.
Yeah.
They are a dude bro band. These are things that could all celebrate Entourage this week. And are you going, E-Rock? Are you going to Entourage?
Will you be
I'm
there?
not going.
Can we count on you?
You'll be there?
I will not.
You want me to get you a ticket? You just meet me in line?
I can't make the movie.
I'll save you a seat.
But let's keep one seat in between each of us. We're dude bros.
I like to put my feet up.
No
we
homo.
We don't hear no homo. We don't want to cross swords. Matt. Matt, go ahead.
Hi, Dr. Dirty. That's what I would say.
Dr. Dirty?
Yeah, John Valby. We used to drive in college to go see him.
Yeah, that does make sense. That John Valby would be beloved by dude bros. Brian in Queens, go ahead.
Hey, buddies.
Yeah.
I think Maria Bamford's the number one dude bro comic.
Yeah, yeah, I think
It's Maria Bamford show.
I'm starting to agree.
I think you could not find a farther dude bro comic. That's hilarious, though. I think that they would really enjoy her.
I think that there's certain shows that the dude bros go to that they still punch skinnier kids in the back at.
Right? Like,
fucking nailed him, dude.
Get him.
Yeah.
Crack a rib.
And I think that the video game culture is very dude bro. You know, it's really aimed towards them.
And there's another thing that probably got appropriated by the masses that, like, to be a video game nerd was kind of like, hey, I'm kind of a nerdy guy and I like to stay home. I don't play sports. And then all of a sudden, dude bros are like, guns are in this? Cool.
And we could fucking bust balls while we're doing it. Fuck you, asshole! Eat this dick! So anyway, what were you saying, man? I'm already fucking the shit out of this game.
I just raped you so bad. Huh?
Lou, go ahead, Lou.
Mitch Hedberg.
Never.
I wonder, though, like, he did seem to appeal to, like, a college crowd. So perhaps, but if that happened, it was not his intention.
Yeah, I don't see that at all.
I don't
think it was his intention. I think it was like, it just happened. Because he's just kind of calm and chill. And he doesn't really try on his jokes. It's just his delivery. And it just makes everyone laugh.
And he does drugs. Did drugs.
Right.
Yeah.
They like drugs.
Yeah, but not the kind that Mitch did. Mitch did a whole different thing. Let's go over to Eddie. Go ahead, Eddie.
Hey, wouldn't Motley Crue be the original dude bro band?
No, I'm not saying it.
No, they're like a little too like weird, I think, for the dude bros.
And women loved Motley Crue too.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's gotta be for gentlemen only.
Here's Craig. Craig.
Yeah, I think you're skipping one big comedy, bro, and that's Andrew Dice Clay.
Oh, that's a really interesting call.
Yeah.
Because, again, he's not one, but his audience certainly was.
Yeah.
And then he actually showed up on Entourage.
Oh,
big time. I
Yeah.
mean, women didn't go to watch his show, that's for sure. They harassed him on Saturday Night Live.
Yeah, they wanted him off Saturday Night Live and all. He wasn't big with the girls. But here's a comic, and I don't see him as it being a dude bro, but I think the dude bros have always loved him. Norm Macdonald.
Yeah.
Really? Is he a
Yeah.
dude bro comic?
Yeah, for some reason, dude bros dig him in a big way, although I wouldn't say that he was one. Adam Sandler, dude bro
Definitely.
movies.
Yeah.
Those are for bros.
Yeah.
For sure.
Chris Farley, would you throw him in there?
Yeah, I think it's the connection with that era, like David Spade,
Right.
you know.
What about someone kind of outside of that group, like Pauly Shore?
No, Pauly Shore was
Too weird, too
he's
effeminate.
Yeah, Pauly Shore would get beat up by the dude bros.
Yeah, he's the weasel.
Scott.
Two things. Steve-O and 588-2300 Empire.
Well, first of all, I think even more than Steve-O, Bam is the dude bros.
Yeah, Bam is a
Just
bro.
beloved by the bros.
Despite the fact that he wears eyeliner, he's still a bro.
Yeah, he has a weird thing, but his thing, I think, that bros him up the most is like he does very little of the awful stunts.
Right.
But gets his buddies to.
Exactly. That's the guy to be in that group, by the
Right.
way.
Yeah.
You don't want to be the guy putting a car up your butt.
Bill, go ahead.
What about Jimmy Buffett?
I would say that's a dad bro thing. You know? And here's something else, the dad bro. The Eagles are literally dude bros playing dude bro music. The Eagles documentary is the single greatest thing I've ever seen in my life.
I guess I've never really made that connection at all, but it makes sense. I've never thought of them as kind of bro-y, but
Glenn Fry actually did a song called "The Geeks Don't Like the Freaks" or something. And have you watched the documentary?
I
on
have
it?
not.
It's fucking unbelievable. It is somebody just takes a, like, you think they're falling into Lake Asshole, but they dive into it and then swim in deep and love it, you know? And make a big deal about who's out of the band, who doesn't deserve as much as the rest of us.
I never made that connection, but it's...
You've got to fucking see it. Glenn Fry is amazing in this documentary.
I'm going to check it out.
Glenn Fry actually did so the Eagles were this fake hippie band, right? Like they took the Crosby, Stills, Nash thing and made it way more commercial. Now, by the way, by saying that, no, it doesn't mean that I think that they're a bad band. I'm not, one of those things. And then in the 80s, Glenn Fry cut his hair real short and did this commercial where he's like this: "You think you could do my workout with me, bro? You think you could keep up with this workout?" It was so fucking funny. Dude, you've got to see that documentary. When it came on cable, I ended up watching it like 15 times. I was just like amazed by it.
I'm going to check it out. A bro doc.
It was the most truthful documentary ever made.
Right. There was no like trying to make them cooler than they were.
No.
Yeah.
And they don't even worry about it, you know? All right, let's take a break here. We shall be right back. You're listening to Bennington. And she went down. That's the great Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers. I gotta always wonder about this. That's probably my favorite Tom Petty song. And yet he doesn't seem to give a shit about it.
Why doesn't he care?
I don't know.
Why doesn't he know what it means to you?
I mean, you do 32 songs in a typical show, but you're not going to do that one. Am I wrong?
No, you're not wrong.
Have I picked the runt of the litter as my favorite song?
No.
You
made a great choice.
I don't know. You think it would rank somewhere on his top 32?
I guess not.
That slays me, though.
I find it just strange that Tom Petty can be polarizing for people. I swear to God.
Oh, yeah, I agree.
Like, people have said to me, like, "Ugh, Tom Petty, I would never." And I was like, wow, I didn't even think that was a person that has would be offensive to anyone.
Here's the deal. Everything is polarizing now. Every goddamn band, movie, TV show, political viewpoint. As quick as you say something's good, somebody else says it sucks. They think it sucks because you think it's good.
I know. That's what it is.
I have friends who are like fair weather Tom Petty fans and who just now hate him after the whole Sam Smith thing. They're just like, why would he do that? He has money. Why would he do that? And I'm just like, you're picking the wrong side.
Yeah, come on.
Come on.
Come on.
By the way, I don't believe in fair weather fans. You never were a fan then.
You never were. Listen, even Fez Whatley likes Tom Petty, and he doesn't even like music.
No.
And he's just like, it's literally the only thing he likes in music.
Well, his friends took him to a show, and he remembers that night.
Mm-hmm.
And then he also hears the term Florida.
Right.
Hey, you know what's really big on the iBang today is goat babies in pajamas.
What?
People love goat babies in pajamas.
That sounds adorable.
Well, yeah. I mean, you like a goat baby, right?
Yeah, sure.
Look at him in pajamas. Go ahead, put it up.
God.
Now, I thought, and I'm not sure, but I think their mothers actually put that on them, and they were just found in the wild. Look, and now they're jumping around.
Why
and
are they doing that?
Because they're adorable. I mean, I thought a monkey in a suit was great, but a goat baby in pajamas, it takes me to my dream, which I hope to see one day, and that's an elephant in overalls. If I got to see
sounds great.
if I got to see an elephant in overalls, I know that my life would finally be good.
They're going to be so big.
What are you doing with those big overalls? You going to work somewhere?
These goat babies,
I
though.
know.
I mean, what are they,
Jesus
tired?
Christ. Jesus Christ. Okay. A goat baby is a very underestimated baby animal, I think. This has got to be a top 5.
Yeah.
Cutest
A lot of
baby
times I
animals.
see stuff like this, it makes me want to have a farm. And if you even just look at just like how beautiful the farm is and the barn looks great, but then I find out how much work it takes.
Yeah.
And then I don't want to do it.
Yeah, it sounds like pretty sleepy. The idea of it makes me
Yeah,
pretty
if you have to think of how hard it is to work on a farm compared to how easy it is to do a 3-hour radio show, I'm going to stay with radio.
Yeah,
but I love the way farms look.
I have like a dozen plants and I'm exhausted after watering all of them. So I can't imagine.
Wait a minute, you can keep plants alive?
Yeah.
Well, that's great. That's better than me.
I mean, I'm not going to lie. A couple of them are succulents, so they're a little easier to care for, but some of them are not. Some of them are
I like
not.
plants, but I've always struggled keeping them alive.
It's not easy. I've killed a couple in my life. I killed a bonsai and I felt terrible about it.
Murdered it or?
Cold blood.
Ugh. All right, what was that you had? The elephant was wearing what?
A raincoat.
That's pretty close.
Dan just sent me an email from the booth of an elephant in overalls.
All right, let's take a look at it. The internet has everything you want.
It's got everything.
Yeah, the internet has everything that you could want. We could just make up anything, and the internet will provide us with it. It's like,
No.
Aww.
What is that? Is that elephant going to go out and run a tractor?
Look at his little farmer's hat.
Aw.
Elephants don't wear hats.
That one does.
I bet his name's Jim. That's a people's name.
Hey, Jim.
A people's name. You got a people's name,
You're not
don't
a people.
you?
I remember my friend had a dog. My friend Dan had a dog that he had named Dan. And they went everywhere together. And they would also drink together and smoke weed together and wear matching bandanas. And then finally I said, Dan, I can't hang out with you anymore. This is too weird.
Dan,
and he
I can't hang out with both of you anymore.
Well, he said to me, he goes, you mean me or the dog? I'm going, we're getting to the point where there's no difference, Dan.
You know what
it
he
don't
said?
fucking matter.
He said, "Arr?"
He loved that dog, though. Enough to call himself. And then sometimes you would just be over his apartment. He'd go like this. Look at Dan.
Look at Dan. Look at Dan over there. My friend Jesse was going to get a cat, and he said that he was going to name it Jesse, and I was really excited about the idea of him naming a cat after himself. And then he didn't do it. He got the cat and then backed out. I was so disappointed.
You fucked up, Jesse.
You really fucked up.
You're just another effeminate guy with a cat.
Yeah.
Where you could have done the whole two Jessies.
Just a regular, effeminate, sensitive man who loves felines.
Oh, I just thought of the dude bro of all dude bros. You ready?
Uh-huh.
Putty.
Putty.
By the way, Seinfeld dude bro. Kind of Jew bro, but,
Right.
You know where I'm going.
Right, sure.
Would you throw Rodney Dangerfield, not so much as a dude bro comic, but someone who was appropriated by the dude bro
Yeah, I think I will.
people?
I think I will.
All right. Sweet.
I'm going to do that.
I'm definitely going to do that now.
List.
Now,
I've been making a list of all these, by the way.
coming up is Accelerated in just a few minutes. If you missed everything that happened on Opry Radio over the past week, don't worry about it.
Don't worry.
You're going to get it all fast, shot into your brains. Fucking accelerated, dude.
Accelerated.
Boom.
Crossfire. It's accelerated. And it's for boys.
Now do it for girls. Accelerated for girls.
Surprise, it's an accelerated for girls. And you can do her nails.
I'll tune into that.
There's something nice about little girls when their dads will look at them and go, I have no way of relating with you.
I have no idea what to do with you.
I tried to do the ponytail, but it came out all fucked up.
That's hilarious. Little girls, when their dad have done their hair, is pretty much the most adorable thing.
Weekend
They're all
dads.
mix match clothes, and their hair is just like rat's nest. Like there's just a big lump in the back of their hair.
Yeah, and their dad's like this. Yeah, she had some cereal for breakfast, and she's wearing a raincoat, her pajamas, and flip-flops. I'm a weekend dad. You'll see weekend dads at the point. Well, weekend dads are always the funnest because if you have a stay-at-home dad, he's not taking you on bumper cars. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's only the dad who wasn't there all week. You're like, hey, dude, what are we going to go out and do? My dad has never said that to me.
Right.
You know what I mean? Because he feels okay that he stayed home.
Right, exactly. We spent a lot of. Remember yesterday we watched a show together.
Yeah.
You know, we're cool. We're set. We're caught up.
When you're a stay-at-home dad, you can say this: "We have ice cream at home," but you can't say that if you're a weekend dad. You're like, "Hey, want extra sprinkles, pal?
Hey, sport, you want a sundae?"
And like, there was a thing like in school where you would like kind of admire the weekend kids because they got to do more fun things.
Right.
I saw a rated R movie.
Yeah, right.
I remember when I realized that they had 2 bedrooms, and I thought that was pretty cool. Like, oh, you have weekend dad bedroom, and you have like
right
regular home because mom is regular home. It's always mom is full-time home.
Yeah, your
Right.
mom. Yeah, you stay with your mom.
Right.
And then, but then on the weekend, your dad's like, "Hey, you got a spot here too, dude.
Right.
You want to put up a poster or anything? It's right there." What about Jurassic World, huh?
Yeah, you like
Looking
that.
forward to that. You got your own Xbox going. You know, even though I'm not there all the time, still love you.
2 Christmases.
Yeah.
2 Thanksgivings.
Trying to outdo the other person, too.
Right.
I got you a real robot.
Thanks.
But yeah, a weekend dad can't say shush because then he's really an awful person.
Right. What'd you say to me?
Yeah.
Nothing. I was just saying you were being a little loud, but actually, go for it. Keep up the great work with the volume.
Look, here we don't have times for people to go to bed, right? And you can drink scotch. You're with weekend dad. Stay-at-home dad can just go like this. Shut up. Don't anybody talk again. You're like, well, at least he stays here. You know? He's not a good person, but he stayed.
He certainly is here.
Yeah, they kept this marriage together for us kids. So that's good.
I like anytime a dad has like a time limit of like how much that, like, we're going to do this for 10 minutes. We're just going to be cool. 10 minutes. Can we just be normal human beings for 10 minutes?
All right, so how would it line up? Why would it even get called on?
Just acting nuttiness.
Yeah. Just like, hey,
Yeah.
let's bring it down.
Right.
For 10 minutes, no screaming and jumping on the bed.
I remember when I was a kid, my dad, he would lure us with the quiet game to see who could be the quiet for the longest.
Right.
Naturally, I would always lose.
I like the quiet game. All right, we'll start now. Whoever talks is out. Whoever screams is out.
Yep.
And I like that, and get me something out of the kitchen while I count. And when you're saying if you're the new Olympic champion.
Me and my brother were always ready for that game. Did not catch on that we were doing a favor there.
Get chips, too. That's all part of the fun. That's the athletic fun.
1, 2.
Then literally,
Don't
he's
talk.
so bored. Just like to have such little regard for your children that you stop counting until you see them.
Right.
Then you're like, 23, 24, yeah, you did it, 24.
Let's try to beat that record next time.
Hey, remember, I'm from Philly. I like a little mustard with my pretzels, right? Let's head back there. You're short of breath, but run back. Head on over to, you can say it for real.
Oh, 5 minutes.
5 minutes,
Okay.
Mr. Bennington.
Yes.
5 minutes.
Mr. Bennington?
I like to write.
5 minutes, and then you're off the fucking air for Accelerated. Go over to the ibang.com to see the Gaffigans. Jim Gaffigan and his lovely wife, Jeannie. They've got a new TV show, I think, called The Jim Gaffigan Show. That's going to be on TV Land. I saw the first episode. It's great. Everyone gets mad at him for either being a Christian or not a Christian.
Right. That was great.
Yeah, it was funny.
But make sure you guys get your tickets because it's going to go quick.
Oh, yeah, it's going to go
It's
fast.
going real fast.
And it's at Caroline's.
I've always been like interested or to see where the show's going to go because I thought, it's not Louis C.K., but it's another very smart, funny, balding comedian who, like, what's he going to do with the show?
I wonder if you have the balls to say that on the day.
Will you bring him out?
Yeah.
Just
Will you come out and say it that? Will you be a wise ass in person? 866-969-1969. By the way, you can hear us in just a couple hours on the Raw Dog channel. We do the Bennington show over there. And you can hear our friend E-Rock tonight. Give us the times and your big guest, E-Rock.
It'll be 7 p.m. on the East, 4 p.m. on the West. I have Brian Johnson from Comic Book Men and Pat. I keep getting his name.
Pat
right.
LaFrida.
LaFrida, right.
LaFrida.
Did they each bring you presents?
Pat is bringing food tonight.
Oh, so you're doing this live?
Yeah. He's coming in. He's got a whole bunch of stuff, some new stuff he wants to
Is he
try
cooking
out.
or?
It's, yeah. Well, he's not cooking here, but it's going to be done and brought in.
Lucky.
This is the best meat in the country.
It is. He sells to everybody.
Well, he's the first celebrity butcher, I believe.
Yeah, I don't think anyone else has that title. Not specific to the meats, anyway.
We used to have him with Blue Apron, and
I know.
We don't anymore.
It really bummed me out. We had there was like a nice little LaFrida window there.
Yeah, that's what happened with him and Blue Apron.
Please.
I will. I love Blue Apron.
Please do it.
Ask the tough questions.
What happened with you and Blue Apron?
This ain't no puff piece. I don't know if you say that in radio. Probably not.
No, it's all puff pieces in radio. There's no hard-hitting radio at all, anywhere. All right, Jim Gaffigan and his wife, Jeannie, Friday, June 19th, 2 o'clock at Caroline's Comedy Club. Go to the ibang.com for free tickets. I understand, I'm looking here, a ton went out already, so this is going to sell out. And I wanted to get it out to you guys before Mr. Gaffigan tweets it.
I know.
To his crazy fan base.
I know. And then his friends will be there. We need to show up. A united front.
This isn't going to be a fight.
Oh, it's not?
We're all together in celebration.
I thought it was a rumble.
No.
I'm always ready for a rumble.
2.39 million followers.
Wow.
Is how many followers he
How
has
many
on Twitter.
tickets do we have?
Might have to get a bigger venue and shut down Times Square. Jim, let me ask you a question. So this was fun coming in here. We haven't done this in a while.
know.
Well, the last time we did it, we didn't have E-Rock either.
I know.
Because he's living his life,
Living the dream.
Yeah. The American dream. The American dream. He's just a common man. Oh, there's that drumming now.
I was trying, yeah.
Yeah.
Skill.
I did it.
He does have skill. So this is it for us. We got to get on the Mo's.
I know. We have a double Bennington today.
Yeah, we're doing
double mint.
But what is coming out of that toilet? Is that shit that they're
that was
showing?
a snake.
It's a snake.
Are you sure that CNN just didn't show a close up of someone's long, fucking thin?
Could have
turd?
broken a record. We don't know.
Come in here and look at this, guys.
Breaking news.
It's the Entourage weekend.
Wolf Blister has the
Getting off.
world's longest shit.
That was Wolf's.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's the Wolf Man.
We're going to start a little differently this day. I fucking dropped some heat that I think could be famous.
You can see it here on our 3D shit board.
All right, so this is it for us. You got the countdown for me, or does it not matter today when we go out?
Go when we're ready.
We will be, in just 2 hours, come visit us over on Raw Dog. Take care, everybody, and thanks for being here today.
You've been listening to Bennington, only on Opie Radio. XM 103, Sirius 206.
That's perfection. The great Ronnie Spector. You're listening to Bennington. Gail, this is the last of your salute to the girl groups opening
This is
songs.
the last one.
Yeah.
I'm sad about it because I could have gone on for weeks. With this genre. It's crazy.
Well, you end it with the great Ronnie Spector,
Who's my favorite?
I know. And do you remember who introduced you to Ronnie Spector?
You did?
Did you hear that computer just take off? I think you probably got a computer on one of the things here. Like that was like an IM.
It was an IM.
Yeah.
From Dan in the booth. Thank you, Dan.
He's saying you left the computer on.
Hey, the sound's on the computer. Make sure you turn that off. You guys need to stop sexting each other.
Yeah, they are. They're sexting a little bit because you know why? They're young and they don't know.
Yeah, crazy.
But okay, so
But I give you credit
for introducing you to Ronnie Spector,
which was like one of the biggest thrills of my life.
Yeah.
She made me cry within 30 seconds of meeting her. Because you introduced me to her and you said, this is Gail. She's such a huge fan of yours. And she goes, oh, really? And she took my hand and just started going, be my little baby. And I'm like, are you kidding? I just kept getting smaller and smaller. I was like, oh, God.
That is so sweet, though. All right, so here's another thing I'm going to tie you in with. The person who will love that song more than everybody else was a genius himself, Mr. Brian Wilson of the Beach Boys. And he heard that song. He said he had to pull off the road. He literally was listening to it and had to pull off the road. And then he wrote a song about it, which was Don't Worry Baby, on the show today. Coming up later, Mr. Brian Wilson.
I cannot believe it.
And
Shock.
Here's the deal. We've set it up so you and he are going to surf together.
What? How did you guys get a wave pool?
Now, earlier this week, we watched this movie, Love and Mercy, which Paul Dano plays him as a young person, plays Brian Wilson as a young person, and then was played later by John Cusack. When I first heard the idea, I'm like, I don't get it. I don't see either one of those guys doing this.
Yeah.
I don't see them pulling it off. I also don't feel like I can, jump back and forth between the two of them. I saw it, and it was amazing. And in the screening, I saw people were sobbing.
Oh, my God.
Men.
Grown men.
Grown men were sobbing.
That was you.
No. I was like this. So I understand it's a sensitive story. But yeah, it was a really, really beautiful film. This is the best role I think John Cusack has done in a long time. Paul Dano nails it down to the fact where, he felt like.
Oh, yeah. I mean, both of them did an incredible job catching their aura, their energy.
Without a bunch of makeup and all that kind of shit.
And
just being themselves.
Especially John Cusack, you look at him and you're like, okay, that's John Cusack, and it's going to take you a second to let that go. But
Right.
he completely commands, Brian Wilson in those moments. It's crazy. that you are able to forget who he is.
A-Train, did John Cusack do Opie's show this week?
He did.
He did?
Yeah, he was great.
Because I've had him in before. He's really, an artist, period. Like, a lot of people are like, a lot of actors are entertainers, but Cusack is like a serious artist, even though he's also mainstream.
Right, that's true. He has, I think probably part of that is his success from doing like teen movies in his youth.
Right.
People tend to think like that, oh, okay, this must be some
You could make a
fluffy stuff.
mistake. Yeah, you can make a mistake because like he's a cool, good looking dude that he's a regular guy.
Yeah.
But he isn't. You know what I mean? Like he's truly an artist who thinks about this stuff. And that made me feel good for Brian because that's such a complicated story. I mean, you take a guy who was probably our greatest young writer. Like in this film, it's very interesting when you hear like the young, song like I Get Around and all that, and Little Old Lady from Pasadena, how easy that came to him. Like we did jingle writing today in the morning. He basically did those songs like jingle songs.
Yeah.
Like ba 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 ba.
And he was a baby. He was so
just a
young.
kid. And he had an abusive father. And then later in life, he had an abusive shrink.
Mm-hmm.
It's a crazy story. It's truly a California story, And the way we think about California, the Beach Boys are just all part of our mythology, our California mythology. So anyway, that's coming up later on in the show. Also, the daughter of one of my favorite people in the world, and she's a terrific, fine actress herself, Abby Elliott, is going to be here.
Yeah, so excited about that.
Well-
She's got Odd Mom Out.
Which takes place in my neighborhood, which
Yes.
is also weird. But here's the weird thing too. This is a person who I'm a fan of from Saturday Night Live and her acting, but I'm also a big fan of her dad's and then a big fan of her grandfather's.
Yeah, she's
All
like
brilliant people in that family.
It's like a comedy dynasty.
It is. There's very few of those.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think, has there even been, how many times has that happened?
It's very rare.
It's rare enough that happens in acting or rock.
There's the Stillers, Ben Stiller and his
Right.
parents.
Good call.
Can't think of any else off the top of my head.
The Stillers, and we just lost his mom not too long ago, who was crazy brilliant.
Yeah, really effortlessly funny. It's just like her personality was funny. You know what I mean?
But when they used to do Still and Mirror when I was a kid and I would see them on TV, I'd be like, why is she with him? He's so mean to her. She's great. I don't know why, because now when I go back and watch it, I see that she's like really laying into him.
Yeah,
But there was something about me as a kid where I'm on that nice lady side and
Right.
against the mean man.
That mean little man.
I felt the same way whenever I would see Lucy and Desi. I'd be like, shut the fuck up, Desi.
Yeah.
I'll stomp your shit right here. I used to get furious when I saw anything.
Yeah,
with
he
that.
really orders her around a lot.
He locked her in a bedroom and shit.
Yeah, yes.
Let her go to the club. What's the big deal?
Yeah, and it acts like everything she does is weird. I mean, she's clearly an open-minded lady. She is has an interracial relationship in a
back when people could throw sticks at you for doing that.
Exactly. Cut her a break.
Yeah.
She's a lovely little redhead.
What are you doing? You're coming in with nothing. You're just leading a band?
Yeah.
Big deal. I've seen bands play without anyone leading. They did great.
Ever heard of EDM?
All right, that's good. Wish I'd have fucking said that to him. I had a chance to get him when I could. Oh, by the way, that is not Peppy Longstocking in here.
I've called that.
No, it's no.
I love it.
It's no. It's our own Joey Jojo, who I'm going to tell you right now may make the world forget about Stanley.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Who?
Perfect.
You were shocked and then immediately forgot, even within the same moment.
Went from whoa to wait. I thought of another even funnier angle. Then if I would have actually done this first, it would have killed. But today's just a chill Friday.
I know, chill.
In New York, hanging out.
Feels that way.
While everybody else is going to the beach.
I know, it's so quiet in here.
It'll be like this. As a matter of fact, as the summer goes on, this will be one of the busier days.
Right.
Friday's August in New York, forget about it.
It's going to be completely empty in here. And then we can rule the school.
Yeah. We'll break into people's offices.
I'm taking the big corner office.
Careful with that.
And eat my lunch there.
Sure.
My feet up on the desk. Mom, I've made it. I've got a corner office.
I don't know. What would you rather have? A corner office or a corner candy store?
Ooh.
Candy store.
Candy store.
Because offices don't have enough candy in there.
Yeah, corner offices don't have any nougat.
There used to be this candy store in my neighborhood, Jonesy's, and it was just like a front for his bookie. He was a bookie, so you would go in there and you want to buy some candy, and he's always be on the phone like this. No, it's 600. Yeah. 600. He'd always have these conversations. He better get the money to me. That's one way or the other. And then we would always sit there with like our little change and just put our chains on the thing, just clicking on, kind of like candy. And we're just hitting our chain on the glass, right? And he would be like this. No, I'll be able to take care of it. Stay away from the fucking glass right now. Nobody will get any candy. And we would all jump back like we'd never heard it before. And then when it went back, we just start hitting candy again. Like we had completely forgot that he screamed at us.
Children don't learn.
And he would finally come over and you'd be like, what do I want? Root beer barrels? You're going through picking out little pieces of candy instead of asking for something. We want all the hard candy separately. And then he would take this and we'd throw it down in front of us. He'd be so mad and it wouldn't hurt our feelings at all. He'd just be like, thanks for the candy, Jonesy. This place is great.
Now you may get back to your business deal.
Yeah, it never even occurred. I had to be told later that no, he wasn't interested in selling candy.
Right, that was not his passion.
You can't sell $3 in candy a day and keep a store. Didn't you see that there was something wrong there? Didn't you see that there was just candy and then dust? He wouldn't even dust in that place. Jonesy. That's trouble when you just...
Yeah, old Jonesy.
Yeah.
You don't even go by Jones.
Yeah, but you don't even go by Bob or Carl, whatever his name was. Try to use my last name in a shady fashion.
Some people know I'm pretty cool. Old Jonesy.
Crazy old bastard. Crazy old Jonesy. He also would sell cigarettes. We could buy smokes from him.
Cool. So, kill two birds, one stone.
Yeah, you had candy and cigarettes. It was everything children loved.
Candied cigarettes.
Hey, Jay.
You got a great idea.
He did actually sell candy cigarettes, along with candy puka shell necklaces. What's up, Jay?
Bone. I just wanted to throw another comedy dynasty. Actually, it's my first time talking to Gail, but hi, Gail.
Hi.
Bennington, definitely a comedy dynasty.
We
right
do
there.
think of ourselves as a radio comedy dynasty.
Yes.
With her voice talent, I think it's a production piece in the making, but I love the range of Gail's voice talent, just all over the place, all the impressions.
Well, you were doing a lot of stuff today.
I know, this morning.
Today was one of my favorite days with your voices. But then also your child, Joey Jojo.
Yes.
So it's
my
three
son.
generations.
Yes.
3 generations of us doing the best we can.
My sweet little boy, Joey Jojo.
I want candy barrels after this.
Here is something about Joe today. He's decided to wear his shirt off the shoulder in a very sexy way.
Yeah. I was trying to, maybe impress some people in the hallways today.
You know what I like, though? It's kind of a Beach Boys shirt. It's like an early Beach Boys.
It is.
Second day in a row.
That's why I wore it.
I know.
For Brian Wilson when he comes in.
Favorite Beach Boys song?
Oh, boy.
You have 5 seconds.
Looking at the welfare on Surf's Up.
Wow, going deep tracks.
Yeah, that was very cool.
Yeah, that's
your favorite, or
that's my
you're
favorite.
just saying it?
Yeah, that's my favorite.
Wow,
definitely.
What's yours, Gail?
I go through different phases.
So do I.
But I feel like right now it's off of Pet Sounds, Don't Talk.
Oh, that's nice.
I love that song. Don't talk. Put your head on my shoulder. It's so heartbreaking.
Yeah, it is. And then I Wasn't Made for These Times is on there, which is a really... I feel bad for him so many times on that album.
I guess I wasn't.
Yeah. For me, I mean, if I wasn't a goddamn liar, I'd say California Girls, which is the greatest song that's ever been written in the history of man. I want to make sure I hear yours, too.
Okay.
But right now, my favorite is Warmth of the Sun.
I love that song.
It's so good.
I adore that song.
All right, let's go back to yours now. And this is off Surf's Up. So what year are we looking at? 64?
I think it came out in 70.
In 70?
Yeah, it was a later album.
Late game.
Yeah.
Yeah, Pet Sounds is 66.
Yeah.
This would be post-Pet.
And this is, I really like this album because it is so experimental even after their later stuff.
All right, let's take a listen. Do you know that I believe on one of the Beach Boys is a Charlie Manson song?
What?
Oh, yeah.
Dennis Wilson
Dennis
used
got
to
into
hang
it.
out. And I think he brought back a Charlie Manson
That he
song.
wrote, that Charlie Manson wrote.
Yeah. I think it's Garbage Dump.
Garbage Dump.
Oh, garbage dump. Why don't you jump in my garbage dump? All right, Charlie. Well, buy it, I guess. Don't chop up anyone around here.
Yeah. The song is awesome.
I didn't even know it, do you?
No.
And this is basically after Brian was writing for the team. He had only written a couple songs on here. Surf's Up, he also wrote with Van Dyke Parks. You ever see any of the Van Dyke Parks stuff?
No.
He's this really, if you want to have fun reading about 1960s people, this really bizarre character. And what was the instrument that he brought in? That weird thing that they play on Good Vibrations.
Oh,
Is it a theremin?
Yeah, theremin.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He was the guy who brought that instrument to the game.
I had a roommate who was a theremin player.
I knew a guy who collected and had
Right.
several.
It's a weirdo's instrument.
Yeah,
Kind of have to be a little bit of a weirdo to
Plus,
enjoy it.
it's such a weird instrument that there's only like 4 or 5 great theremin players in the world. Because it's just something that you don't learn.
And all of them try to play on the next Tim Burton movie.
Oh,
But when I see it, I feel like I can do it. It just seems like a lot of chopping.
Mm-hmm.
Just chopping the air around the theremin.
Yeah, I really can't tell a bad riff from a good one.
Right? Oh, this is getting trippy. Must be good.
This guy sucks.
John, how you doing, buddy?
Good. Pink, purple, and lighter pink is the funniest thing I've ever heard.
From early Bennington.
I just listened to Smile this morning all the way through, and it was just fucking brilliant. It was just so amazing to hear what the Beach Boys could have become. You know, how they could have matured like the Stones or the Kinks matured from this pop band into this brilliant songwriting group. It was just amazing. I'm really looking forward to hearing Brian Wilson today.
Well, yeah, he's, it's just thrilling to just be in the same room as him. There's very few people in pop music that get called genius. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like Dylan gets it, Stevie Wonder gets it. But there's like a lot of people that never like, oh, he's a genius.
Right. Especially that kind of poppy, like, up kind of music. People, it's easy to say like, oh, he's a rock genius or even like a folk genius, I think is.
But a kind of a bubblegum genius,
Yes.
you think doesn't happen much. Well, one of the things that they show in this movie, and I saw this from watching the documentary that was done on the Wrecking Crew, is that these guys were unbelievable players, right? They were fucking the best bass players in the world, the best drummers in the world, the best keyboard players, everything. And these guys you could show them a chart and they could just play it immediately. Yeah. And it didn't matter whether they were playing for Frank Sinatra, Sonny or Cher, a cereal commercial, just real professionals. And this kid, this 24-year-old kid, was in there directing them and arranging the music and producing it. And these hardened, studio musicians fucking loved him. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You would think they would give him a hard time. They cherished him. They're like, whoa, this is so fucking cool. No one's ever brought this to us like this before. They were loving it.
Yeah, and to think of what kind of confidence it takes. Although in Brian Wilson's case, I bet it's not as simple as confidence. I think it's something like he's not on that plane, so it doesn't bother him. Like, am I able to do something like that? I think he's probably
because he's a really shy guy. I mean, he's not an easy social guy, but he pushed it because he heard this music in his head and he had to explain it to these musicians to get it out. It's kind of an amazing story. I mean, I can't even relate on any level to any of that, and yet I love it.
And for him to be doing such experimental things with that album and everyone being like, okay, let's do that. Let's trust this kid. Let's just go with this idea.
Well, yeah, I mean, the musicians were that way.
Right.
The record company and the other Beach Boys weren't.
Right.
And his family, they're like, dude, you're fucking up everything. Where's the surf song? Where's the Little Deuce Coupe song? Where's the, oh, I got the girl I want song? We're going to be true to our school or not?
Which is also just like a testament to the fact of like just his tenaciousness. Like everyone's telling me no, but I know that this is going to be a huge thing.
And you've got to be, but you have to be operating, I think, on a different plane. Because anyone else would kind of be like, ooh, boy, a lot of people are telling me I should stick with this whole beachy thing.
Yeah, don't want to stop making money.
Right. You have to actually not care about things like that.
But when the music comes to you, right, you don't probably have that big of an ego about it. You're like, look, I've heard the music in my head. I know what it sounds like.
Exactly.
Now it's our jobs to replay that. I don't understand it at all. I mean, they say when they look at Pet Sounds, the two biggest geniuses, Brian Wilson and me.
Really?
And I got to say right now, I don't even belong on that. It's crazy.
No, don't say that.
I was just a little kid when that came out, so I really had I had less than nothing to do with that. And it's weird to hear me getting all the credit for it. I shouldn't.
Well, you deserve it. We're all here for you, Mr. B.
Did you see the Chirac candle, Roman candle fight on the iBang?
I did see that.
It's brutal and beautiful at the same time.
But I don't really understand it. Like, what's going on there? Like, what
they're
motivated
shooting
this?
each other with Roman candles, and it looks like in a fun way. Like, maybe they're young enough that this is what they're doing, and in a few years they'll start and shoot each other with guns.
Right.
But unless there's something I don't understand, but it's like this weird, beautiful dance. Go ahead and play some of it. It's up on the iBang. But you can see... By the way, look how clear any video looks now.
No. It's just thinking that.
It's almost like shooting a scene for
quality.
a movie,
Yeah.
right? Now, I guess the kids there in Chirac or South Chicago love to get Roman candles, and they have fun when they point them at each other. First, they yell at each other. And by the way, the cops are just a few feet away, and there's zero respect. I want to stop the killings and they're just shooting Roman candles back and forth, which looks like it's fun.
Ow!
It looks like it's fun and dangerous.
Well, that's kids' favorite type of fun. Oh, it's really pretty.
Yeah, it's pretty the way they're burning each other up. A lot of these kids have Roman candles and Russian hands.
I know.
And I don't like that at all. You know what? That's assault.
That's assault, brother.
You just sexually assaulted someone. But you want to see this. It's up on the iBank today. Here's Bill. Bill, what can we do for you, pal?
Yeah, Ron. I was about 13 years old, and when I started hearing the Beach Boys, maybe 12, 13, something like that.
And I love their first music, the Beach, the Third Little Deuce Coupe, and the surfing and stuff, all the surfing music. Pet Sounds came out, I hated it. I bought the album, played it through one time, and never listened to it again.
To this day?
Now that you're an adult, you might want to give it another chance.
Yeah, give it another go.
I could understand if you were in your early teens, that fucking album might turn you off.
They just totally screwed up I said, the Beats, it was terrible to me. Now I understand some of, what's going on a little bit better, and I appreciate it a little bit, but I still love the early stuff.
Yeah, well, the early stuff is great. Like, Pet Sounds is incredible, but, I mean, in my room, like, that song is so incredible.
Those songs were great too. But I mean, the surfing and the car stuff, I loved it. It was just in my groove, just right there for me. When I was that age.
If you're the right age, that would work for you perfectly.
And at least you're not lying about it too. I mean, I feel like a lot of adults are like, yeah, I loved Pet Sounds when it came out. I loved it immediately.
Yeah, people tend to say like, oh man, I remember when the Ramones hit. I'm like, really? Because for as many people as I've heard that from, you think they would have been bigger.
Yeah, it's like, exactly. Well, that happens a lot with the punk rock scene. That's like saying, back in my day, we were all beatniks. And it's like, no, there was like 15 of them.
Every one of my friends loved rock and roll, and we were raised with rock and roll. And I don't have one friend who liked when they came out, the Ramones, Elvis Costello, people thought as a weirdo freak. Patty. There was always jokes about Patty Smith.
What kind of jokes?
Like she was not the most attractive.
Give me their names.
Gilda Radner did the Candy Loving thing or Candy Slice or whatever, acting like Patty was a fucked up piece of garbage, basically, and everybody laughed at that.
Yeah, but the punk scene was really just happening in the cities. It wasn't something that happened in the suburbs.
Yeah, but it came to the suburbs within, a couple of years, and then almost was exclusively in the suburbs. Then it was weird suburb boy rock that, got really weird. Hey, John.
Hey, Ronnie. How y'all doing?
Good.
That Beach Boys song, and I'm going to start up again here. God only knows what I'd be without you. After my divorce, I felt like my wife had robbed me of that song because she was my everything. I still have a hard time listening to it, but now, since y'all been doing this interviews and talking about them, I've taken it back from her, and it's the fucking greatest song ever.
Oh, man, that's rough, man. It's weird when you have a song that reminds you of somebody. And then, so I guess you still have gigantic feelings for her, John.
Actually, we didn't get along for years, and now we're civil. It's almost like the civility in my life came back with her almost at the same time as I started enjoying the song and taking it back from feeling like she stole it from me.
Yeah. All right, buddy.
Thank you, guys. Hey, it's Ron.
Yeah.
I'm 80 days sober, buddy. Thanks.
Congratulations, my man.
Thank you.
Peace. I'd like to get Joe 80 days sober and, well, Gail, it goes without saying.
What? I could go 80 days.
What? I'll do it if you do it.
Okay.
All right, we'll start in 4 years, okay?
You drink a lot, huh, Joe?
A fair amount, yeah. On the weekends and all that.
Yeah, and during the week.
And at work.
Kind of drunk right now.
Yeah. Really use a shot.
The drinking helps me maintain the pills.
Mm-hmm.
Brings it back to normal.
Yeah.
How you make it nice.
Sometimes I drink just to chase away the voices. The screaming voices.
That's you?
Well, no, I watch a lot of movies.
And just turn the volume down then.
Oh, man, that's way cheaper and easier. Yeah.
That's a big problem.
See? Came up with the solution for you.
All right.
Sean, what's up, buddy?
Hey, how you doing, Ronnie?
Yeah.
I heard that when the Beach Boys recorded Manson's song, they changed the words, and he got really pissed off at him. Did you ever hear that story?
Yeah, I've heard so many rumors, I don't know what is true.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I heard that Dennis Wilson beat up Manson over it because he confronted him, but I never know if it was true or not.
I never do either. And then I heard Dennis banged Squeaky, and I'm like, I don't even know. I should
he had the whole family living at his house, I guess, at one point, they say.
Yeah, they did, and they said they couldn't get rid of them once they came in.
Oh, boy.
But they, he invited them in, and then nobody would leave. And then Dennis left for a while, and then they stayed. It's all kinds of weird California shit.
Manson family's like bed bugs. You can't get rid of them.
You watch that TV show Aquarius yet?
No, I haven't watched it yet. You loving it?
Well, I'm watching it.
Right.
I'm watching that, and I'm watching whatever that other fucking weird, we're all trapped inside of a town thing is. I don't, it's summer viewing. What are you going to do?
The Bubble Town? What's that?
No, not the Bubble Town. This is Wayward Pines.
Oh, okay.
And you're basically captured and brought there and be forced to act like you live there and love it.
Right.
It's very, very weird.
I thought you were talking about the dome.
Yeah. I call it living under the dome, and then I try to high five my friends.
I watched the first season of The Dome just because it was silly and we were having fun watching it. And then we watched the first episode of the second season, and I was like, okay, the joke is over. We're really watching a bad show.
You don't watch it?
Exactly.
You know what they finally gave out and said that it is?
What?
They're all living in the Astrodome, and they didn't know it. Yeah, so they're just living in Houston.
Yeah.
Well,
so
they found some doors, and they can all leave and come in, and sometimes people play baseball there.
Right. They should have figured that out.
I wonder how they pitched that at the writing table. All right, we need something for season 2. All right, they're in Houston.
All right, let me do this. Pitch me a show that I've never seen before and see if I'll buy it. Pitch me a show that you have at the back of your head.
Okay, it's a show about astronauts.
Okay.
A bunch of astronauts are in a spaceship, and there's a problem, and now they've all been ejected from the spaceship, and now they're traveling outward.
Oh, fuck. But they can hear each other, they can't see each other?
They can hear each other, and they're just keep traveling farther and farther away. So it's just a conversation between like 5 astronauts.
But here's the thing. The one astronaut, his name is Captain Houston, and the name of the show is Houston.
Yeah.
You've got a problem.
Good. See, this is why you always need that guy, the
I'm
man
ready to sum it up.
Sell it.
Give
All
me
right.
a pitch.
Okay, so post-apocalypse. Everyone just seemed to disappear one day, and no one knows why they were chosen and why they stayed.
Mm-hmm.
This is actually a show.
Yeah. All right, I'll make up one right now.
Yeah. You can't pitch this a show that's already there.
All right, so it's about this kid, right?
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And he is grown up, he's an adolescent, and he's kind of discovering himself. But he's not very good with the ladies. So what does he do? He makes a wish. The show's called My Anime Girlfriend. The wish with some anime magic, his girlfriend comes to life.
Oh, God.
And now he has an anime girlfriend.
You can consider that greenlit.
We'll call it Joey Creep. All right, Dan, you think you got an idea to pitch?
Yeah, I got one.
Okay,
so it's about a guy, professional juggler, right?
Love it already.
Who he can juggle everything except his love life.
Wow,
Okay?
nice.
So he meets this girl, and she's a real beauty.
Yeah.
All right? And he keeps making dates with her, but he keeps breaking them because he keeps juggling. He keeps forgetting because he's got these juggling tournaments going on. So she, this is the whole arc. She finally says, you know what? You can't keep missing our wedding date. It's me you're juggling. So he chooses her, and they share a kiss right behind in front of the fountain. And the fountain goes off, and while they kiss, he starts juggling bowling pins. It kind of shows that you can have it all.
Wow.
Nice.
What's the name of the show?
Juggling love.
Okay, love it. Now, I got one. See if you guys like it. It's a guy, birth defect, where his face is supposed to be, there's an ass, right? Now, here's the thing. Oddly enough, his name is Frank Asfus. And,
Okay.
And, when he's called on in school, you'll be the teacher and you'll just ask Frank Asfus to do something.
Would you like to, Frank, would you like to come to the board and solve this problem? Frank.
ha, you did it again.
So
Asses.
Frank Asfis. He farts when he talks. He's Frank Asfis.
Hey,
And he talks when he farts.
Hey, Frank, you bring Kelly to the prom? Oh, man, I thought she was going to go with me. Such a face ass.
Dan. Go ahead, Dan. Yeah.
Hey there, I hate to bust Gail, but her idea for a TV show was a short story by Ray Bradbury.
Oh,
I
is that
know.
where you stole it from?
I did. It's called Kaleidoscope.
Why would you steal it? I was loving that. And I called it Houston when you've got a problem.
That's a better name than
Yeah,
Kaleidoscope.
I do agree with
It's
that.
a great short story.
All right,
Thanks
try it
for
again.
calling me out, Dan.
Sorry.
All right, I got one for you. All right, so these undersea divers, right? They're in a submarine, but the submarine crashes, and they're all floating away from each other, talking, but each one of them is being eaten by a giant squid.
Good.
Whoa.
Love it. Love
Yeah.
the giant squid.
Right. And then, but then one of them sees something under, and it's glowing, and it's an undersea city. Then guess what? Is an alien spacecraft that's been down there.
Wow.
Whoa.
This is great.
Yeah. And the name of this show is going to be You Fucked Up is the name of it. It's just it's
Subtle.
people, yeah.
All right.
Because they fucked up and they crashed and then they ran into this alien spacecraft.
Can I take that and make
Yeah.
a spin-off off of it?
Sure.
All right, this giant squids open up a tattoo parlor at the bottom of the ocean
Yeah.
called Inked.
Holy shit.
Right?
A fucking squid tattoo artist inked.
Right?
Love it.
Yeah.
I gotta get one of my tentacles inked.
I love that.
So good. All right, I have another idea for
Yeah.
a show. You guys know the movie League of Their Own, right?
No, is it good?
Mm-hmm. It's
All right.
really good. It's about lady baseball players.
Oh,
Okay,
yeah, I do know that.
Ready?
Yeah.
League of Their Own TV show.
Oh.
Just keeps going on. Keeps having the league.
In every game.
Yeah.
Every game's on 162 games.
Yes. Actually, there's actually no comedy to it. It's just full games.
Right.
Oh, you see
Yeah.
that episode where they're bringing in the warm-up pitcher?
I got the perfect name for it, too.
Okay.
Sluts.
That'll sell.
Yeah.
Greenlit.
Because people love sluts. Dan, you got another idea for a TV show?
Yeah, this has to run for a long time, though. Okay? ISIS versus Jaws. All right? So every
Okay.
week people tune in, but it's just a family, like, having a nice picnic. But every week people are watching, thinking, like, is ISIS going to fight that shark Jaws?
Yeah.
And every week they keep coming back, waiting, till eventually the show ends. Kind of like life in a lot of ways.
I do love the idea of this show.
That's good. All of these are good.
Yeah. I got an idea for a show, too.
Mm-hmm.
It's called White Like Me. And the guy's name, it's actually Bob White. He's a white guy. And every week he just has white people problems,
Right.
you know?
You come up with the titles, which is great.
Yeah, well, I like I like titles that are based on something like we can understand. But like he meets a white girl and they
Right.
move into a white neighborhood, you know, and they listen to white music.
Yeah, I think that'll go over real well.
Yeah.
It's
Well,
relatable for sure.
It is relatable.
It'll hit all the demographics. White
Yeah.
people, Caucasians,
All the demographics
Gringos.
we want to reach.
Scandinavians.
Sure.
Gringos.
But that's the fun of this is like we can come up with shows that are as good as anything that's out there
Yeah.
right now.
I really feel like we make a great writing team.
Yeah.
I mean, I just don't see if there's a show where you can live under a dome. Why isn't there a show where you're living over the dome?
I like that.
Know what I'm saying?
You know, because that's what they like. You know, you take an idea that
Right.
somebody's already done.
Flip it on its head.
And
Yep.
Joe's is more like real life. Like most of us live over a dome.
Yeah.
You know, I know I
Absolutely.
did. I grew up over a dome.
Or near a dome. You know?
Yeah. Here's Art in Chicago.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Yeah.
Honored to talk to you guys. Anyways, I have a show that I can flip the concept around. It's an HBO show, so imagine everybody wakes up and all the guns in the entire planet are gone. No guns. And so now all society has got to deal with how to fight each other without guns. Even if you try to produce a gun, manufacture a bullet, any kind of weapon that is like a gun, you can't do it. It just doesn't work. And so the entire world has no idea how to fight each other.
So it's just fist fighting. Like wars are fist fights.
Yeah.
That's right. That's exactly how. That's the season finale.
Punch World.
Yeah, I like that a lot. Punch World. And the guy's name is Frank Punchworld. Oddly, his name is Frank Punchworld.
Starring Dennis Quaid. It's got to star Dennis Quaid, or else it's not going to work.
Well, if we can't get him, we'll get the other Quaid.
One of the episodes could be at a wedding, and someone goes, "Hey, someone spiked the punch," and then he punches the groom with a spike on his fist.
Holy shit. That's great.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and for episode 3, they find all the guns and they start shooting each other. That's the weird thing.
This Punch World as we know it is gone.
Yeah. I got an idea for another one too. It's kind of a period piece, and its name is Adam and Steve, right? That's the name of it. And it's just Adam and Steve, like God leaves them there, and then they start blowing each other.
That's good.
Right?
It's definitely going to appeal to a new, changing audience that we have now.
I figured it for a gay audience and soccer moms.
Yeah.
And lesbians, I hear, love to watch guys having sex together.
Really?
Look it up.
Interesting.
Look it up, sister. Here's Tweeter. Go ahead, Tweeter.
Hey, Ron. Hey, Gail. Great show. Long time, first time. How are you?
Good.
Hey, this Beach Boys stuff, man, it's like fine china. I can't even listen to it all the time. I want to put it up and then just break it out on certain occasions because I never want them to sound like Jumping Jack Flash, where it's just overdone and you get sick and tired of it.
Well, first of all, I've never been sick and tired of Jumping Jack Flash, but one of the things that helps the Beach Boys is it's really summer music.
Yeah.
You're not like, hey, it's Christmas, let's put on the Beach Boys.
Right.
Or, God, it's cold in February, let's put on the Beach Boys.
I will put on songs though in the winter that will seem summery to
I never
make myself feel better.
Never do. My music is seasonal. That's it.
I think I'm a little bit more seasonal too. I listen to a lot more jazz around Christmas and winter.
I agree with you.
Bum, 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 doom, doom, doom.
Bum, 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 bum. Da, 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 da.
Dun, 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 dun. Schroeder's probably my favorite jazz musician.
He's one of mine.
It's definitely up there.
Yeah, Schroeder and Brubeck are probably my two favorite right now. And their both first name is Dave.
Yeah. Dave Schroeder?
This says Maldonado. Go ahead. You're on the air.
Thank God. Yeah, Maldonado from Houston. So here's an idea for a show. This is great. So the city has to leave. Like the entire city becomes a spaceship to save humanity. Like something like ISIS or Hydra, something going to destroy the Earth. And it's going to take, 1,000 years for the whole population to get to the next planet. And in that time, just think how different we are on Earth from 1,000 years ago. So like cultures have changed, identities have changed, classes have arisen, like elite. And they're like, we're the descendants of the Earthmen. And other people are like, no, I don't believe it. And some people are like, there is no other planet. It's a lie to control us. Look out the windows. And
look, this is great. Yeah.
Yeah, and then I guess the crisis could be, to kind of drive the story would be that the scientists, NASA, whoever, the Houstonians set up procedures for how to land and how to keep the ship running and when the planet what to do to colonize.
But here's the thing. Even while you were explaining it, it just got canceled. So
damn it. That happens, though. That's the way Hollywood works.
Oh, yeah, it is. It's the land of fruits and nuts.
I like it, but can we change Houston to Seattle and the spaceship to a cute blonde girl?
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, there you go.
Who's single but independent.
I love it.
I got an idea. I don't know how it worked out. The lead character's name is Frank Massa.
Okay. That's all you got?
Well, it takes place in the 1800s. And I don't want to describe what it is because I don't want anybody to be mad at me.
Don't. We'll leave it to the imagination. Some good pitches work that way.
There's another idea I had about a Seattle private investigator, and the guy's name is Frank Blackhole's son. And did I tell you? It takes place during the grunge era, and there's always a murder every week. And at the end, we always find out that it's Courtney Love that did it.
All right, here's one that I've been toying with for a while.
Good.
Okay, so what's that show where they catch pedos? To Catch a Predator, right? So there's this girl, and she's an actress, right? She can't get any work. She's a struggling actress, right? The only thing she gets cast at is the bait on To Catch a Predator.
Loving this already.
Right? So she's doing this job. It's like a weird situation. She's like, it's like, hey, Mom, I got my first big gig. Oh, when can I see you? I don't know. So she's all embarrassed about it. So just before the one of the shoots, she's outside and she bumps into a guy in the parking lot and realizes that he is the guy who's coming in as he's the pedo, right?
Right.
But somehow she convinces him not to go in, and they have a weird love connection.
Loving
right?
Oh.
And now she's got to pretend that she's a 14-year-old girl to stay in a relationship with him. But she's actually an adult woman.
All right, I got the perfect title for it.
Okay.
Oh, those Kumias. And it's just about a fun family. All right, I got an idea based off of that, though, because it's called To Catch a Predator.
Okay.
So my idea would be called To Catch a Chinaman. And somehow you have to lure a Chinese person into your house.
No.
And then you drop a net on them.
And then that's it. I got him.
Yeah.
The end of the episode.
And the guy who's running it, his name is Frank Ramen.
They should have saw that one coming.
Yeah, you should have.
Okay, I got one.
Okay.
Good.
Right. Do you know what mutton busting is?
No.
It's sheep riding for kids at rodeos.
Oh, I have seen it. I love it.
Wait, what is it?
It's sheep riding for kids at rodeos. So
okay. Yeah. I know what that is.
Okay, so it's about the best mutton buster who is old, but not old enough to leave you, but he's getting there.
All
and
right.
he's realizing.
Okay. I'm loving it. Like, I'm too old for this shit.
Yeah.
He's like 8.
He's like trying to throw his voice so he doesn't sound older, but the sheep, they really know.
Okay.
Right? So eventually the big tournament comes up. And what does he see? His favorite sheep there being hurt.
Hurt.
Yeah. And then it writes itself from there.
But yeah,
it writes itself.
So it also like his name is Sean, and it's going to be Sean Not Heard, but it's going to look like Seen Not Heard.
Right.
Yeah,
Sean Not Heard.
I like it.
These are all good.
First of all, we got to have our own network. You know what I mean?
I'm greenlighting every one so far.
Yeah,
I haven't heard one bad idea.
No,
and I don't just say that.
That's the weird thing.
Yeah.
That's the crazy thing is it gets better and better and better. Here's Shane. Shane, go ahead.
Okay, my idea is a telemarketer, could even be a customer service guy that's got to follow up on calls for some big company like AT&T or something.
Right.
And he gets, people chew him out all the time and this and that, and then once in a while he just gets a hair and decides to stalk this person and kill him, and nobody can ever figure out who this guy is. And he leaves his marks, and he wants people to know that he was a customer service person or a telemarketer, if you will, by the signs that he leaves people, and it's just an ongoing series of all these killings. Sort of a Dexter meets AT&T customer service guy.
I like the idea of it because I like shows about telemarketers.
Right,
you know, that's always my favorite. By the way, I got a new idea for a show. I hope you like it.
Okay.
It's called Hitler's Barber. Okay. And the barber, Hitler comes in, he has this really nice big mustache, right? But the guy keeps fucking up on each side, and he's going back and forth until he just has this little tiny thing under Hitler's nose. and it makes Hitler so mad that he invades Poland.
And then, how do we do this every week? He comes back to the barber.
Same thing.
It's the same.
But here's the trick. At the end of the last episode, we find out that the barber is a Jew.
Whoa.
And maybe that's why Hitler got so mad.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
We really have everything. The only thing I think we're missing is like a horror teen show.
Yeah,
you
like
know?
a horror teen show.
A horror teen show.
That'll sell.
Yeah.
Sexy witches. Probably.
Okay.
Yeah, that could work.
Called Bitchcraft.
All right, I like the idea of that. Like they're new and they're fresh in town.
Yeah.
And they prove what's harder, being in high school or being a witch.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And that's the series.
Yeah. Because they're both pretty difficult, especially when you're a bitch witch. It's pretty good.
I do like it. I had an idea for one, but I'd never seen it in real life, but it's always kind of fun. But it's called Black Tailgaters. And it's just like black dudes who actually go to the game early.
Wow, okay.
But you never see that.
Yeah.
It's always white people doing it. So really, it's like kind of an alternate reality type thing
Sure.
where black guys decide to go to the game 12 hours before the game starts. You know, and they've got like chairs out and shit
Yeah,
that
and
they
then,
brought from home.
of course, hilarity ensues because they're like the odd man out there.
Yeah.
There's the like straight guy, the guy who's married,
right?
The dog of the group, you know, who
Right,
gets a lot
that's
of women.
always fun. We got so many great ideas. I just feel like we're gonna have the best network of all time. You know, like no one's even gonna come close to us.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, here's Dean. Go ahead, Dean.
What's up, Benningtons? How are you?
Good.
I got an idea for a game show.
Good.
It's like Cash Cab, but instead of picking people up during the day, you wait till the end of night at last call and you pick up all the drunks and you're asking them simple questions like, what's your address? Where do you live? Where do you want to go? And you could call it Smashed Cab.
All right, it's just drunk people.
Yeah, trying to
in
get
a
home.
cab. Could you tie this into Uber though? Because I'm always about being up to date.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
know?
You want to be on point. You want to be like, maybe,
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe this show goes out over Periscope. I don't know. Like
Yeah.
something new, something fresh.
Yeah, something that people can tweet.
Uh-huh.
And that's why you're here, Gail.
Yeah.
'Cause
Yeah.
we need that.
Yeah, we need somebody to stay.
Like a
You
lot of
bring
times
us
you'll say something, I'll just be like, put a hashtag on it.
Yeah,
I like your idea. Put a hashtag in the front of that. You got something.
you bring us the hip young demo that I
Mhm.
don't have right now.
And
Like-
I also am the voice for the ladies as well.
Right,
You know,
like my last idea that you shot down that I call it was just about a guy called Frank MySpace.
Right.
You said it was just dated.
I said, listen, I've been greenlighting everything, but let's
Yeah.
take that and tweak it because
Right.
nobody's on MySpace anymore, except for a couple bands, I think.
Speaking of, Jim Gaffigan just retweeted the fact that he is going to be here for an unmasked. Jim Gaffigan and his wife Jeannie, Friday, June 19th, 2 p.m. at Caroline's Comedy Club. Go to the iBang for tickets. You might want to stay on top of this because he just tweeted it out to his crew. And how many followers does he have?
2.39 million followers.
That's because people like him.
And I'll tell you right now, we don't have 2.39 million tickets. So you guys,
bad.
you guys are going to have to get on top of this.
Too bad. Because that would have went perfectly. Coming up a little later on in the show, we're going to be talking with the great Brian Wilson and then also Abby Elliott.
Yes.
Of what's the name of her show? Mom?
It's called Odd Mom Out, and it premieres Monday, June 8th at 10 p.m.
That's why it's brilliant. It's not Odd Man Out. Like
Right.
we would do. Just
Exactly.
Odd Man Out. Odd Mom Outs.
Yes.
Perfect.
You're a title man, and you get that kind of stuff.
I actually
And I put a hashtag on the front of that.
I got an idea that a group of moms are playing kind of Afrocentric hip hop, you know, downtown in the 80s. And it's called the Mom Club.
Okay.
And it was bump, 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 bump.
I love it. Green.
Bump, 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 bump. Green.
Wow, these moms sure do know how to rock.
You just say green.
Green.
Right now, green.
All right,
Ladies and gentlemen, the light is green.
I have one more.
Okay.
All right, it's about a scientist. Really quirky, kind of dad scientist. He has kids. They would need more kids. Him and his wife want more. Only experiment goes wrong. Title, Honey, I Shrunk My Balls.
I like it.
Yeah?
I like it a lot. And it ties in with the fact that people remember Honey, I Funk a Kid so much.
Honey, I fuck my kids. It's hard to understand. Sometimes you have to bring someone's sister in to translate.
Yeah. What is he saying? What does he mean by wee dodo?
This is something that he heard. It's just he misinterpreted it.
Wee dodo. You know what that actually was?
Aye, Captain.
Wee dodo.
Wee dodo. What a nickel.
What a nickel. No, we got hung up on that yesterday. Bump, 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 bump. We need to break here? Yeah, we should. Let's break right now. Lots coming up, including the fact that we're going to have Brian Wilson of the Beach Boys and Abby Elliott here of Odd Mom Out. This is Bennington.
You're listening to Bennington on Raw Dog Comedy Hits, Sirius XM 99.
Hey, this is Ron Bennington from The Bennington Show, but you can call me Doc. Tito's Handmade Vodka is America's original craft vodka. In 1995, Tito Beverage had the idea of building his own micro distillery, incorporating the boutique winery concept into the spirits industry. Ha! People said, that can't be done. Well, now who's wrong? He acquired the first legal permit to distill in Texas and put his life savings into it, racking up 19 credit cards to build his own copper pot stills and condensers. Since then, he's turned it into a huge success. He's been awarded a 95 rating by the wine enthusiasts. Won the unanimous judges double medal award at the World Spirits Competition, the Chairman's Trophy for the world's best vodka tonic, and many others. And still refuses to pay off any of those credit cards. That's why I got to say Tito Beverage is without a doubt my favorite person on the planet Earth. He saw the game that was lined up and he stared it down and he beat it. He beat life at its own game. Here's one of the things I love about it. If you go to pick up Tito's vodka, you have to say this. It's got a modest paper label on a simple bottle. All you pay for is the exceptional vodka. Why are people writing, "Oh, Joey Jojo, that is going out on the air"? Is there something you didn't want out on the air, Joe?
I think communicating with Adrian over the break when I told him a live read was coming up.
Oh, okay. So that was happening on the air.
Yes.
That's exciting stuff. That lets you know that this is live radio taking place.
Yes.
It also said that you asked him out on a date.
Yeah, but he hasn't said yes or no yet.
No.
Adrian?
I have plans.
Hold on, though. Before you answer, it's going to be a sexual date. Not just a date, but you'll get guaranteed sex at the end.
Okay, I'll change my plans.
You know, let me get back into what I was talking about. Hi, this is Ron Bennington from The Bennington Show, but you can call me Doc. Tito's Handmade Vodka is distilled 6 times from 100% corn, naturally gluten-free. Visit us, and by that I mean me and Tito, at titosvodka.com for recipes, songs, and more. We're doing what is Tito's best song contest on the air next week, and we'll sit around and vote on it. 40% alcohol by volume, handcrafted to be savored responsibly.
Joey,
Joey.
You guys say good?
I did.
Sure.
All right.
Welcome back to Bennington. You know, I look around here in the emptiness on a Friday, in the what's still not even the summer, in my opinion.
Mm-mm.
Not even my opinion. The calendar also has the same opinion.
Mm-hmm.
We're still spring fling. But where do you think the perfect getaway is now? Is it beach? Is it lake, the way Joe grew up? Is it country? Or is it mountain, top of a mountain?
For me,
Mm-hmm.
and I think it's probably because I grew up around beaches, I love a lake getaway.
Really?
Because it's so different than the way I grew up. Like in Florida, you are not allowed to swim in fresh water. It's dangerous. It's a not okay place to be in the water.
Kids die.
Yes, all the time. And small dogs oftentimes get eaten up. But the first time I was like upstate New York and swimming in lakes upstate, it's like swimming in a glass of drinking water. It's so clean and clear. And then there's like something really weird about like swimming and then like seeing mountains around you. It's just like
That's
it's
nice.
so different than anything I grew up around.
What about for you, Joe?
For me, only having grown up in Minnesota, it'll always be the lake getaway.
Over the ocean.
Over the ocean. And then my number 2, though, would have to be top of mountain, just because that's so different from how I grew up. The Midwest is so flat.
You're in the Great Plains.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that whenever I'm on top of the mountain and I can see everything, that always blows my mind.
Yeah. Because I've always been beach number 1. I'm now mountain number 1.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think sometimes you end up going in the opposite of whatever it was that you were used to, because it's whatever seems like this is another planet. I had that experience when I went to the desert for the first time, where I was like, this is so incredibly beautiful and it's so different than anything I've ever seen.
Well, I don't know if I even told you about this, but I've been to the desert on a horse with no name, and it felt good to get out in the rain, you know? Now, in the desert, no one can remember your name because there ain't no one there going to give you.
But,
I think it's no name.
Why'd you name your horse?
I should have. I
just
should
done
have. Now, by the time I thought of it, I already thought would be the perfect name for it.
What's that?
Frank Horseshoe.
Yeah, good one. Yeah, he says that as though it's the horse's fault. That's your responsibility.
I've been waiting for the horse to tell me your name, but there ain't no horse knows how to give it a name. We're all sounding like Neil Young right now. But literally, it's just like a Neil Young impression.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, pass me over one of those tiny little waters. Give me some water because I killed a man on the Mexican border. Cool water. Give me some. Any word that comes up, we can just go right to a song about it.
I know. There really isn't a
Just
word.
like that Joey Joe song.
I know.
Joey was born in Red Hook, Brooklyn.
What are the Joey tattoos that you have?
Okay, so I have this boxing kangaroo right here.
Because it's a Joey?
It's a Joey.
Let me see.
Right here.
That is great.
Thank you.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I like the design a lot.
Well, my problem with the design is it's too intricate, so I can't see what it is.
Right.
I like just a big, empty kind of comic book thing.
It's very big, too.
It is.
It's a big one.
Then I have this guy. This is a Shel Silverstein illustration
I recognize
to
that.
a poem called Joey.
What's that poem about?
It's about this kid named Joey who takes a stone and knocks down the sun. And the world becomes dark as a result.
That's you.
And then
I love the shell.
And then I have this frog on my leg.
And
right
his
here.
name's Joey.
This giant frog that I just has nothing to do with being named Joey, but I named the frog Joey, actually. Joseph.
So there you go.
So, yeah.
Now he's got, what is he, like a little hobo frog?
Yeah, he's like a little hobo frog.
With
Just
a
a little bindle.
Mhm.
Bundle. Whatever it is.
Bindle
A bindle
staff.
is something you bring Coke with. Now, so you just say his name is Joey because you like your Joey things.
Yeah, I figured, why not? Don't break something that isn't broken.
Right.
You know?
It's your good
Yeah.
catchphrase that you've
Thank
been
you.
doing today.
Now, you're a big Shel Silverstein guy?
Yeah, I like him a lot. I grew up reading him.
So did Gail.
Yes.
You
adore.
love the Shel. And you know how many people, like fucking hip people over the years I've talked to, and they name check Shel Silverstein, like he was their friend.
I believe it. He was such a cool dude.
David Mamet would bring him up. Chris Christopherson. Then you got like Shel Silverstein. He's brilliant. You know, like me and Shel Silverstein. You're like, really? All these different things that these people consider them peers. You know,
that's incredible.
Like cartoonists consider them peers. Songwriters consider them a peer. Playwrights consider him a peer.
I remember finding out that he had this whole hip existence that when you're a kid, you're just like, oh, he's a poetry guy.
I think he wrote for Playboy, too.
He did.
He was a writer.
He did cartoons and some writing. And lived in the mansion and was very comfortable with the women during those, times.
I remember even just like looking at his picture on the jacket and just being like, that is one interesting dude. Like he was bald with a beard and he had no shoes on for some reason in the picture.
Yeah.
I think he was holding a guitar.
Yeah, and he would have a suit on and no shoes.
He was a cool dude.
Someone said, he was around before, like, dudes were, carrying bags. And since he was always writing stuff, he had sold a mailbag and would just walk around town with a mailbag with his writing in it and shit. It was long before dudes were carrying bags.
Way cool. That dude's way cool.
Just weird and different, right?
Yeah,
I think he died in Key West.
Did he really?
Yeah. He had a place down there.
His poetry to me as a kid, it was so funny and it was so silly and sometimes I remember like bawling reading Shel Silverstein. There was a poem called Poor Angus that I literally could just look at the little drawing of Angus and start crying.
Well, The Giving Tree is the most heartbreaking thing you've ever heard of. And it kind of makes me hate little boys.
Oh, poor Angus.
Poor Angus.
What do you do, poor Angus? I can't talk about Angus right now.
I don't blame you.
He also wrote this great one-act play called The Devil and, I think, Billy Pinkham. And it's just about this janitor who finds his way on stage, but then he recounts this whole tale of Billy Pinkham and his fight with the devil. And it's all one act, but really, really good.
I saw a one act play of his being done here in the city.
You did?
Yeah. It was one of those outdoor, in the park type things. And it was cool as hell. And then all those people know him. You know what I mean? They were like, oh, yeah, Shel back in New York was this wild dude. They all loved him.
And then he was a songwriter as well, right? He wrote music.
Great songs. He wrote songs that Johnny Cash covered and songs that went to he wrote cover of the Rolling Stone, which gets brought up during our favorite movie. Mm-hmm. I mean, he was just an amazing dude. Ron in Missouri.
Hey, Benningtons, how you doing?
Good.
I wanted to mention that when I was in high school, Shel Silverstein's album Freakin' at the Freakers Ball came out. And the background band on it was Dr. Hook and the Medicine Show.
Well, all their hits that they ever had were written by Shel Silverstein.
Well, I've still got the cassette tape. And it's ragged, but I still listen to it about once a year just to get me back to when I was in high school.
That's sweet, though, man. Yeah,
he always did strike a chord with me, so to speak.
There are always people in L.A. who think of him as an L.A. guy, New Yorkers who think of him as a New York guy, Chicago people think of him that way, Nashville people, and Key West people. It's every time that I would run into somebody, they would think of them as their own. Melvin Van Peebles was the same way when I talked to him. He was like, oh yeah, Shel was a great friend of mine. I'm like, how did he keep having these great friends that didn't seem to know each other that were in these different places?
Even the song cover of the Rolling Stone, that song, even when you just read the lyrics, that could be in Where the Sidewalk Ends or, it really reads like a children's poem.
Yeah. We got to make sure that I plug some of these things. If you go over the iBang, there's an announcement that you're not going to see anywhere else. There's an exclusive. It's a contest where if someone writes the funniest fish out of water video, they can go to Sweden. There's details on the site, but you know, Amy Poehler, I think her production company, or Will Ferrell or somebody has that thing about Sweden. They're putting it on. So you make up a little viral video about Sweden or your own fish out of water. All the rules are up on the iBang, and you can win and go to Sweden. I'm thinking Dan and his friends are always making those things.
I know. Get on that.
Are you going to make one, Dan?
Yeah, why not? I didn't even know about this.
Yeah, it's just happening right now. Fish out of water. Plug it. I mean, if I was you, I'd use an actual fish out of water and stay with it till it dies.
What
good idea.
What kind of fish? But no, I have an idea. I don't want to say it on the air.
Can I just tell you?
Yeah.
One of those clownfish would be great because everybody loves that Albert Brooks stuff.
Yeah.
You know?
Nemo.
We can't put it in a circus.
No.
No. It's not that kind.
It's at home there.
Let's go over here to Scott, Panic in Detroit. You're on the air.
Hey, man, what's going on?
Cool.
So, my favorite Dr. Hook song is Rollin' the Roadie and Groupie. Funniest shit ever.
How many think of, he did Boy Named Sue for Johnny Cash, which a lot of people hate.
They hate that song? I thought that was like a beloved song.
It is, but the people who love it and then other people hate.
Other Johnny Cash fans even are...
But my favorite is probably Sylvia's mother. Sylvia's mother said, Sylvia's happy. And it's about making this phone call. And then in the middle of the song, it just goes, and the operator says 40 cents more for the next 3 minutes. And you're just, like, it's so weird. Like you said, it could have easily been one of his poems, but it's just, there's music set to it.
He clearly had like a childlike mind, though.
Except for I heard this from people. Like, if he would be playing and people brought their kids and they were singing along, he would stop and go like this, stop it, and sit down and listen.
Really?
Yeah, he didn't like kids jumping around and having fun during his show. He liked them to sit quietly. 'Cause he didn't have any kids himself.
Right.
So he didn't like them that much.
He's just like, just because you're my audience doesn't mean I have to like you.
Shit to me. We ought to do Filtered Excellence Day, too, if you want to read us off some of them. And coming up in just a little bit, the Beach Boy, Brian Wilson.
So excited about that. I'm so
will be
thrilled.
on the air. And also Abby Elliott, who was not in the Beach Boys, will be here.
I think she could have been.
I think she was in Jan and Dean.
I found it funny.
You're going to read us a Filtered Excellence, and Gail, you and I will say whether we would do it or not.
Like it or love it.
All right. For Watch This, Love and Mercy, editors pick new Brian Wilson biopic.
See it.
Seriously,
We
love
already
it.
saw it, but
Yeah.
we loved it.
All right. Listen to See Me Stone by See Me Stone.
Don't know it.
Don't know. More info.
All right. It's gone through several incarnations throughout her career.
Several? Then yes,
Yeah.
I'm in.
Oh,
I
okay.
didn't know
This is
about
a
that.
whole different incarnation.
Yeah.
She's a featured vocalist on the critically acclaimed band The Duke and the King.
Who?
A band.
Let's move on to the next one.
Yeah.
We have that one as an incomplete for us.
All right. All the Woo in the World by Bernie Wooler.
Let's keep moving.
All right.
Sounds like Earl put this together.
Next.
Read this. Snakes. Guillotine's Electric Chair.
No.
Electric Chairs. My Adventures in the Alice Cooper Group by Dennis Dunaway and Chris Holdenfield.
No, I definitely want to see this.
Yes.
Or read it. Do
Yeah.
I see it or
You read it. If you're going to have to read
Do you
it.
have it with you right now that I can take home and read this weekend?
I don't have it. I could get a synopsis ready if you'd like.
Yeah.
Synopsis. I want the whole thing.
Yeah. So not that, dude.
All right. Well, here in New York, you can do this weekend while you're reading. You can go to the Museum Mile Festival, which was launched in 1978 to encourage people to check out the wide array of museums the city has to offer.
I already do that anyway.
Yeah.
I
Wait,
don't
you
need
just
to
go
be forced
museum to
into it.
museum?
Are they free to get in?
Look, it seems free. It seems free. Yeah.
It seems pretty
it's a
free.
festival, and most festivals.
You know what? I'm going to do it. I'll be there.
You gonna do it?
Yeah. I'll see you guys there. I hope to see you guys there. I know you haven't voted yet, but.
Well, here's something you might like. Randall's Ball on Governor Island.
Why wouldn't they put it on Randall's Island?
Mm-hmm.
What I meant to say was Governor's Ball on Randall's Island.
Really? Are you telling the truth?
I'm telling the truth.
Fucked
Yep.
that up?
I fucked that up.
That's why I was like,
Randall's Ball. What?
Yes. Yes, absolutely.
I will do that too.
I'm not going to go.
I'm going to go. I'm worried I'm going to go to the wrong island, but.
You actually live close to Governor's Island.
Mm-hmm.
You could probably pogo stick to it.
And I used to live close to Randall's Island.
Weird.
All right.
So weird.
Also here in New York, you can see Al Cooper's 71st birthday celebration at
Count me
BB
in.
King's.
He's amazing.
Yep.
And the Doobie Brothers will be playing in Los Angeles, which seems like a given
Is
for
Michael
me.
McDonald with him?
Let's see. Don Fielder will be on hand as a special guest. Felder will be on hand as a special guest
You know
from the
what
Eagles.
Song, yeah, you know what song he wrote, right?
No, I don't.
He wrote the opening riff to Hotel California, which they played down in that documentary like it wasn't shit.
Really?
Yeah.
They're like just one of their minor blips in their
Yeah,
career.
they're just like, whatever. So what? He came up with that riff. So what? Who couldn't?
Most people?
You got to watch that Eagles thing. I think it's called Bad Stuff About the Eagles.
I like how they get right to the point right there with the title.
The weirdest thing is, well, the number of people they've got rid of on the Eagles, and they're just moving people in and out all the time.
Mm-hmm.
And you know who they say is behind all that in that band?
Who?
Chip Kelly. He just feels like you could just grab.
I trust him though. He has a plan. I don't know what it is.
Listen, in 5 years, the Eagles, they're going to be winning the Super Bowl.
I'm not waiting 5. I want it this year.
Don't have 5. I need it now.
Gotta happen now.
Tell me about it. In Los Angeles, Alan Parsons is playing.
Of an eye in the sky. I like to see Alan Parsons.
Me too.
I like to see Graham Parsons, his brother who passed away.
How will we see him though?
Heaven, rock and roll heaven. I hear they got a hell of a band.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
You think they'll let me play with them?
No, not in heaven. In heaven, you have to be quiet.
Damn it. I didn't realize we had to be so quiet.
What's the big video up on the iBang that everybody's talking about right now? I mean, yeah, I know we went and seen the stuff that was up there with the Chirac.
Yeah, sure.
Big Boys Don't Cry is big on there, where the little kid is getting needles and he tries not to cry.
I didn't see it.
I don't know if you even want to.
Aww. Do I?
No.
Am I
Yeah,
gonna
go ahead and watch it. You're going to feel sad, though.
Aww.
Give me your hand.
It's getting little needles. It's cut for a kid, right?
He is.
Okay, you looking scared.
You think you could take a little kid in to get needles?
Ready? Okay, I'm going to count to 3. I say 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, okay? Now look at Dad.
Look at me.
Look how nervous he is.
Oh, man.
Big boy.
He could not believe
Be a man.
that she's shut. Look at his
Big boy,
face.
don't cry.
That she's
You got
shoving
it. Don't
steel
cry.
in his little
Don't
body.
cry, be a man. You got it. Oh, big boy. High five. High five. Say you a man. I'm a man. Say you can't say it. I'm sorry, so I'm still laughing at you. It's okay.
Isn't it sad?
High five. Big high five.
It's
Good
okay.
job.
Okay.
You want to come down? Want to come down? 1, 2, 3.
See? You gotta say, it. I'm a man.
I'm watching.
You can't
Say it loud. Say it loud.
Say I'm a man. High five.
Scary, right? Look
The
at him.
camera so you cry, okay?
Okay.
Now, why is it so important that we don't want little boys to cry?
I don't know. It's probably not a good lesson. It's probably really bad.
Suppress it, son.
Yeah.
Suppress it.
And I think it's really bad for everyone. It's bad for boys because they're saying, don't feel your emotions to set yourself apart from females who will feel that way. So it's like, it's a way to divide them and say, you're the ones who don't cry and you are the ones who can.
Who cry too much.
Right, exactly.
You can't stop yourself from crying.
I think amongst little kids, too, it's kind of a thing, because I remember growing up, and if you cried, you just got hit more, by other little kids on the playground.
Right.
Sure.
You didn't do it.
They attack weakness.
Yeah.
Plus, you're from Minnesota, a place where people don't have emotions.
That's true.
They're cold people.
Yeah, they're cold, soulless kind of people.
That's true. Passive aggressive at times.
Oh, yeah.
Let me tell you that.
Yeah.
That I believe.
But the kids would hit each other a lot out there in Minnesota?
Yeah. I mean, I feel like it's anywhere you go, you'll find it. But at least where I grew up in the schools I went to, were you
taught to hit back? Was that like an important thing?
I was taught not to hit back, but eventually, I've been on both ends of fighting, of whooping someone's ass. Yeah, bullying and getting fought.
Yeah, so you've been bullied and bullied.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I've been the same. I was a bully and bullied.
Everyone kind of goes through that a little.
Well, I remember one time a bully was chasing me at the same point that I was chasing another little child. This thing is, I got you.
It's the circle of life.
So I'd be yelling, I'm going to fuck you up. And I'd look over my shoulder. Leave me alone. I'm going to fucking kill you, you little prick. Leave me alone. That was the beauty of it. That taught me so many lessons.
And that's why you can't take bullying away from us.
Where I come from was like, not only did they tell you to hit someone who hit you, we were also told to hit someone who was saying stuff to you, hit them first before they hit you. So like they would tell you as a little kid, if that guy's busting your balls, you're going to have to smack him or else he's going to keep picking on you.
Right.
Now that is off the table everywhere now.
Yeah, that is not a lesson anymore.
Like even people will go with, a kid has a right to defend themselves, but never think of a kid feels a little weird that he's going to get jumped, so he hits first. Yeah.
Don't take the shot. You know what I mean?
Now my uncles, I thought, always lied when they said, if you hit him once, he'll go down so hard he won't want any part of it. No, I've seen people hit hard and come right back at you. And you're like, fuck, I did not count on a follow-up.
Right.
I really thought when I snuck you and punched you in the face, that was going to be it.
Oh, I'm still in a fight right now. How do I get out of this fight?
Here's Bob that wants to say something to Joey Jojo.
Yeah, Jojo, I lived up in Minnesota for a while, and they do have feelings. You tell one of them that their local bar or packaged liquor store burned down and watch them cry. It's like little babies.
It's a lot of alcoholics up there,
drinkers?
They got to. It's a long, cold winter.
It's weird. We have such conservative laws in Minnesota regarding alcohol. The liquor stores close at 9 every night, unless you're in the cities, and they don't sell liquor on Sundays. This is state law.
But yeah. You guys are booze hounds.
We're booze hounds.
You better put that booze down.
They just can't. It's medicinal for winter.
It's very cold there.
Warms the blood.
All the time.
I think we got to check some of our pad data. We've got up the wrong name of the show. Do you think this thing with Snoop Dogg that made the joke about Caitlyn Jenner is as big as people are now saying? He actually called her a science project.
Yes. I think it's best to just ignore what that dude is saying. It's just like, are you really going to take it seriously?
But they also said that Caitlyn Jenner has already had $70,000 worth of facial surgery already. So, you know where the science project joke comes from.
Sure, I get where it's coming from, but it wasn't even funny. It's just, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, anyone. I don't know why anyone's worried. Turns out Snoop Dogg doesn't support Caitlyn Jenner. okay. Like,
yeah, should he have to?
Like, if he doesn't want to. Just like the same thing with the dudes, like, I'm calling her Bruce. All right, if you want to, go ahead.
Well, I know
Like-
this.
like-
I know when Snoop Dogg wanted to be called Snoop Lion, I never did it. And I don't feel like that's bullying him.
Right.
I'm the Snoop Lion now, and I'm a Rastafarian. No, you're not Snoop Dogg.
No,
I don't believe you.
Nope.
You always fall back into the same shit.
See, we can all call everybody what we'd like.
Dave Chappelle has joined a Spike Lee musical. I'm not sure how many musicals out there that I could say I like.
It's a very thin line between good and bad, and there's like a small handful, I think, who have ever done it well. But it's risky, and there's tons of them now.
You know, when Spike Lee did School Days, that's a semi-musical, right?
Sure.
And I love that one.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I guess you get into that thing where if there's music in it, is it a musical if, like, I don't know, no one's singing? Like, they took Hairspray, made it into this, like, ridiculous thing. But the original movie had actual great music in it, and nobody was singing it. They were just dancing to it.
So that the first one was not a musical. Second one was.
Right. So the first one was a movie with tons of music in it, which actual music, one of which, by the way, was I'm Blue by the Ikettes.
Mm-hmm.
The Gong
which was-
Song.
yes, which was Thursday's play. But yeah, like, you know, I think it's silly, like the way they're like, let's make everything a musical version. Even things that are already kind of musicals. Like,
Yeah.
there was not enough music for you in that movie?
So, yeah, but what they want is original music so that they can make the money off of it.
Right.
But I
You know?
think when a musical is successful, it's unbelievably huge. Like if you go into any child's home right now, you won't hear a song that isn't from Frozen. You know,
Right.
And that music isn't even all that good.
No.
The best song on there is the one that the snowman wants to live in summer. And I thought that was adorable. But the rest of it, all right, I'll give you the Let It Snow.
Let it go, let it go.
But I don't even know the other. I can't even fucking concentrate on the other songs. And that is true as even most musicals. Like, there's a couple of good songs in it, and then 90 that aren't. You know,
Right.
where they're just talking to the postman in the song. It's like, stop it with
I
this.
have a letter.
A fucking letter. I need a stamp out there. And they all sing the same way. Like, I saw Rocky Horror musical,
Yeah.
and they took the music from Rocky Horror and they Broadwayed it up until I was bored shitless.
The music from the actual Rocky Horror Picture Show is fucking awesome. It's
Yeah.
weird and it's
Yeah.
cool and it's fucking badass. And then they did the Rocky Horror Show and it's like Broadway version.
Let's do the time warp away. You're like, what happened to that little glam thing that you had?
I had a letter.
A fucking letter.
I need it overnight shipped.
I have a stamp. I have a stamp. I need to
She
get
has
it
a
to
stamp?
the man who needs the stamp.
She has a stamp?
That's actually is the. Oh, by the way, Sunday nights is the Tony Awards.
Great.
Yeah.
Exciting. I'm sure there's going to be lots
I
of
will be
great...
watching. It's a New York thing.
Yeah.
You run it down, but without the lights on Broadway, I'm not sure that we'd be here. Here on 49th and 6th. 49th and 6th.
49.
We made it.
All right, I will tell. I'm trying to pick out the musicals that I would say I absolutely do like. I like Annie with Hard Knock Life.
I love it.
What's the one that they do on Broadway? Is that actually a musical or just a movie musical? The one with jazz hands. But it is
Chicago?
No, not Chicago. The one that's just about the director, Bob Fosse.
Oh, I can't remember what that one is.
But you know what I'm talking.
Yes.
Right. What
The one
about Chorus Line? You like that?
I do, because I saw it as a young girl, and I think that was a big part of why I liked it. If you see something when you're young, and it was like one of the first times I saw a musical live, it was like a touring company version of a Chorus Line, and I thought that it was fucking great. So even now I hear that music, and I'm like, okay, maybe if I saw this right now, I would not be enjoying it, but it reminds me of being a young girl.
Here is Mike. Mike in New York.
Hey guys, what's going on? Everyone seems to accept this Bruce Jenner, transgender, whatever they call it, transitioning. Now, let's say I wanted to transition to be a child. Would that make me be able to be with children? I mean, it's so accepted to
be with children. How?
Like I'm going to get plastic surgery. I'm going to get my legs cut. I'm going to be shorter. I'm going to take all my facial hair off. Am I considered a child at this point?
Yeah, I think you would be.
Sure, go ahead.
If you go through all that trouble, I'm going to treat you like a 7-year-old.
Yeah.
Mainly because it's such an immature thing to do.
If you want to act that way,
Yeah.
I'm going to treat you that way.
So yeah, I'll get you. What do you want? A lollipop? Is that it?
You need your diaper changed?
You want to have summers off? You got it. You're going to cut your legs down and put the feet on the top of your thighs.
You want to
Just
not
walk
cry?
around. Yeah.
You be a big boy.
Sure. In that case, yeah. You want to sit there and pull all your pubic hair out? No problem with me. You're a child. Oh, look at Fox News is playing the shit out of those things.
What? Do they not like it?
No, they
Wait,
love
it's
it.
not happening now.
No.
It said that in the corner.
Well, they love to put it out there.
Happening now, but
Could
it's
this
trending now, but not really happening.
Blacks with Roman candles. Could this happen in your neighborhood? Probably. Watch Fox News.
It's getting weird where on the news they'll have like a couple local stories and then they'll just throw in a viral video. And you're like, that's kind of weird here's the news. That guy playing the guitar while his brain is getting operated. It's like, well, I don't know.
Here's something interesting. A cat is trying to climb up someone's leg.
That's adorable.
Look at it.
Now the weather.
And then they'll come back, oh, that cat was great. We're going to have some great weather coming our way.
Back to you, Bob. They're always throwing it back to each other.
Yeah, they throw it back and forth. It's fun
Yeah.
to chuck things back and forth. Better than keeping them with yourself.
Oh, yeah.
Coming up at 9, a cat named Monday who hates Garfield? Stay tuned.
Fuck you. Well, it's always like this. It's always like the same type thing. It's always like Chicago is known for their blues, meat packing, and red kittens. It's always like the third one they can't believe. This just in the news.
Oh.
Tito's Handmade Vodka is America's original craft vodka. All right.
Wow.
That's
All
it.
right.
That's all I got to say. I shouldn't even have to repeat anything else.
No, tell me a little bit more about it. I mean, I
gave you everything you need to know. Tito's Handmade Vodka is America's original craft vodka. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
You don't need to know about Tito Beverage and the way he built this micro distillery into an empire. He got the first legal permit to distill in Texas, put his life savings on the line, racked up 19 credit cards to do it. You don't need to know any of that.
Well, I'm glad that I know, but I still want to know more.
Yeah, it just raises more questions.
Like what kind of questions?
I mean, what kind of label it might have.
Well, the label is really, really simple. It's just a modest paper label on a simple bottle.
What's the reason for that?
So that you get all the exceptional handmade vodka inside. That's it.
Wow.
I mean, I even sent to him, I go, oh, Tito, I got a great idea. Shape the bottle like Texas.
Mm-hmm. What'd he say?
Well, he doesn't answer me.
Oh.
You know what I mean? Like, just set it out my window in New York. You think I could get through to a Tito Beverage? Forget about it. That man's above us all. All right, we're like ropes on the Goodyear blimp.
Mm-hmm.
What movie?
That would be What About Bob?
To Win.
Ding, 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 ding.
I'll tell you something, though. Tito's still there, making his vodka by hand on the same land where it all started, Austin, Texas. Tito's handmade vodka distilled not one time, not two times, not three times, not four times, not five times. It's distilled 6 times.
Wow.
Yeah.
Hey, how much gluten is in it?
0.
What?
Yeah.
And that's perfect.
It is
Yeah, for me.
100% corn.
Yeah.
You know, so you can get the corn into you. But gluten free. You get no glutens. None. I even asked for some. I mix it with a gluten mix that I have myself.
Now,
I drink that.
Now, how do they do that? Some sort of synthetic process?
No, it's just the process is there's no glutens in it.
Wow. So naturally.
Naturally, that's the process that we're talking. It's nature's way. It's nature's way of telling you it's gluten free. But I actually do. My doctor wants me to get more gluten in. And what I do is when I run into people on a gluten-free diet, I go, give me some of your glutens. I need them. I want to feel strong. But you're not going to get it out of Tito's vodka. Forget about that, Joe Jackson Brown. It ain't happening. That's why. What part got to you?
Forget about it.
Go ahead and repeat it back so I'll know next time.
Forget about that. Joe Jackson Brown.
Yeah. Well, I've taken the name Joe Jackson, I'm Jackson Brown, and put it together and made somewhat of a fantasy rival. You know, somebody that I have to stand up to and tell them I won't do things. Visit us at titosvodka.com for recipes, songs, and more. 40% alcohol by volume, handcrafted to be savored responsibly. Here is our good friend Lewis, who lives in money-making Manhattan. Lewis, how are you?
Hey, I'm all right. How are you guys?
Good.
All right. You were talking about musicals before. I think my favorite musical, first of all, I can't stand musicals, but the only musical that I ever watched whenever it's on TV is West Side Story, just for the shootings and the stabbings.
Yeah, the West Side Story is pretty goddamn great.
Yeah.
It's a good one.
Sound of Music.
I don't watch it. I still haven't watched it.
Sound of Music, I got no time for.
I have a time for the beginning, but I don't, once the Nazis show up, I'm out.
Oh, yeah.
You ever hear, like, Sound of Music being done, West Side Story being done by other people? It's just, those songs stand up. They're real songs.
Grease is also a great musical.
You think?
I think the songs are so catchy with that whenever it's on TV and I watch it, I can't turn it off.
Yeah, but the movie and the play are two different things.
Yeah.
All those songs from the movie, a lot of them aren't in the play.
Yeah. A lot of them aren't in the play.
Whoa.
And it's not as
Including
70s
the song
inspired.
Yeah.
Which is what I like about Grease. It's a little 50s, a little 70s, a little disco-y in the vibe.
Yeah,
of the
you
movie.
get 50s through the 70s. You know what I mean? Through the eyes of the 70s. Through the eyes of love. But, I don't know, when I went to see the play Grease, I'm like,
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't know about that.
I don't know, a little greasy for my taste.
Well, I have one that I know that we both love.
What's that?
Hedwig.
You know, that wasn't a Broadway musical until recently. It was an off-Broadway.
It was off-Broadway, yeah.
Yeah.
But it has great music. It's an actual great rock musical.
Oh, it's unbelievable. The guy who wrote the music, the lyrics and music for that, let's look up his name right now. I would say it off the top of my head, but I've just done 2 shows back to back, and I'm a little tired.
Hedwig.
Hedwig
yeah, but
and the Anchorage.
the person who did the...
Who wrote the music.
Stephen Trask.
Stephen Trask.
Stephen
Right.
Trask.
And I had him on the show to talk about it when Hedwig came out. And I was explaining to him, I don't even think he understands what he did with that thing and how appreciated that music is. But there is a thin line that he had to hit because it is a spot where it's glam, kind of pre-punk, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's like Iggy but not the Ramones. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like Roxy Music, but before they got funky. It's Bowie before he went to Philadelphia. I mean, you're basically looking about a 3-month span
Right.
where any of these songs would have been written.
And all of that in the style of with a female vocalist as well.
Yeah. Yeah, that is the truth, which none of those people had. We never really had a female glam star.
I'm hoping for me.
No.
First female glam star.
You might have came on a little too late, honey. I don't think you made it to 1973.
Why?
That's where it is. Still back there. Over 40 years ago. Tito's. Homemade. Wait, did I?
No, we're done.
Okay, we're done with that? I got to get my head straightened out before we get into talking with Abby Elliott.
I know.
And Brian Wilson.
We've had some silly times here in show
I know,
number
we've been
2.
nutty. I even know exactly what I'm going to say to Brian Wilson, too, when I see him.
What are you going to say?
Hello, Mr. Wilson! You know, do it like
He'll
a dentist.
love that.
Yeah.
Dennis!
Do a dentist to menace.
I think he'll break right into it, too.
Yeah.
I think he'll get it.
I also think I'm just going to yell Wilson at him like he's that ball.
Wilson!
I remember when people were crying about that in the movie, and I went like this, creepy. I hope he drowns. I hope Tom Hanks drowns now. He's so fucking weird.
He's whacked out. He's not ready for society.
No.
I was like, this is a ball. Why are you crying? Wilson. We can't even use it. He put some sticks in it to give it hair. I can't even play volleyball now.
Seriously, he was out of his mind.
He's
in that.
whacked.
He's whacked.
I don't think he ever made it back safe either. Dan, Philly.
Hey, Ron. Great musical. Actually, what happened to Pepper Hicks? Did he overdose or what?
Yeah, well, no, we brought this up on the show. He needed to get away this weekend to go to a drug and alcohol wedding.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. Great musical, the original Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. There's some great songs on there.
Well, that's Willy Wonka.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Man, I've been going through a kick of going back and watching some people's comedy lately. I've been watching a lot of Peter Sellers, who's
genius,
beyond genius. I saw the first Pink Panther, like 1963 Pink Panther, when it's way more subtle, and I think it's funnier than when he was broad. I mean, it was crazy how funny it was. But I went back and watched Gene Wilder in Stir Crazy. It's hard to believe he got all the comedic lines. Richard Pryor got nothing. Nothing.
Yeah. I was at your house where you were starting to watch the beginning of it, and I had somewhere to go. And don't you hate that thing where you're like, I want to stay and watch this movie, but I have to go to this thing?
I've watched it 3 times since then.
Let me borrow it. What are you watching it on?
You know, you record on your TV. It's not, don't get fucking...
I wish you could send someone your recording.
Holy shit. Great new invention that we have.
That's really smart, right? I recorded it. Oh, shit, I didn't.
Let me send this over. What with like a little message.
Yeah.
Like, dude, make sure you watch this.
You'll
It's
love
so
this.
fucking cool. LOL. I LOL'd all the way through it. I've actually got an idea, too, for an invention. I probably shouldn't even say it on the air. I'm going to. I came up with a tray that you could fill water into, right?
Okay.
And then put that water into your freezer. And come back, like, go out and do whatever you want to do. You go do your laundry, or go to the mall, or like if you have a friend, call your friend up and start talking to him. Or even if you wanted to go to like go away for the weekend, you could probably even go upstate if you wanted to, you know. Or if there's like an old-fashioned arcade in your town, go there and play pinball.
Anywhere you'd like to go. Sure. And then what? Then what happens to the...
Oh, when you come back, right? Open that freezer and look at this thing that I call the ice cube tray.
Okay.
The water that you left behind will now be cubes of ice that you can crack and put in and into your beverages, like you could for a 7-7 or an orange soda. If you got lemonade,
yeah,
it'll
anything
cold.
you want to keep cold.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Coffee.
Yeah, like iced coffee.
Yeah, of course.
Or iced tea.
Sure.
You know? The fact is that even though these beverages are different, the ice cube trays can stay exactly the same.
Just regular water goes in there?
Tap. I prefer tap. Tap. The toast knife. I'm just going to look at that real quick before we get into our... This is a knife. It's up on the iBang specifically for toast. And, we're inventors. We I came up with the ice cube tray.
Sure. And we invented a bunch of shows.
Yeah. I look at the toast. Yeah, go ahead and hit it.
It's the Invention Show! Yes, now today is a very important invention show because it is the first one where the idea has come from you, the subscriber viewer. Because of this, the subject is...
God, he's an asshole. Don't take so long. But the idea is this, and I've seen it before. It creates toast as you slice.
So the actual slicing machine is toasting it in the same moment.
Right.
So it's like a hot knife.
Yeah.
As it cuts.
They call it the hot bitch.
Here's the thing, though. We've got sliced bread.
Yeah, in our country.
Okay.
But Gail, this is the next best thing since sliced bread.
Okay.
Sliced
all
toast.
right.
Yeah. You know how we don't get sliced bread?
Yeah. Next best thing.
Now you'll start to see pretty quick.
Now, when you said it initially,
yeah,
toast knife, I was thinking that we were talking about some sort of hot knife that spreads the butter on the toast, heating the butter in the same moment.
Well, look at this.
Well, that's pretty impressive, actually.
Yeah, but you are right. You got to me when you said that we already have sliced bread. And that's actually burnt and it's stupid. It's a waste of time.
This guy's terrifying, by the way.
Crusty on the edges and stuff, but that's pretty good.
But if you melted the butter, you would end up using a lot more butter than you ever would before.
True, but that's the good part of this invention.
Because people always watch how much butter they put on things, but then when you have drawn butter, you're just like, yep, whole stick of it goes into a shot glass.
But don't you hate that with the cold butter, and then it gets all crumbly, and then you break the toast as you're trying to butter? I think that's the better invention here.
I just live into it. I just own it,
Yeah.
All right, should we break first before, and is it Brian Wilson first or Abby Elliott?
It will be Abby Elliott.
Ooh,
I'm excited.
Love the Abby Elliott. Her new show is called Odd Mom Out.
Odd Mom Out, correct. And Odd Mom Out is going to premiere on Bravo Monday, June 8th at 10 p.m., 9 p.m. Central.
Bravo, my friends. Bravo.
Bravo indeed.
Bravo.
Bravo.
So we'll have Abby Elliott. And then after that, Brian Wilson of the Beach Boys. Hopefully we'll get the two of them together at the same time.
I know, that would be great.
Yeah, and then we'll have Elliott and Wilson together again for the very first time. Let's break here. We'll be back. We've had Chris Elliott on the show so many times. One of our favorite people on the planet, and his lovely and talented daughter Abby Elliott is here now. How are you?
Hello, I'm good. How are you?
You know, we do idolize your dad. As a matter of fact, I did a long interview with him once that at one point I thought I might stop breathing. He was as funny as a human being can get.
He is, yeah. A goofy guy.
But you've this always kills me about the Elliott family. There's so much talent in each generation, but you guys are always work in a different way.
Mm-hmm. We definitely do. I think my dad is very different from my grandfather, and I'm very different from both of them.
Yeah, it's true. Your grandfather is one of the funniest human beings that used timing. I would say only Bob Newhart is in the same class.
Mm-hmm. And he played his father on Bob Newhart show.
Isn't that crazy?
So crazy. So cool. And I know Bob Newhart's nephew was on SNL with me, Paul Britton.
I didn't even know that word was true.
Yeah. So we've bonded over that.
So there's timing in your background.
I think so. Yeah.
I wonder if it's in DNA because
I don't know if I think there have been studies because we've thought about it. We've talked about it before, and I think there have been studies that it's not genetic at all. But I think growing up with it,
passed on.
Yeah, he was always really goofy, but there was never like you have to go into comedy, like that sort of thing. It was just really fun and goofy, and I wanted to be fun and goofy too.
No, as a matter of fact, I talked to him before about when you were on Saturday Night Live, and he said it was much more difficult for him than any of his own performing because he just
to watch me.
Yeah, he said even before, like waiting for the show to start, he would feel that.
Yeah, I think it was really painful for him to, because he knew it firsthand, and to watch me go through it and go through the same ups and downs, it was hard for him, I think, as a father.
It is really the best, worst job that there possibly is.
It's notoriously so stressful. I think many people have that experience with SNL.
Yeah, I'm so glad I did it, and I'm so glad that it's over. That's how I totally feel.
I think every person is that way. Like they did it, and they still love to carry that around and have it part of their resume, but would never want to go back and do it again.
And to anyone who watches, anytime someone leaves, you're like, why would you leave the greatest job? It seems like so much fun, but
I can't believe that I was there for 4 years, and it really was like my college. It just feels like I went to 30 Rock yesterday, and just being in the building, I had like PTSD being in it. It's like you really like go back to, you can like smell the air, and it smells the same as it did.
But why do you think what makes it so tough? Does it have to be tough, or are they crazy in the way they set it up?
I think it's just a machine that has always worked that way, and it goes back to the 70s. I think they were on a cocaine schedule, and now there's no cocaine. And,
right.
I think that the politics political side of it has always like stayed the same. In terms of head writers and the people that they decide want to
work within their system.
Right. Yeah. It really just is up to.
The thing is, though, there is still cocaine. You guys just choose not to do it. That's the sad part of it.
It's out there.
It's there for you if you wanted it.
Yeah. No, I should have done that.
Your new TV show basically takes place in my neighborhood, the East Side, and it is. Well, who did we have in yesterday? We had who stopped by yesterday?
Andy Buckley.
Andy Buckley was great.
Yeah, he's so fun.
Lost my place there.
That's okay.
I was laughing about the fact that these people have money, yet they still find a way to be miserable. They still find out they make
They're the bottom of the 1%.
Yes,
yeah.
Yes. The 1% is a really gigantic amount of money that moves back and forth.
Right.
Like there's more distance in that 1% than there is from 99 down.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That little tiny gap is astronomical.
Yeah, and my character, her husband, sells this company for $675 million in the first episode. So working with that, and then Andy is married to Jill, who is my sister-in-law on the show, and she is the odd mom out. Jill Kargman is an author and writer and actress, and created the series.
Yeah.
Upper East Sider. She always felt like the odd mom out, and it's loosely based on her life.
Well, I do love that thing that it does take place now, that there is new money and the responsibility of that new money.
Right. Right.
How do you spend it properly?
Right. No, there's so many things on like the show that I couldn't believe were real. And we were shooting once on the Upper East Side, and there was a school, a beautiful like school, and I was like, "Oh, Jill, what's that school?" And she's like, "That's not a school. That is a training center for preschoolers for kindergarten interviews. So a training center for these kids to $30,000 per student." And
they're concerned about we've got to keep making it to the next thing.
Yeah.
Like the pressure they put on those little rich kids.
Right.
Where we again think just like you said about SNL. Oh, it must be great to have that. But you never would want to go to school with John Kennedy. You know what I mean?
Right, it's champagne
that's
problems.
the pressure. Yeah.
It's still as dramatic. It's just on a different level.
Particularly when you're putting that pressure on children, like those applications.
Yeah.
I've seen them. When I moved to New York, I was shocked to find out that this was something that existed. And it's like, what are their interests and skills?
Right.
And they're 4-year-olds.
I know.
What languages do they speak?
Yeah,
one not so well, probably. We're still working on
Exactly.
English.
Yeah.
So
Jill was just telling a story about these kids when she first became a mom. There were kids in her kids' school that spoke like fluent Chinese. That were like 4.
Right.
It's so crazy.
And the pressure that well, you always see one of these, and it is always an Asian kid who gets a B on something and throws himself in front of a train. You know what I mean? And I'm not even kidding. In my family, once I got a D and they made a cake for me. Everybody came around.
right.
You're
Celebrating.
doing it.
Yeah,
you're going to
You're
pass.
doing it. Like there's a lot to be said for growing up in an environment where if you're not out in jail, everybody thinks you're doing great.
Right,
like he's
right.
doing
Right,
good,
right,
man.
right.
He's doing fantastic.
And you probably want to do better in the future then.
Right.
Or maybe not. Maybe
Well, you
not.
just want to do enough, but you want to enjoy life.
Totally.
Like the whole point of life isn't your GPA or how much you pay in taxes. It is true that the best things in life are free. It is true.
It is. I've always been a person that has tried to get by on the bare minimum. Amount of work
Right.
possible. I'm not an overachiever at all. In high school, I really cheated a lot. I wore uniforms and I wore a uniform skirt and I would just write things in blocks on my leg, which is probably more work in retrospect than actually learning.
Now, did you feel pressure from your parents or were they more chill?
They were very chill. I mean, I always got by. I always did well, but I kind of knew I was going to be a performer, and my mom wanted me to go to college, so I tried it for a semester and then left and moved to LA. But yeah, I mean, I graduated with honors. I think.
Do you think? Yeah.
But yeah, I really didn't work that much.
Yeah. Did you feel pressure on anything growing up with that?
On academics, no, I did not feel
none whatsoever.
pressure.
Yeah.
It was only pressure that I would put on myself, but even that was pretty rare.
Yeah.
I like to keep a nice spread. Like I'd go A, B, C, D all the way down. Well, just a little good at some things, really terrible at other things.
I remember when I would go to your PTA meetings and I would always be surprised by whatever the teacher said. I was always like, really?
Really? She
She
did that?
is?
Where did you grow up?
Florida.
I grew up in Florida, and then we moved to the city when I was about 14.
And that was a huge jump for you, right?
Yeah, it was crazy. It was
Well,
the
when you
biggest
moved-
culture
Kids
shock.
are very different than
When you moved to New York and you found out that everybody had teeth,
Yeah.
that was like
Everyone had teeth. All of them.
That's really funny.
that really is like to grow up in the beach culture the way you did and then have us move you into the city. That's like a sitcom right there.
Totally.
Yeah, it is. But I felt very at home here. Like I didn't have I did feel like a fish out of water a little bit, but I also felt like, oh, these are my people.
Yeah, this is
Like,
where I always
very
liked to be.
pale
Yeah,
brunette.
you
Like I
already
didn't
knew.
belong in
Yeah,
Florida. I
yeah.
didn't fit in.
No.
Like it didn't make sense for me.
You grew up in Connecticut?
In Connecticut, yeah. And, we sort of felt at a place there, I think, to some extent, because we were a family of artists and actors. And, all of my friends, their dads were taking the train into the city for their finance jobs. I
Yeah.
think. And so we were kind of the odd people out. And there were definitely people that there was no emphasis on sports at all in my life. Like my parents and all of these kids at Our Lady of Fatima, which was the school that I went to, played basketball and soccer, and that was never anything that I was interested in. I played softball for a little while, but
I wonder if anyone feels like they fit in. Do you think?
I don't think
no matter
so.
who you are, you're like, this isn't the deal that I signed up for.
yeah, I totally don't. I totally think that, especially my character on the show is like this super confident Upper East Side lady, and I I think she's deeply insecure, maybe even more insecure than the odd mom out.
Sure.
You know, I think that everybody has it.
Well, they even say, like, now that we're trying to stop bullies, the bullies in school are the ones who feel really freaked out and feel like they have to physically do something to take some control.
Right.
You know?
Yeah, which is absurd. I mean, I think, they're definitely the people, and maybe their parents are the same way.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure. Just insecure, and they're more insecure than who they're bullying.
Everybody always feels like they're just about to lose it. You know what I mean? Like, everyone just feels like, well, no matter what they got, it could be gone tomorrow.
It could.
Yeah.
And it could.
Yeah. That's the worst thing about, like, having a really big house. You're like, I wonder if we'll be able to stay here. You know what I mean?
Exactly. Yeah. No matter how well you're doing.
Yeah.
You know, you could lose it all.
And then that, of course, is always worse than never having it. Like, people who've never had it don't care as much of people who had it and then lost it.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
Particularly people who are extremely wealthy. They're extremely wealthy because they have a desire for more money.
Right.
So those kind of
they're
things.
born into it.
Right.
Yeah.
True.
And then that is sad in itself.
Right.
Well, also not, but.
Yeah.
There's a great part about
I
it.
would definitely trade for it. But it's always that generation, like the first generation guy, he's a self-made man. The second generation, like they had to keep up with this alpha dad.
Exactly.
And then the third generation just gets high and ODs on the ground.
Yeah.
You know what I
Right,
mean?
right.
They just get whacked out.
Yeah.
And then it's gone, probably. Then
And then but they're not going to have kids. Yeah.
You don't have kids. Nothing happens.
The name dies with him.
It's all out. And people even were like, they're like, Rockefeller, why does that sound familiar? What does that even mean, Getty? You know? Those fortunes that you built up, those guys, that was such a big deal. It all just goes away.
Yeah.
It's just done.
Yeah. Or Robert Durst.
But yeah, Robert Durst, God, we got obsessed with him.
Oh, so obsessed.
Do the thing at the end. His last line.
Can't remember
You
now.
can't remember, you were obsessed.
Oh.
We got to be friends with one of the guys that was chasing him, one of the Westchester, and he came in to explain the whole thing to us.
Oh,
how
cool.
many years it was going on.
Yeah. I know. I'm so obsessed. Now I need to know what the last.
I can't remember now. What was the last thing?
You did it. It was that whole thing of there you did.
There you go. You did it.
It was so. It was.
You're caught.
It was like the best TV I've ever seen in my life.
Surfing. It was so good. Oh, God.
He actually was holding back vomit. I mean, that's what it sounded like. It was like belching, but you could just feel like the nerves.
Yeah.
I had the worst anxiety watching that.
I know.
It was maybe the best,
It was
best
really,
moment of television I've ever seen.
And it really does fit in with like On Mom Out because that's what he was born into. That's at some point you take them, you put them in this weird track, and then you go, be a normal person.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We protected you from the world, and
Right.
you've never experienced anything normal.
Exactly.
Why aren't
You don't know how to
normal?
do anything for yourself, but here, do everything.
Did your parents pick Connecticut so you didn't have to grow up in Hollywood or
Yeah, I
the
think
Upper East
so.
Side?
Yeah. Well, we kept a place in the city, so we would come in a lot, but I think they were more just hesitant to raise us in LA. But yeah, Connecticut was remote. My mom's from Iowa, and so I think she likes the country, and my dad does too.
But it's also great that you were raised, like you said, with the arts around you instead of being born into a financial family. Well, let's face it, no one can even understand that.
Yeah, no, I could not understand it. My dad would not know. But yeah, it's like to a point where I just don't even know what like those jobs are.
Right.
And I haven't like bothered to learn really. Like I say finance jobs.
Right.
That's what I say. I don't know the difference between banking, investment banking.
He's a Wall Street guy.
Wall Street. Yeah.
It all seems bullshit. It all just seems like carny talk, man.
Yeah. I mean, it sounds great though.
Yeah.
I mean, I think they make a lot of money, right?
Well, it sounds great that if you have some quarter that you bring in all that money, but
Right.
you find out that they're taking that money from the hayseeds, retirement funds.
Right,
So the
right.
reason why they're getting rich is not because they're making other people money. It's because they're taking. They're
Maybe
good.
they don't understand it.
Yeah.
And that's why they're doing it.
Yeah.
They're able to succeed or just have no morals. But the thing is crazy is like they're always just like treading water. Like it's not a comfortable way
Right.
to live. It's
Right.
not like I got this great job and then it pays really well.
Right.
It's
And
like
you
I
just,
hope
like,
no
walk
one
through it.
finds out that this is not
Right, that I'm a
real.
scammer.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That I'm living a lie.
Redistributing funds.
I'm the biggest liar in the world, and I'm stealing from the elderly people.
You're just like a shark, never stop moving.
Yeah.
Odd Mom Out premieres Monday, June 8th at 10 p.m. Central on Bravo. I believe this is the first time that Bravo has done a non-reality show, right?
They've done a scripted drama, and
Uh-huh.
this is their first scripted comedy.
Oh, very, very cool.
Yeah. So, and they're great. They gave us so much freedom. It's a really good place to be.
I'm happy for you.
Thank you.
Abby Elliott, I'll see you next time
See
coming
you next
through.
time. Thank you so
Bye-bye.
much.
The lovely Abby Elliott.
So great to see Abby Elliott.
She's great. Now you're going to be locked in with this TV show, right?
Yes, definitely.
Well, this is like doing a big late night program where you have two big guests back to back.
I
you
know.
I wish we could just say, Abby Elliott, move down the couch as we bring out our musical guest, the one and only Brian Wilson. I don't know if you guys are familiar with a band called the Beach Boys, but, well, they rang the bell, as I like to say.
Absolutely. This is a huge honor. I know
For
that you have
him.
Yeah.
It's a huge honor for both of us, really.
We're both honored.
You know, how many people, if you're really going to sit down and talk about the top people in rock and roll history, let's say there's 20, right? If you're only going to talk to the top 20, and that's from Elvis on, right? Brian Wilson is in that group.
Yes,
You know
absolutely.
what I mean?
Top 5, I would say, actually.
Would you really go that high?
I would.
Well, it's
100%.
hard because you start to put it together and you're like, well, how many of the Beatles go in?
Right.
You know you got to have Elvis. You're really not putting Buddy Holly in. You know, there's no Jerry Lee. You don't have James Brown, Stevie Wonder. You know, there's a lot of great people.
There's a ton, but I still think top 5. I still move in top 5.
Here's one of the things that I really love because we know Brian Wilson as the guy with the troubles and all that, you know, we've seen him come back, which is just amazing. And like, you know, you're like, oh yeah, he's a genius. Pet Sounds is ahead of its time. But when you watch that thing on the Wrecking Crew and those players and you watch this entire thing and then the guys from the Wrecking Crew start to talk about making Pet Sounds. And they're just like, that kid was amazing. They're like, we couldn't believe it. And he had brought them up to a level, you know, like he really challenged them. And then you're like, oh, that's really cool. And then you're like, he was 24 years old.
So young. And to be able to command people who were like the top professionals in their field.
Right.
The people who were the best in the world at this.
It's basically like on a musical level, going into a lot of Navy SEALs and saying, look, I've got an idea, guys, of how we can get in and out of this thing. And I want you to. So first of all, you got to get them to listen to you. And then the plan has to be good. And then it has to work. And then they're saying later, oh, that kid pushed us like we've never been pushed before.
Right.
And I grew from it.
These Navy SEALs were like, how old are you? Because see, our lives are on the line here.
24. Still put my hair on the side. The movie that's out right now is called Love and Mercy. It only opens in select cities, but I'm going to guarantee you this. You're going to see this movie no matter who you are.
Yep.
You're going to see it at the theater where you probably should see it so you can hear this music correctly. or you're going to, wait till it comes on demand in iTunes and watch it, or you're going to see it on HBO. But this will be, if you listen to the radio, you're going to see this movie.
Absolutely. And I think it takes a pretty cool approach with the story.
Yeah. Yeah, it does. It's, you almost don't want to give too much away, but just to tell you that there's two different people, John Cusack and Paul Dano, who play him at two different parts of his life, and they capture whatever that thing was. They capture that thing.
Yeah, they're really going for getting his essence and energy more than the typical biopic, which is a lot more like, let's get the look right and the costumes right, and let's make it span an entire lifetime of a human being.
Well, the Beach Boys thing was so interesting because they were pre the Beatles, and they weren't big on the East Coast, at that time. They were people on the East Coast didn't know what surfing was, right? So at the same time that they were out doing that, the Jersey Boys soundtrack was being done in New York, and the girl groups that you like. We opened this thing up, the show up today, with one of the great songs that Brian Wilson loved, Don't Worry, Be My Baby.
Be My Baby, yeah.
Which he wrote, Don't Worry Baby, as a kind of return piece.
Yeah, it was like an ode to what that song was.
And then tried to give it to Ronnie Spector. And Phil said, no, I don't want other people giving her stuff.
Wow.
But she told me before that song he had offered to her, and Phil was like, no, I don't need some guy giving you songs. I give you songs.
Right.
Get in your room. And so that's just mind blowing to me on that level. But, after Pet Sounds, Brian had his problems. He stayed in the house. The Beach Boys suddenly were not part of 1968 sound, 1969 sound, 1970,
Which is crazy that it happened so fast, because Pet Sounds was 66, right?
Yeah. And then Sgt. Pepper was 67. And, that sound was kind of, they had the next giant hit was Good Vibrations.
Yeah.
It was a monster hit, but it sounded kind of naive by the time you got to What It's Worth, right? When, when people were singing protest music and shit, they're the Beach Boys, they look like kids. So they were on the kind of back burner for a while. And, there was talk, this sounds crazy, but they were going to drop the name Beach Boys and call themselves Beach. Because it was the time of, Yes and all that. They were literally thinking about dropping the Beach Boys.
Wow, I never heard that. But that would have been a really bizarre turn in musical history. But it makes a lot of sense. That sounds like a band that could fit in that time period, like we're Beach.
I remember the first time I saw the Beach Boys was mid-late 60s, maybe like a 76. It was right after Endless Summer. And I went with some friends because we didn't have much to do that night. And we were just like, hey, let's, it'd be funny. Let's go see the Beach Boys. So we go to the Spectrum, and they open with California Girls. And you were on a fucking, you were just fucking blasted off. They were great. I kid you not when I say this, Carl Wilson is one of the greatest singers in history. When he was singing that night, it was amazing. Amazing. And those songs were unbelievable.
He has an incredible voice. He had an incredible voice.
Beautiful voice.
And was shocking to me when I later found out what songs were his. Like, God Only Knows is Carl.
Right.
Good Vibrations is Carl. And those are like the songs with the most sensitive, sweet sound to them.
Yeah, just beautiful, beautiful sounds. So, they kind of got past that point of, people can actually go past even nostalgia and look back at this music and say it really was something else. even pre-Pet Sounds, you know what I mean?
That's true.
You know, like you could sit down because you've heard it so many times, but just listen to like Help Me Rhonda with a new ear, and you're like, that's a fucking great song.
They're incredible pop songs.
Yeah.
And they really lasted too.
Yeah.
Like young people, I know that they I got really attached to them as a young person. The
Right.
early Beach Boys stuff,
Right.
the really poppy stuff, the really beachy stuff.
Yeah.
I adored. I think that pretty much anything I know about cars comes from Beach Boys songs. Like I was
Yeah.
never a car person.
Right.
But
They were-
all like the terminology that I might know about cars came from listening to Beach Boys songs as a kid.
And that was actual like LA car culture. You know what I
Right.
mean? So it was like the surf stuff, the car stuff, the just cruising, which to be honest, people on the East Coast didn't cruise around in their souped up cars
Right.
looking for people to see them. That was a real West Coast thing. So to grab both of those pieces, and I will tell you, the LA that I'd never been to, right? The LA that is the Beach Boys and Mamas and Papas and Beverly Hillbillies and, you know, the TV LA, the rerun LA is the LA in my mind. You know what I mean? There's a Los Angeles in my mind that is blonde girls getting a tan, dudes that are surfing, but real chill, you know?
Yeah, LA kind of had that. I think I found a piece of that in the first time that I went to LA,
Right.
where I was walking around and I was like, everything seems really weirdly familiar. And it's because every movie and TV show and
Right.
so much music videos. I mean, so much is shot in LA and in that area that you're like, have I been here before? Like you feel like
in a strange way, it's home. If you grew up with a TV culture, that is our home, you know?
And I think perhaps people probably have that experience with New York in a smaller way,
Right.
but it's nowhere compared to the way LA feels so tied into, like, it almost feels like you're tapping into memory.
Yeah. And one of the people who did this, who put it in our DNA, is our guest, Brian Wilson. And quite frankly, we're lucky to have him. You know what I mean? No matter how he comes in, we're just lucky to have him. Because we don't have Dennis Wilson anymore. We don't have Carl anymore, but we still have Brian. No Peer Pressure is the new album that he has out. Love and Mercy is the movie based on his life. It opens in select cities today, June 5th. But you will see this film. Pick up No Peer Pressure if you can too. And like I said, we're so lucky to have the one and only, the legend, Brian Wilson. That is the one and only Brian Wilson from his brand new album, No Peer Pressure. It's available in stores and online. And Brian heads out on tour on June 18th. Good to see you, Brian Wilson.
Nice to be here.
How's everything going with you right now? It's an exciting time.
Well, there's the movie, and there's my new album, and a tour coming up.
Now, what is it like when you watch a film like Love and Mercy and know that it takes two big stars to play you?
Well, the two big stars portray me so well that I thought that was actually me in that movie.
Did you really? Yeah. Paul Dano and John Cusack, both in this film. Gail, I know that you saw it, and you're a giant Beach Boys fan. What was it like for you to watch that?
It was incredible, and I think both actors did such a great job in two very different ways. They tackled it in such a new, unique way.
You know, when you look back and you see that the Beach Boys were truly at the birth of the 1960s, it was a time that music changed, that youth culture changed. When you look back on that, is it good memories, Brian, or?
Well, it's good memories up until I was about 24.
Mm-hmm.
And that's when I started producing Pet Sounds.
Yeah. Pet Sounds, of course, one of the greatest albums of all time. And if you recently saw the movie about the documentary with the Wrecking Crew, that so many of those great players look back and have great memories about working on that album.
Well, each one of them played piano, guitars, basses, drums, and violins.
It was amazing to see that music get put together. And then when you brought the boys back in off the road to knowing still how to make the vocals come together in such a soulful way.
Right. Well, I had to teach them their parts. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Your brother, Carl Wilson, for me, always one of the greatest voices I've ever heard in my life.
Yeah, he was wonderful. He was a great singer.
Now, did you guys realize that even when you were kids? Did you realize that at an early age that besides that the talent came from a couple different places?
Well, we used to sing in our bedroom, all three of us. I taught him a little song, and we used to sing a 3-part harmony. And 2 years later, we were singing in my room.
Isn't that insane? That's just wonderful. Just fantastic. The album is out, which is leading to the new tour. That's No Peer Pressure, which we opened up with a little bit. And then you can go and see Brian on tour. There was some talk that album was supposed to be a Beach Boy album, and you ended up doing it solo.
Well, we had a few songs left over after the Beach Boys album.
Yeah.
So I decided to use them on my album.
Yeah. How does the music come to you, Brian? Is this something that you
Well,
hear?
it comes from my brain, and then to my heart, and then onto the keyboard.
But it almost feels like it comes to you in that way, like it's coming from a different place.
I never knew where it was coming from.
Yeah.
I never knew.
I have talked to so many great songwriters, and I've never heard anyone take credit for writing a song. It's still such a mystical, magical thing.
Well, yeah, it's a mystery to me how that movie was made. The movie of my life. I still can't understand how it was actually made.
And even though it happened to you.
Right.
Yeah. Did it feel like you were an extraordinary young man at that point? Like, did you know that you had a talent that other people had, or did it just feel normal to you?
No, I knew I had a talent, but I didn't know the extent of my talent until after I started recording.
Yeah. One of our dear friends who comes in and does our show all the time, Ronnie Spector, I know, like me, you are a huge fan of hers.
Yeah.
And Be My Baby was one of those songs that just turned a switch for you.
Yeah. Be My Baby was the greatest record I ever heard.
Yeah. We opened the show with that today. I know you're a Ronnie Spector fan, too.
I adore Ronnie Spector, and that was just by a strange coincidence as well that I had decided that we were going to open the show with that song, and then we found out that you were going to be here today. It was serendipitous.
Well, you look back at that time, and there was so many great performers at the same time. The Beatles were making amazing albums the same time that you were, and there was this friendly competition. I mean, you guys were really pushing each other, Brian.
Beatles and Beach Boys?
Yeah.
Well, the Beatles recorded Rubber Soul. When I listened to it, I was so blown away that I thought I'd try an album, something a notch better than Rubber Soul.
Yeah.
And so I went to my piano, and it took me 45 minutes to write God Only Knows.
Wow. 45 minutes later.
Yeah, I got it in 45 minutes.
And that set the tone for the rest of the album. That set the tone.
Yeah.
But, to go from what the Beach Boys were doing first to all the orchestration that you were doing, it was a gigantic leap ahead.
Well, it was one good leap for us.
Yeah. Although the rest of the guys weren't exactly ready for it, were they?
They didn't like it at first. They thought it was too experimental, And,
yeah.
But I tried to tell them, we got to grow musically,
Yeah. Gail, so much of this music was before you were born. Yes. And, of course, I raised you with this kind of music.
True.
But isn't it amazing that the songs like the Beach Boys and the Beatles are always going to be youthful music forever?
Absolutely. I think that there's something about, especially the Beach Boys, that it just, I think, touches children. It's just an amazing feeling that I connected to it as a child, and I think that it will go on that way. I mean, it's something very timeless about it.
Well, it's timeless, and I also think it connects to the soul. I think it connects to our subconscious. I really believe that.
I think it does, yeah.
Well, that was, you even said you wrote from that place. But you also have always written from, there's a hopefulness in your music. There's a celebration of joy.
Well, the joy comes from the harmonies, you know, we did in the mid-'60s, Beach Boy mid-'60s harmonies. And on my new album, we try to recapture that, harmonic feeling.
Well, No Peer Pressure is the album, and the tour starts on June 18th, and you can pick up the album in stores and online. But there's a connection in singing harmony, particularly, I think, when a family sings harmony together, where people do sound like they're just one person.
You can tell that there's an incredible understanding and trust, I think, when you listen to those harmonies.
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah.
When you watch back on this new film, when it gets to the John Cusack part of the film, playing you say that part of it is more. It's tougher for you to view. It's tougher for you to watch.
Well, yeah, but then when I saw Paul Dano, portray me, and when I was 24 years old, I relaxed. I said, "Oh my God, that's a good part of my life."
Yeah, but we have, all of our lives, I guess, are a roller coaster. You have the ups and the downs. And I saw that you wrote on your album that you had sent part of it out to your brothers Dennis and Carl and wish that they were here to sing these songs with you. Do you still hear those voices, that harmony, when you're writing, the harmony of your youth?
I hear the harmony when I play it. I can't hear it in my head when I'm just sitting there.
Yeah, but as you start to play it, you're going for the same kind of spot that you did as a young man.
Yeah.
That magic of songwriting, for me, it's always been the spiritual connection. For us, for a certain generation, rock and roll was the exact unifying thing. It's what made us all feel like one tribe together. And sometimes I feel bad, Gail, for younger people that have so many choices that you don't know what it's like to hear that song come on the radio that everybody hears at the same time.
Yeah, it's amazing to have so much history. We have so much history available to us with music now. But you're right. It probably unifies us less in a way because we don't go for the trends the same way we probably once did. Because there was just one sound. So only a couple radio stations, only a couple different vessels that you could even receive it through.
Well, I always love the idea of like a song like California Girls being played the first time on the radio and all the kids hearing it for the first time together. Do you remember, Brian, the first time the Beach Boys were played on the radio?
Late 1961, early 1962. We started playing in Los Angeles.
Yeah.
And our song Surfing came on the radio, and we flipped and go, oh my God, Surfing's on the radio, Surfing's on the radio.
Yeah, it's that kind of thrilling thing of that first time because, you grew up listening to the radio.
Right.
And then to hear your song on the radio, it's one of it's one of the few times that you could sit back and know that you've crossed, made a transition in life. The movie is terrific. It's Love and Mercy, and it's playing in select theaters throughout the country. And it is Brian's story from two different parts of his life. One played by Mr. Paul Dano, and there's so much joy and sweetness and creativity. And the other part played with John Cusack, and there's a sensitivity that comes through that's just beautiful.
Well, we hung out for a week before they made the movie.
Yeah.
And he got familiar with my mannerisms.
Right.
And then I took it into the movie, and Bill produced and directed it.
Well, Cusack is also a real music fan. So even when I first read about this, I thought, all right, the story's in good hands. But I got to admit, you're always a little nervous when someone does a buy-up like this. But I'm glad that you were happy with it, Brian.
Yeah, very, very happy.
The album, you've got to pick it up, No Peer Pressure. That's available now in stores and online. And Brian is out on tour on June 28th. And in the same way that we talked about that music means something when people listen to it together, when everyone is together alive, and the music is being played and the audience is there, there's a purity to that I just love. Thank you so much for being in here today.
You're very welcome,
Brian, and congratulations. Love and Mercy is playing now in select theaters all over the country. Thank you so much.
Okay.